The majestic kingdom of Belkium stands tall, unaware of the impending doom about to befall its stone walls. Prince Claude sits arrogantly upon his throne and coldly summons Elaine to stand before him. He ruthlessly declares that the kingdom no longer requires the services of a fake saint like her. With the heroes' party gathered behind him, the prince unwittingly begins the prologue to his own kingdom's destruction. Elaine stands in confused silence, asking the prince what he means by such a sudden accusation. Claude scowls and accuses her of deceiving him, declaring the kingdom has no need for a villainess posing as a saint. Elaine is baffled by his claims and asks what he is talking about, refusing to back down without an explanation. She internally recalls how she received the goddess's oracle and has protected the thriving nation with a barrier for years. Elaine tries to reason with him, asking if he truly understands that without her prayers the country would fall to ruin. Claude mocks her position as a mere formality and calls her a swindler who wastes royal tax money on meaningless prayers. She counters that her prayers hold real power, and if she stops, the barrier will vanish and monsters will swarm the kingdom. While Elaine insists she lives on the bare minimum, the extravagant Prince Claude boasts about his brand new clothes. He sneers that seeing her on her knees makes his skin crawl and orders her to cease her useless prayers at once. Elaine is so taken aback by the sheer stupidity of the man that she is momentarily lost for words. Realizing he is an absolute imbecile, she wonders if he has any concept of the disaster awaiting the country if she obeys him. Claude yawns that he never wished to be engaged to her and only did so because of royal tradition. They acknowledge the engagement exists only because generations of princes and saints have always been wed. Though she once admired his looks as a child, she now realizes the prince is all style and no substance. Seeing his terrible personality in full display, she decides that she couldn't be happier to call off the engagement. Elaine asks for clarification on ending the engagement, feigning concern about breaking a generations-long tradition. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the hall as a girl rushes onto the scene screaming for them to stop. The girl begs them not to fight over her, acting the part of a fragile peacemaker. Elaine watches with dry resignation as the girl begins spouting her usual dramatic nonsense. This is Letitia, the Count's daughter responsible for corrupting Claude and making him even worse than before. Letitia sobs theatrically in Claude's arms while the prince comforts his supposedly kind-hearted lover. Hidden from the prince's view, Letitia flashes a wicked, triumphant smirk directly at Elaine. Claude declares that Letitia has informed him of all Elaine's supposed transgressions and bullying. He accuses Elaine of destroying Letitia's things and pushing her into a pond, leaving Elaine baffled by the lies. Elaine recalls that Letitia actually threw herself into the water and broke her own items just to frame her. She realizes it was all a calculated act to make her look bad and steal Prince Claude's attention. Claude claims the country is safe because Letitia possesses healing magic and is the true saint. Elaine understands that Letitia has completely duped the prince into believing she holds the holy power. He states he would normally execute her, but Letitia's fake kindness has convinced him to spare her out of pity. Instead of execution, the prince furiously orders Elaine to get out of his country and banishes her immediately. Elaine sighs, having expected this outcome, and asks for final confirmation of her banishment. She gives him one last chance, warning him that without her as the true saint, the country is truly doomed. Claude scoffs that the jig is up and declares his decision is final and will never be retracted. As she walks out the door, Elaine smiles knowing her hands are tied and she is finally free to live as she pleases. She predicts chaos will descend starting tomorrow but decides she doesn't want to be caught up in the country's destruction. Having been confined to the castle her whole life, she wonders where to go until a knight suddenly calls out to her. The knight captain discovers Elaine in the corridor and questions why she isn't offering her prayers at the usual time. Elaine calmly reveals that Prince Claude has broken off their engagement and banished her from the kingdom. Shocked by the news, the captain questions if the prince is sane, knowing the country's fate rests entirely on Elaine's efforts. He grabs his collar in frustration, wondering if Prince Claude has lost his right mind given the gravity of the situation. The captain warns that monsters are only held back by her barrier and chaos will consume the nation the moment she leaves. In a sudden burst of loyalty, he asks if she would like him to abandon his post and leave with her. Elaine smiles at the offer, admitting that running away with him would surely be fun. However, the captain immediately retracts his offer, realizing he cannot abandon his duty as a knight in service to the king. He bows his head in shame, apologizing profusely for his inability to accompany her. Elaine gazes at him warmly, noting that his earnestness has always been his finest quality. She teases him with a bright smile, claiming she is only joking and pretends to be disappointed. Considering her next move, Elaine decides to head toward the neighboring country where she might blend in without revealing her identity. She chooses Linchigam, a vibrant and diverse nation known for accepting people from many tribes and lands. The captain immediately offers to prepare a carriage for her, despite her reminding him she is no longer the saint. He smiles gently, stating that arranging transport is the least he can do since he cannot offer much else. He declares that regardless of Prince Claude's opinion, she will always be a great saint in his eyes. Vowing his eternal loyalty, he promises to remain on her side even if the entire world turns against her. Elaine blushes furiously, overwhelmed by the earnest look on his face as he delivers such heartfelt words. A carriage is prepared, and the driver compliments Elaine on her politeness as she prepares to depart. The young driver mentions he heard she is a friend of the night captain but didn't expect her to be so adorable. Elaine decides to hide her identity as the ex-saint, confirming she is heading to her aunt's house across the border to maintain her cover. The driver signals the departure, and the carriage begins its journey away from the castle. Looking out the window, Elaine realizes she will likely never return to the kingdom of Belkium again. The driver breaks the silence, noting that her hair looks far too beautiful to belong to a commoner. Panicked by his observation, Elaine vehemently denies being part of the nobility to protect her secret. The driver laughs off her reaction, apologizing for overstepping and joking that the captain would have his head if he upset her. Elaine wipes sweat from her brow, relieved that she seemingly managed to deflect his suspicion. The driver suddenly spots something ahead and draws Elaine's attention to the road. He points out a wagon stopped in the middle of the path, suggesting the travelers might be resting. Elaine agrees to check on them, stating she is in no rush, even though the driver warns they might get dragged into trouble. The driver agrees to her request and steers the carriage toward the stationary wagon. Upon closer inspection, the driver is shocked by the gruesome scene before them. Elaine looks on in horror at the sight of injured men covered in bandages resting by the roadside. A wounded man explains they were attacked by monsters and barely managed to escape with their lives. Elaine realizes that while her barrier protected the kingdom, monsters have always roamed in droves outside its borders. The injured man asks if she has any potions to spare for Lord Nigel, offering to pay whatever she asks. Elaine smiles gently and tells him she has no need for potions. She asks him to allow her to see his right arm, preparing to intervene directly. Placing her hand over his bandaged wound, she invokes a healing spell. A divine light gleams from her hand as her magic takes effect, stunning the injured man. Adolphe stares in disbelief at Elaine, shocked to witness her utilizing healing magic. Elaine vaguely confirms she is something like a healer while internally worrying that revealing her past as the saint might shock him. She unleashes a powerful, wide heal spell to cure everyone simultaneously, instructing them to help the most severely injured first. The soldiers marvel as their wounds vanish instantly and all pain disappears from their bodies. Elaine tries to brush off the miracle as unnecessary while the men look on in awe. Adolphe clutches her hands in gratitude, declaring she is a lifesaver and almost like the saint herself. Panic strikes Elaine as she fears he has already deduced her true identity upon hearing the word saint. Adolphe quickly clarifies he is just excited by her amazing magic, not that he actually knows who she is. Elaine breathes a sigh of relief, realizing her secret remains safe for now. Adolphe introduces himself formally and thanks Lady Elaine for saving their lives. While Adolphe insists on thanking her personally, Elaine feels awkward about being addressed as a lady. A handsome noble named Lord Nigel steps out of the carriage to join them. Nigel beams that he feels fit as a horse thanks to the magic, disregarding Adolphe's concern for his wounds. He asks for her name, feeling a sense of familiarity with Elaine, and expresses his deep gratitude. Nigel invites her to accompany them to their home country so he can properly repay the great debt they owe her. Elaine is caught off guard by the sudden invitation. Nigel explains they are from Linchigam and were attacked by a behemoth on the way home from a nearby town. Elaine realizes the gravity of the situation, noting that a behemoth is a terribly dangerous monster requiring a full party of adventurers to fight. Nigel admits they fought with everything they had but failed to defeat the beast and were forced to flee. He asks if she will join them to Linchigam, a proposal Elaine finds tempting since she was already headed there. Elaine hesitates, feeling she didn't do enough to deserve such repayment. Nigel insists passionately, claiming it goes against his principles to let such an incredible healing spell go unthanked. The soldiers join in the praise, while Elaine recalls how no one in her homeland, not even Prince Claude, ever thanked her for her efforts. Receiving genuine gratitude from Nigel and the others feels strange and unfamiliar to her. Nigel warns that traveling alone with just a coachman is dangerous since the behemoth is likely still nearby. Elaine considers her barrier magic sufficient protection but admits the behemoth sounds scary. Nigel offers a pact where they will protect her with everything they have if she agrees to heal them when injured. He frames the arrangement as mutually advantageous and asks for her agreement. Elaine realizes she can use her barrier to protect Nigel's party as well, deciding she can't leave them to fend for themselves. She accepts the proposal, agreeing to join forces with them. With a polite bow, Elaine agrees to impose on them for a bit, causing Nigel to beam with happiness. Nigel expresses how very glad he is to have her company. He suddenly squeezes her hands tightly in a burst of emotion. He admits that he would have hated to say goodbye to her so soon. Seeing his face up close, Elaine is struck by how handsome Nigel is when he smiles. She blushes intensely and stammers a shy response to his warmth. Clutching her chest, Elaine wonders why her heart is racing, realizing she never felt this way around Prince Claude. Nigel orders the group to depart immediately and take precautions in case the behemoth strikes again. When questioned about the danger, Elaine dismisses it as just a hunch, keeping her barrier magic a secret. Meanwhile, the scene shifts ominously to the kingdom of Belkium. Claude locks the door with a click, turning to Letitia with a predatory grin as he declares they are finally alone together. Letitia beams with joy that Elaine is out of the picture, though she slyly asks if Claude should speak so ill of his former fiancée. Claude dismisses the concern, claiming he feels only happiness to be rid of the villain he was forced to marry by tradition. Letitia mentions she thought Elaine was smitten with him, but Claude waves his hand dismissively, stating he hated being the object of her affection. Caressing Letitia's face, Claude whispers that he intends to spend the entire night showing her just how smitten he is with her. Letitia blushes and giggles, telling the prince that she is eagerly looking forward to it. The atmosphere thickens as they lean in close, whispering each other's names in anticipation of a kiss. Suddenly, the door flies open with a loud bang as a guard bursts in, shouting frantically for His Highness. Claude and Letitia spring apart in shock, and the prince furiously hisses at the intruder for lacking the manners to knock. Glaring daggers, Claude warns the terrified guard that he better have a crisis to report to justify such an interruption. A blinding flash of light suddenly illuminates the room, cutting through the tension and silencing the prince. Claude stares out the window, his expression shifting from anger to utter confusion as he witnesses the source of the light. Violent bolts of lightning tear through the dark sky, striking the city buildings with deafening cracks. A deep, ominous rumble shakes the very foundations of the castle as the sky turns chaotic. The narrator declares that the harbinger of Belkium's total destruction has officially arrived upon them. Claude stands frozen in the middle of the room, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in reality as the guard trembles. The guard delivers the catastrophic news that a dragon has entered the royal capital, leaving Claude in disbelief. A massive dragon looms over the city spires, casting a terrifying shadow over the kingdom's fortifications. Claude stammers that dragons are reclusive and rarely seen, panic setting in as he questions why one would appear now. Narration explains that dragons are capable of breathing fire and turning everything in their path to ash with incomparable strength. It would take an army of 10,000 or an SS-class adventurer to even challenge the beast, whose scales are nearly impervious to damage. Claude realizes with horror that the SS-class adventurer Albert is away on expedition and the capital will burn before he can return. The guard desperately asks for orders while Letitia clings to Claude, her face pale with fear. Claude looks utterly defeated and nauseous, paralyzed by the realization that he has no means to stop the impending doom. Far from the chaos, Elaine hops out of a carriage in the peaceful town of Lynchigam to start her new life. The driver thanks her for her surprise healing magic, and she politely asks him to send her regards to the captain. As the carriage departs, Elaine quietly casts a protective barrier on it to ensure the driver returns home safely. A handsome man named Lord Nigel is tearfully welcomed back by a young woman who is relieved he returned in one piece. Elaine observes the touching reunion, noting Nigel's kindness, before he turns and acknowledges her presence. Nigel introduces Elaine to his people as the healer responsible for bringing everyone back without a single injury. The large town gates swing open as the gatekeeper thanks the healer and ushers them inside where everyone is waiting. A smiling guard welcomes them into the town, and Elaine politely returns the greeting as she enters. Observing the deference shown by the gatekeeper, Elaine deduces that Nigel is likely no ordinary lord. Nigel leans in close to ask if there is something on his face, causing Elaine to freeze up in sudden embarrassment. Flustered, Elaine stammers a denial, her heart pounding loudly in her chest as she struggles to maintain composure. She touches her burning cheeks, confused as to why her heart races uncontrollably whenever she looks at Nigel. Nigel breaks her trance by asking where her house is, and Elaine looks up, still blushing. He explains that his place is in the center of town and warns her that there might be a slight commotion upon arrival. They enter a bustling square where a massive crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the return of Lord Nigel. Elaine watches in awe as the townspeople fawn over Nigel, praising his coolness and thanking him for everything. Nigel waves to a cheering crowd from the carriage, leaving Elaine bewildered by the massive gathering. Assuming Nigel is simply a benevolent noble, Elaine watches as he bashfully tries to calm the adoring public. The carriage arrives in Lynchigam, where Elaine marvels at the cityscape and points out a towering structure in the distance. Nigel casually explains that the imposing building is the royal residence where the king lives. Elaine speculates that Nigel must be from a favored noble family living near the castle as they draw closer to the gates. A sudden realization strikes Elaine, causing her eyes to widen in shock as the truth begins to dawn on her. The carriage comes to a halt as Nigel announces their arrival with a warm smile. Standing before the Grand Royal Palace, Nigel casually introduces the massive structure as his home. Flustered and blushing, Elaine scolds Nigel for hiding his identity as a prince of the realm. Nigel laughs off her indignation, teasingly asking if he really forgot to mention such a crucial detail. It becomes undeniable that he is Nigel Lynchigam, the crown prince and first in line for the throne. Though both are handsome princes, Nigel possesses a beloved aura that stands in stark contrast to the foolish Prince Claude. Overwhelmed by his status, Elaine tries to use formal titles, but Nigel requests she drop the formalities because he finds them stuffy. He insists on intimacy, reminding Elaine that he owes her his life and wouldn't be here without her. Elaine hesitates, blushing deeply as she processes his sincere request. Nigel confesses that formal titles always made him feel isolated, even when he was known as the Saint. Understanding his loneliness, Elaine agrees to continue calling him by his given name. A beaming smile spreads across Nigel's face as he thanks her for granting his personal request. The tender moment is interrupted by a rhythmic knocking at the door. A maid named Abby enters to welcome Nigel home, expressing relief that he survived the behemoth encounter. Nigel introduces Elaine as the skilled healer who saved him, while Abby silently admires Elaine's beauty. Turning his attention back to family matters, Nigel prepares to introduce Elaine to his father. The King of Lynchigam makes a comical entrance, striking a pose behind his smiling son. Nigel eagerly invites Elaine to meet the king, dismissing her concerns that she isn't worthy of such an audience. With a charming wink that makes Elaine's heart race, Nigel assures her that his father will take a liking to her. Ordering Abby to help Elaine freshen up from her travels, Nigel leaves to inform his father of their guest. Left alone with the maid, Elaine stands in stunned silence as she prepares for the next step. Recalling Claude's lies about Lynchigam's poverty, Elaine is shocked to find a bathhouse significantly larger than the one in Belkium. She delights in the luxury, noting that the high-quality shampoo contradicts everything she was told about the kingdom's economy. Sinking into the hot water, Elaine lets out a sigh of pure bliss as the tension leaves her body. The bath is so spacious she can swim and stretch her legs, enjoying the freedom of the massive tub. She realizes it has been ages since she enjoyed a leisurely soak, only to suddenly feel embarrassed by her own excitement. A wave of insecurity hits her as she wonders if she truly deserves such wonderful treatment. Abby attends to her, washing her hair and asking if the bath was enjoyable. Mortified that the maid heard her splashing, Elaine freezes as Abby notes how excited she seemed. Abby gently asks if Elaine has not had access to a bath like this before. Elaine explains that while she used to bathe daily when close to Prince Claude, such luxuries are usually reserved for nobility. As Claude's affection for her waned, he ruthlessly restricted her bathing privileges to once a week. Even then, Claude imposed a strict 5-minute time limit, turning a basic necessity into a source of stress. Bringing her back to the present comfort, Abby praises Elaine's lovely hair and admits to feeling jealous. Abby compliments Elaine's fair skin while applying makeup, making the young woman blush with humility. The maid insists she is not just being polite and genuinely calls Elaine beautiful, prompting a shy return of the compliment. Abby finishes the preparations and announces that she will help Lady Elaine into her dress. Elaine steps out in a stunning gown looking like a doll, and Abby gasps at her transformed appearance. Admiring the regal attire, Elaine feels the clothes are fit for a queen and wonders if the reflection is truly her. Abby notices Elaine's sudden silence and anxiously asks if she dislikes the outfit. Elaine quickly clarifies she loves the dress but is simply overwhelmed with emotion, relieving the worried maid. She expresses anxiety about a commoner meeting the king, but Abby argues it is natural for a rescuer to be honored. Abby reassuringly smiles and insists that the king treats commoners and nobility with equal respect. Elaine wonders why she remains so nervous and cannot shake her lingering anxiety despite the kind words. As she spirals into fear about offending the monarch or disappointing him, her thoughts become a panic. Abby suddenly interrupts the negative spiral by pulling Elaine into a warm, comforting hug. The maid promises the king will be in awe of her beauty and tells her she has absolutely nothing to worry about. Relaxing into the warmth, Elaine realizes how long it has been since she was last held by another person. Overcome with relief and emotion, she tears up and whispers Abby's name. Abby offers another hug if the nerves return, squeezing Elaine tightly until she can barely breathe while mentioning Lord Nigel's return. Elaine thanks Abby for the support, feeling her nervousness fade as she finally feels ready to meet His Majesty. Meanwhile, Prince Claude and a guard watch helplessly as a dragon circles the capital amidst rumbling thunder. A terrified girl named Letitia clings to Claude, shaking with fear as she stares at the sky. Claude holds her close to comfort her and promises that he will handle the situation. The guard asks about the damage, but Claude snaps at him to be quiet and read the room to avoid scaring Letitia further. While the guard pleads for direction, Claude admits he is unsure what the dragon is thinking. Claude insists the decision belongs to the king or knights since he lacks battle experience and cannot lead them. Deciding to prioritize Letitia, Claude leaves the defense to the guard and walks away to a more important place. He arrives at a secure door and slams it open to seek safety. Ignoring the guard pounding on the door outside, Claude secures himself and Letitia inside the room. Claude reveals they are in the royal underground shelter and can stay there safely until the danger passes. He wonders aloud why a dragon has suddenly appeared, noting the unprecedented nature of the event. A grim thought crosses his mind that this might be merely the prologue to the kingdom's destruction. Elaine stands nervously beside her handsome escort in the grand hall, awaiting the king's address. The king sits on his throne and offers his sincere gratitude to Elaine for the noble act of saving his son, Nigel. Elaine bows gracefully and expresses her deep gratitude for the king's kind words. Her escort whispers for her to relax, and the king cheerfully insists she drop the formalities and treat him like an old man. Encouraged by the friendly atmosphere and her companion's smile, Elaine tries to calm her nerves. The king asks her to name her heart's desire so he can prepare a reward for her without delay. Elaine thinks carefully, worried that refusing a reward might be seen as an insult to the crown. She tentatively asks if it would be possible to arrange a place for her to live within the city. Explaining that as a traveling healer she finds the country wonderful, she wishes to settle there for a while. The king agrees to provide an abode and cover her living expenses, granting her request immediately. Elaine beams with joy at having secured shelter, while the king asks if she is sure that is enough. Nigel gazes at Elaine with admiration, confessing that he likes her more and more for her beauty and humility. Elaine stands stunned by the sudden compliment, her cheeks flushing as the atmosphere shifts between them. Nigel suddenly clears his throat and shifts to business, thanking her on behalf of the country for her help with the behemoth investigation. Elaine humbly accepts his gratitude, insisting that she only did what was necessary to help. Visibly nervous, Nigel admits he has a personal favor to ask and fidgets with hesitation. He reveals that the palace pet has fallen ill and asks if she would be willing to examine him. Nigel explains that their dear Ralph has been lethargic for days and no other healer has been able to cure him. Elaine immediately agrees to help, stating that checking on the sick animal is the least she can do. Grateful for her willingness, Nigel leads her toward the garden where Ralph is currently resting. Elaine freezes in her tracks, her eyes going wide as she stares at the creature before her. The pet is revealed to be a massive, terrifying Fenrir looming in the garden. Furious, Elaine demands to know why Nigel neglected to mention that his pet was a legendary monster. Nigel sheepishly apologizes, admitting he has a bad habit of leaving out important details just like his father. He tries to reassure her by explaining that Fenrirs are actually mild-mannered and rarely attack without cause. Nigel notes that while they are expensive and rare, some people do keep them as pets if the creature approves of them. Putting aside her shock, Elaine observes the Fenrir and notes that he indeed looks very under the weather. Nigel attempts to stop her as she moves forward, warning her that he should accompany her for safety. He explains that Ralph is extremely wary of humans and typically refuses to let anyone touch him. Elaine flashes a confident smile, assuring Nigel that the creature will let her near him without issue. She steps calmly toward the massive beast, showing absolutely no fear as she closes the distance. Gazing up at the giant wolf, she coos softly and calls him adorable. She gently places a hand on his fur, noting that his lack of reaction proves how awful he must be feeling. Suddenly distracted by the texture, Elaine finds herself burying her face in his fur and marveling at the fluffiness. She quickly snaps herself out of the trance, scolding herself for forgetting her duty to heal him. Focusing her energy, she activates her magic and begins the healing process with a soft glow. Narration explains that she can see auras when she heals, with clear colors indicating health and dark ones indicating illness. Elaine recoils slightly as she sees Ralph's aura is a swirling, murky black darkness. She realizes this is no simple sickness, which explains why ordinary healers failed to treat him. With a final burst of magic, she cleanses the ailment and cheerfully announces that he is all done. Nigel gasps in disbelief, stunned that she finished the treatment so incredibly quickly. Elaine ignores the shock and turns to the wolf, telling Ralph that he is free to move now. The massive beast slowly rises to his paws, shaking off the lethargy that had plagued him. Nigel watches in awe, remarking that he has never seen Ralph stand so quickly or allow a human to touch him. Elaine continues to pet the giant wolf, praising him as a good boy for behaving so well. To her surprise, the wolf suddenly speaks, complaining that her petting tickles him. Elaine chuckles and replies naturally, confirming that she can indeed hear his voice. Nigel stares at her in confusion, asking who she is speaking to since he hears nothing. Elaine realizes he can't hear it and explains that she possesses the ability to understand monsters and animals. She elaborates that experienced healers develop this power to better connect with the creatures they treat. Excited, Nigel begs her to translate his apology to Ralph for all the suffering he went through. Elaine clarifies to the giant wolf that she can understand him perfectly, serving as a bridge between the beast and the humans present. Speaking through Elaine, Ralph expresses deep gratitude to the king, acknowledging that the monarch did his utmost to help despite the kingdom's demands. The king is visibly relieved when Elaine translates Ralph's message that he holds no ill will regarding his condition. Seeing Ralph's happiness brings a wave of relief to Elaine, who is glad to know the creature's true feelings. Nigel silently observes the interaction, his intense gaze fixed squarely on Elaine's face. Elaine notices Nigel's unwavering stare and begins to sweat, fearing he is becoming suspicious of her true nature. Desperate to change the subject, Elaine exclaims that it has always been her dream to befriend a Fenrir and asks to pet him. Ralph graciously agrees because she saved his life, offering to give her a ride if she desires. The massive wolf lowers his body to the ground, allowing Elaine to approach and mount him. With a soft sound, Elaine settles herself onto the Fenrir's thick fur. Perched atop the legendary beast, Elaine lets out a sound of wonder at the height and feel of the ride. Ralph warns her to hold on tight so she doesn't fall off as he prepares to move. Elaine nervously asks him to be gentle, and Ralph begins to walk with a slow, rhythmic gait. Ralph reveals he was merely teasing about running fast, but then questions why she made a specific comment earlier. With a piercing look, the wolf asks her directly if she is the saint. He points out that no ordinary healer can speak to monsters and refuses to be tricked by her denial. Elaine realizes she has been exposed as Ralph confirms her identity through the divine magic he senses while she rides him. Understanding she is trying to hide her power, Ralph listens as Elaine begs him to keep her secret. Ralph agrees to silence, charmingly noting that secrets add to a woman's allure, which leaves Elaine wondering where he learned such lines. Elaine reassures herself that even if Ralph knows, the secret is safe since she is the only one who can understand him. Nigel watches the pair, astounded that the usually distrustful Ralph is allowing a stranger to ride him so quickly. The king beams with delight, noting that Elaine's abilities go far beyond healing if she can warm the heart of a Fenrir. He praises her further, remarking on how she continues to prove herself remarkable in new ways. Despite the praise, Elaine feels the weight of Nigel's gaze and knows he remains suspicious of her. She internally gripes that women generally dislike men who obsess over every little detail. She admits to herself that she would never actually voice that complaint to the prince. Elaine smiles warmly and wraps her arms around Ralph's neck, enjoying the closeness with the legendary creature. The grand architecture of the royal palace stands tall, a testament to the kingdom's history and power. Turning to serious matters, the king asks Elaine to explain the cause of Ralph's terrible condition. He asks if it was an illness, but Elaine firmly corrects him, stating that Ralph was not sick. Nigel and the king are shocked when Elaine reveals that Ralph was suffering under the influence of something far more terrible. With a serious expression, Elaine declares that the Fenrir was afflicted by a curse. The king and Nigel repeat the word in disbelief, struggling to process the diagnosis. Elaine explains that these spells harm their targets by utilizing the power of a deep-seated grudge. She elaborates that such dark magic causes terrible suffering and cannot be cured by standard healing magic. Elaine emphasizes the severity of the situation, noting that curses have terrible complications that baffle normal healers. She lists the methods to break a curse, mentioning disenchanters or the healing power of a saint blessed by the goddess. The third method involves cutting the curse at its source, though finding the origin of the grudge is often a fool's errand. The king ponders how Ralph could have been cursed, while Elaine stands firm in her diagnosis despite not knowing the source. The king is amazed she was the only one to realize the truth, but Elaine defends the others by noting the curse was well hidden. The king concludes the meeting by declaring an immediate investigation into the curse and thanking Elaine for her assistance. Elaine stands in silence, her mind already racing with dark theories about the nature of the curse she just lifted. She considers the possibility that the magic was cast by someone with hostile intent toward the king himself. Reasoning that a flawed curse might have latched onto Ralph by mistake, she frantically tries to deduce why the king wasn't the direct target. Nigel interrupts her thoughts to ask if she is a disenchanter, noting that usually only specialists can lift such curses. Elaine freezes, realizing she completely failed to account for that logical inconsistency in her cover story. Panic sets in as she loudly claims to be a healer who just happens to break curses too, insisting it is not uncommon. Nigel stares at her with narrow eyes, making Elaine sweat under the pressure of his growing suspicion. She chastises herself for her poor lying skills and realizes she desperately needs to work out a better backstory later. The king claps his hands to dispel the gloomy atmosphere and shift the conversation forward. He graciously invites Elaine to stay at the castle for the night while they search for a permanent residence for her. Elaine is relieved since her funds are paltry, while the king apologizes that they cannot provide a large room immediately. Nigel smiles warmly and welcomes her, reinforcing the offer for her to stay with them. Elaine bows respectfully and accepts the generous offer to remain within the castle walls. Knight Captain Curtis watches the sky with dread, blaming the dragon's arrival on the prince's banishment of her holiness. He explains that the saint's barrier was the only thing protecting their country from the surrounding dungeons and woods until now. Fury rises in him as he recalls how his highness ruined that peace by driving the saint away. Checking his anger, Curtis admits there is no point in assigning blame now that he relied too heavily on her protection. A soldier reports the dragon is acting oddly, and Curtis grimly accepts that he is reaping what he sowed. Observing that the beast is merely circling without attacking, Curtis deduces it wants to communicate. Ignoring his subordinate's warnings of recklessness, Curtis decides to go out and meet the dragon alone. He reasons that the intelligent creature could have already destroyed the capital if it wished, so negotiation is their only option. Curtis insists that bringing an army would only provoke the beast and orders his men to focus on diplomacy. Declaring his life belongs to the country, he orders the guard to signal reinforcements only if the negotiations fail. The guard wishes him Godspeed, and Curtis walks toward his fate, ready to die for his kingdom. The looming spires of the cathedral stand silent under the shadow of the approaching threat. Curtis confronts the massive dragon, trembling slightly before the intimidating beast. He shouts up at the creature, demanding to know its aim and what brings it to their country. The massive head of the dragon swivels down to focus its gaze on the lone knight. Sensing power emanating from Curtis, the dragon deems him fit to speak and asks if he represents the humans. Curtis hears the dragon's voice in his head as it asks a single, terrifying question regarding the location of the saint. The captain is stunned that the beast is asking specifically about Lady Elaine. He realizes the dragon noticed the barrier's collapse and came to check on her, fearing that revealing her banishment will doom the country. Caught in a dilemma between lying and the truth, Curtis panics as he realizes they cannot escape destruction. The dragon senses his hesitation and confirms she is gone, forcing Curtis to brace himself for a head-on confrontation. The beast looms over the castle, stating it came solely to see what had become of the saint after the barrier disappeared. Unleashing its power, the dragon demands to know if Curtis understands the implications of her absence. Curtis flinches as the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's wrath bears down on him. Soldiers lie defeated in the rubble as Curtis realizes he gave the wrong answer and triggered the worst-case scenario. He watches in horror, understanding that the dragon is about to destroy the kingdom for the sake of the saint. A playful giggle echoes in the dragon's memory as it recalls how the saint's voice was its one true solace in a lonely existence. The Knight Captain Curtis stares in bewilderment, his eyes wide as he tries to process the dragon's sudden shift in demeanor. In a flashback, the dragon reveals that the saint communicated telepathically with him over great distances to ease his isolation. Curtis is floored by the revelation that Elaine had been secretly discussing the castle's affairs with a legendary beast. The dragon narrows its eyes, declaring that there can be only two logical reasons why its beloved companion would abandon the kingdom. It proposes the first possibility, that she left of her own accord, but immediately dismisses it, knowing her kind nature would never abandon the people. With terrifying certainty, the dragon concludes the second option must be the truth. Someone forced her out and banished her. Looming over the trembling knight, the beast demands to know if its deduction is mistaken. Curtis stammers helplessly, sweat pouring down his face as he stands paralyzed before the colossal predator. The dragon reveals Elaine described Curtis as a waste of a good face, but kind, shocking the knight that she spoke of him by name. Changing its tone, the dragon admits it never intended to destroy the country, only to investigate the disappearance of its friend. A dark aura surrounds the beast as it demands the name of the bully who banished the saint so it can deliver punishment. Curtis is cornered, the dragon's eyes boring into him as it roars for him to reveal the identity of the fool responsible. Desperate, Curtis wonders if he can lie to protect his prince, but his mind involuntarily flashes to Claude. The dragon's eyes snap wide as it instantly reads the knight's surface thoughts, confirming that Claude is the culprit. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon commends Curtis for his loyalty in not speaking the name aloud, recognizing him as a true shield. The massive creature takes to the sky with a gust of wind, leaving Curtis alone on the ramparts. Curtis collapses to his knees in relief but quickly realizes the dragon hasn't left the capital, feeling its overwhelming presence nearby. Inside the castle corridors, a pair of feet land softly on the floor as the dragon infiltrates in human form. He grumbles about the inconvenience of his human body but vows not to delay the punishment any longer. Meanwhile, Elaine stands gaping in the doorway of her new room, shocked that this massive space is not a dance hall but a bedroom. She stares in awe at the canopy bed fit for a princess, feeling completely overwhelmed by Nigel's hospitality. Unable to resist, she dives face first onto the mattress with a soft poof, reveling in the luxury. Though she knows she should change, the bed is so plush and inviting that she surrenders to its comfort immediately. Lying there, reality sets in as she realizes her funds are meager and she must find a way to survive on her own. She considers working at a hospital since she can use healing magic, but fears revealing her identity as the saint. Imagining herself in a cute uniform, she ponders working at a restaurant or a bakery since she enjoys baking. Doubts creep in as she realizes she has zero real-world experience or customer service skills to support herself. Exhaustion finally overtakes her worries, and her eyes begin to close as she drifts into a doze. A sudden knock at the door startles her awake, and she flushes bright red as Nigel asks for a moment of her time. Elaine panics, scrambling to make herself presentable while shouting for him to wait just a second. Nigel smiles warmly when she finally opens the door, teasing her by asking if she was just excited to see him. He suddenly blushes and stammers, quickly correcting himself that he actually has something important to discuss. Elaine notices his flustered state while Nigel tries to recover his cool composure with a nervous laugh. Regaining his seriousness, Nigel asks if she would mind accompanying him to a place where they won't be overheard. Noting his grave expression, Elaine realizes this isn't a trivial matter and agrees to follow him. He leads her to a balcony overlooking the city, where the night view of Lynchagam sparkles like a sea of jewels. Elaine gasps in wonder, her eyes wide as she takes in the breathtaking scenery spread out before her. Nigel stands beside her, watching her reaction with a gentle smile as she asks if this is really where they are going to talk. He explains that it was a long, hard road to build the city to this point, but it is finally thriving thanks to the help of his people. Nigel smiles warmly at Elaine, admitting that her words bring him genuine happiness. Shifting the mood, Nigel asks if she is aware of a certain legend regarding her homeland of Belkium. Feigning ignorance, Elaine asks him to explain the tale as if hearing it for the first time. Nigel reveals the core of the legend, stating that Belkium is home to a powerful saint. He explains that this saint created a protective barrier that allowed the nation to flourish into a global power. Elaine tries to dismiss it as mere superstition, claiming such a person couldn't possibly exist. Nigel counters by noting that the saint is also renowned for healing the people of all ailments. Cutting through her deflection, Nigel locks eyes with her and asks directly if she is that saint. Elaine's heart pounds in her chest as the weight of his question hangs in the air. Panic sets in as she mentally scrambles for an excuse, wondering how her cover was blown so easily. Seeing her flustered reaction, Nigel gently confirms that her response has given him the answer. He explains that he deduced the truth because they encountered no monsters on their journey, implying a barrier. Nigel points out that breaking Ralph's curse was a feat far beyond the abilities of an ordinary healer. He recalls how she healed them after the behemoth attack, leaving Elaine no choice but to apologize for her deception. Elaine lowers her head in defeat, preparing to face the consequences of her secret being revealed. With a heavy heart, she admits that his deductions are correct and confirms she is indeed the saint. Nigel asks why she was traveling alone in a carriage, sensing there is more to her story. Upon hearing she was banished, Nigel erupts in anger at the foolishness of the Prince of Belkium. He is incredulous that her engagement was broken and she was cast aside despite her immense power. Elaine apologizes for the trouble and prepares to leave, though she secretly feels touched by his indignation on her behalf. She resigns herself to a life of wandering, believing she must flee whenever her identity is discovered. A wave of loneliness washes over her as she wonders if there is any place in the world where she truly belongs. Nigel interrupts her spiraling thoughts, asking her gently what she actually wants to do right now. Elaine pauses, startled by the question as she considers her own desires for the first time in forever. She confesses that she doesn't need luxury, but simply yearns for a place where she can feel at home. Tears prick her eyes as she admits she just wants to live in genuine peace without fear. She hesitantly asks if Lynchagam could be that place, though she fears bringing her problems to his doorstep. Elaine worries Claude might cause trouble, but Nigel dismisses the Belkium prince as having no authority here. With a confident smile, Nigel encourages her to stay, assuring her that she is welcome. He recites a generational family motto about never abandoning a friend in need, no matter the hardship. When Elaine questions if they are friends, Nigel jokes that he would be in trouble with his people if he didn't help her. He confirms their friendship without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt in her mind. Elaine is overcome with emotion, touched by his unwavering support and kindness. Nigel reassures her that helping her is not an issue, especially since she was unjustly forced from her home. He teasingly asks if she thinks his kingdom is too stingy to support a saint, lightening the mood. Nigel mentions he has a personal matter to discuss with his father but reiterates his desire for her to stay. Blushing slightly, he confesses that the true reason he wants her to stay is that he wishes to spend more time with her. Meanwhile, back in Belkium, soldiers scramble in panic as an intruder breaches their defenses. A mysterious figure tears through the guards with terrifying speed and power. The intruder dismisses the resistance as trifling, signaling a new threat rising from the shadows. Soldiers gasp in shock as a blinding flash of magic strikes them down before they can react. Bodies hit the floor with heavy thuds as a red-haired intruder strolls casually through the defeated guards. The mage mocks the soldiers for falling so easily to his sleeping spell while checking one of the fallen men. He pauses in surprise upon noticing that one guard has managed to resist the magic and remains standing. The guard lunges with his sword, but the mage effortlessly catches him by the throat to stop the attack. Tightening his grip, the intruder demands to know exactly where Prince Claude is hiding. The guard refuses to speak, determined to hold the enemy here while the prince takes refuge in the underground shelter. A wicked grin spreads across the mage's face as he realizes the guard's internal thoughts have revealed the prince's location. He drops the unconscious soldier, scoffing that a prince should fight instead of hiding in a shelter. The mage sighs with disdain, claiming he simply cannot understand the behavior of cowardly humans. Deciding to pay the prince a visit personally, he turns and walks deeper into the castle halls. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Nigel catches Elaine off guard by confessing he wants to spend more time with her. Elaine blushes furiously, completely shocked and speechless at his sudden affectionate declaration. She stammers in confusion, unable to comprehend what Nigel could possibly mean by such words. Nigel stands opposite her under the night sky, creating an intimate atmosphere that leaves Elaine flustered. Taking her hand, he admits that he has thought she was beautiful from the very moment he first saw her. Elaine panics and insists she doesn't need to be a saint or use healing magic to deserve such praise. Nigel interrupts her rambling to earnestly ask if she would do him the honor of staying by his side. Realizing he might be overwhelming her, he quickly apologizes for getting too worked up and causing alarm. Elaine looks away shyly, admitting she knows he is flattering her but simply doesn't know how to react. She clutches her racing heart, worrying that anyone overhearing them might misunderstand the situation. Nigel gently clarifies that he didn't mean to imply anything improper, though he looks slightly embarrassed. He asks Elaine what she thinks about staying in their nation forever, reiterating his hope that she settles there. Elaine smiles warmly and agrees to stay in Lynchagam for the time being since he insists. She bows politely to express her excitement about living in his country, while Nigel watches her fondly. Nigel beams with delight, telling her he is personally happy to have her here and thanking her. He suggests that she live in the castle for a while if she is willing to accept the offer. When Elaine hesitates, Nigel points out she might struggle finding housing in town and encourages her to stay until settled. Elaine feels guilty about his kindness, but Nigel insists it is the least he can do for the savior who protected them. He offers his help with anything she needs, calling her a sweet girl as she gratefully accepts. Nigel smiles radiantly as they thank each other again, solidifying their arrangement for her stay. Noting the late hour, he offers to escort her back to her room to avoid any potential gossip. Elaine is surprised by his gentlemanly conduct as he extends a hand to guide her back inside. She accepts his offer to escort her, agreeing to return to her room for the night. Nigel smiles at her with such genuine warmth that Elaine finds herself completely captivated. She reflects on how helpless she feels against his charm, realizing he has swept her along since they met. Her heart pounds in her chest as she stares at him, wondering what has come over her. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter of Belkium Kingdom, a heavy iron door stands sealed shut. Prince Claude assures Letitia they are safe in the dark shelter and asks if she can bear it for a while. Letitia smiles bravely and thanks him, reassuring the young prince that she can endure the conditions. Letitia trembles with worry about their safety, prompting Prince Claude to ask her to erect a barrier around the shelter just in case. Claude explains that while unlikely, if the dragon were to breach the castle, the locked door alone would be insufficient insurance. Flashing a confident wink, Letitia assures him she will have a protective barrier up in no time at all. Claude watches in awe as Letitia begins her incantation, mesmerized by what he perceives as a display of pure divinity. Convinced by this display, Claude internally mocks Elaine as a fake, believing Letitia's ability to use holy magic proves she is the true saint. Letitia finishes the spell with a sigh of exhaustion, and Claude immediately praises her work, feeling they can finally rest easy. The sounds of knights fighting the dragon echo from outside, and Letitia nervously wishes for the ruckus to just die down already. A sudden, sharp snapping sound cuts through the air, causing Letitia to freeze in shock as her barrier shatters. The shelter door creaks open ominously, leaving Claude stunned and Letitia stammering in confusion about her failed barrier. A stranger's foot steps casually into the room, leaving the prince and his saint staring in utter bewilderment. A man with wild hair enters, complaining that he wasted far too much time trying to locate their hiding spot. He gripes that his human form is cumbersome and limits him to a mere tenth of his true magic power. Claude breaks into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend how this intruder bypassed the locked door and Letitia's barrier. Letitia stares in horror, realizing that the overwhelming magical pressure radiating from this man is unmistakably that of a dragon. The intruder laughs heartily, confirming their worst fears by announcing that he is indeed a dragon. When Claude questions his appearance, the dragon explains his human form is trivial and mocks Letitia's barrier as nothing out of the ordinary. Letitia screeches that no barrier can withstand a dragon, but he counters that hers was horribly weak compared to Elaine's. He dismisses the barrier talk, telling Claude he should feel regret because his current predicament is solely due to banishing the true saint. Without warning, the dragon reaches out and violently grabs the prince by the face. He slams Claude down, ignoring the prince's struggles as he declares he has a question to ask. Claude screams for his guards to save him, but the dragon coldly informs him that everyone outside is unconscious. As Claude curses his useless knights, The dragon scorns him for hiding instead of leading his men on the front lines. With a rough yank, the dragon pulls the terrified prince closer to his face. Glaring intensely, he demands confirmation that Claude is the one who banished the saint. Claude stammers, asking if he means the fake saint, Elaine, which only confuses the dragon further. Desperate to justify himself, Claude insists she was a villainess who lied about her identity to steal tax money. The dragon reveals Elaine predicted this outcome, having told him exactly how foolish the prince truly was. Fed up with the lies, the dragon delivers a swift punch to Claude's face, silencing his excuses. Claude crumples to the floor, groaning in agony from the blow. As the prince writhes and complains of the pain, the dragon looks down with disdain and calls him dramatic. The beast scoffs that he only gave him a small tap and asks why he is moaning so much. He grabs Claude by the hair again, forcing him to look up and listen. The dragon declares Elaine is the true saint, citing that her powerful barrier was the only thing keeping him out of the town until now. His eyes glowing with fury, he vows not to tolerate their poor treatment of the woman he likes. Letitia suddenly intervenes, shouting that she will save Claude as she prepares a spell. She unleashes her magic at the dragon, but he watches the attack with an unimpressed expression. The dragon smirks, informing her that such feeble magic won't work on him after he tasted her weak barrier earlier. To Letitia's shock, her holy magic begins to distort and turn into a swirling black darkness in her hands. The dark energy sizzles and crackles, revealing the true, corrupted nature of her power. The dragon observes the dark aura with sudden realization, finally understanding the truth behind the saint's power. Letitia poses playfully with a small doll of Prince Claude, holding a finger to her lips in a gesture of secrecy. The intruder effortlessly nullifies Letitia's magic before she can cast it, realizing instantly that she possesses the power of a saint. Mocking her futile attempt, the man clenches his fist and tells her that her incomplete invocation is meaningless. Letitia flinches in shock as the air around her shatters with a deafening crack. Realizing the intruder blocked the magic, Prince Claude trembles in fear at the overwhelming power standing before them. The man coldly deduces that Letitia lacks true holy power and instead wields a different kind of magic entirely. He grabs Claude and taunts Letitia, warning that her sinister magic could have easily killed the prince if he hadn't intervened. With a dark smirk, the intruder asks if killing the prince was her plan all along, leaving Letitia speechless. Claude desperately defends Letitia, shouting that she is a kind saint who would never do something so dangerous. The man glares at the foolish prince with eyes full of contempt and terrifying intensity. He tightens his grip on Claude's neck, making the prince flinch and gasp for air. With a brutal motion, the man shoves Claude aside, dismissing him as a physical threat. Looming over the terrified prince, the intruder insults Claude's boundless idiocy. Claude clutches his head in sheer panic, convinced that he is about to be killed by this monster. To their surprise, the man turns away and announces he is leaving the country since Elaine is no longer there. Claude stammers, asking if they are being spared, but the man smirks ominously over his shoulder. The intruder declares that their true nightmare has only just begun, predicting the kingdom's imminent downfall. He reveals that dangerous entities have been watching the nation for a long time, waiting for an opening. The man drops the bombshell that the greater demons are the ones targeting the kingdom. Claude stares in disbelief, refusing to accept such a ridiculous and terrifying possibility. The intruder explains that the capital's wealth, magical items, and large population make it the perfect testing ground for the demons. As Claude envisions the horror, the man warns that the demons will be far more merciless than he ever was. Confused and terrified, Claude demands to know why the demons would choose to attack now. The man reveals that Elaine's barrier and his own presence were the only things holding the demons back. He explains that a standoff had existed around Belkium, preventing the demons from making their move until now. As the man prepares to walk out the door, Claude stands frozen, struggling to grasp the implications. The intruder warns that with him gone, the demons will attack at any moment, and he will no longer stand in their way. Refusing to dirty his hands with the blood of a fool, the man declares he has no reason to lie and leaves them to their fate. The heavy door slams shut, leaving Claude and Letitia alone in the deafening silence of the aftermath. Trembling, Claude turns to Letitia and tries to reassure her that they are safe now that the man has left. Though visibly shaken by the intruder's warning, Claude forces a brave face and claims he is all right. Seeking comfort, Claude buries his face in Letitia's chest, declaring that surviving the immediate crisis is a victory. He tells her not to worry, unaware of the dark expression forming on Letitia's face. Letitia embraces him tightly, vowing with a sinister look that she will never let such havoc descend on them again. The narrator ominously notes that a greater tragedy awaits the kingdom because Claude underestimated the severity of the situation. Meanwhile in Lynchigam, Elaine wakes up with a big yawn, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. A knock at the door startles her as she realizes the luxury around her proves yesterday wasn't a dream. As the maid asks for permission to enter, Elaine marvels at the sheer size of the royal guest room. Abby enters with a cheerful morning greeting, noting that Elaine is up quite early. The maid presents a stack of freshly cleaned clothes, teasing that Elaine can't leave the room without them. Abby the maid assists Elaine with her dress, politely dismissing the saint's gratitude as merely part of her service duties. Elaine blushes furiously and insists she can dress herself, but Abby calmly requests that she entrust herself to her care. The maid finishes the adjustments with professional ease, smoothing out the fabric while Elaine stands nervously. Elaine thanks Abby again for doing all the work, though she feels she didn't need to do so much. Abby beams a radiant smile, declaring that as a maid, she considers it an honor to have her work appreciated. The conversation shifts to Lord Nigel, with Abby praising his fine character and how considerate he is despite his royal status. Elaine recalls the people's adoration for him, agreeing that he is a perfect fit to be the future king. Assuming such a perfect man must have a fiancée, Elaine jokes that she envies his future wife, unlike the partner of that idiot prince. Abby reveals with a surprised expression that Nigel actually does not have a fiancée. She explains that a past incident has made him distrustful of women, though she cannot divulge the specific details. Elaine apologizes for prying into personal matters, but Abby suggests she simply ask Lord Nigel directly if she is curious. Left with her thoughts, Elaine wonders about the mystery behind Nigel's past. She suddenly realizes with a flush of embarrassment that she felt relief upon hearing he had no fiancée. Abby announces she is heading off to feed Ralph his breakfast, shifting the topic away from romance. Elaine eagerly asks to join her, and Abby agrees, noting that the Fenrir seems to enjoy the saint's company. Excitement bubbles over for Elaine as she begs to be taken along for more fluffy cuddle times. Abby smiles at Elaine's innocent excitement, remarking on the beautiful girl's childish sense of wonder. The scene shifts to the quiet courtyard where the great beast resides. Ralph's ears twitch as he senses the approach of his mealtime. The Fenrir notices Elaine and asks if she hasn't gone home yet, to which she replies she is staying for a while. Ralph admits he is happy she is staying because he gets bored with no one to talk to. Abby arrives with the food bucket, and Ralph declares he is famished and ready to eat. The maid sets down the meal, preparing to feed the hungry beast. Elaine watches Ralph devour the boar meat and asks Abby if she can help with the feeding. She pulls out a hard object and asks Abby if she can give it to Ralph. Elaine looks closer at the item in her hand, realizing it resembles a simple piece of wood. Sniffing it, she doubts her senses, unable to believe what the object actually is. Abby confirms it is katsuobushi, a dried fish block that happens to be one of Ralph's favorites. Ralph eagerly demands the golden wood block, while telling Elaine to drop the formalities and call him by his name. Elaine grips the hard-dried fish, unsure of the proper protocol for feeding a legendary beast. She flings the block across the courtyard, shouting for Ralph to go get it like a common dog. Ralph instinctively dashes after the flying treat with lightning speed. He returns with the fish in his mouth, confused and asking why she threw his food away. Elaine giggles and pets him as a reward, and Ralph admits the sensation is addictive. Abby watches the bonding moment from the sidelines, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy that Ralph likes Elaine so much. Nigel suddenly appears in the doorway, calling out for Elaine with a sense of urgency. Elaine stammers nervously upon seeing him, her heart racing as she remembers their intimate moment from yesterday. Nigel bows his head and earnestly asks her to lend them her power. Elaine blinks in confusion at the sudden request, while Abby watches the interaction silently. Grabbing her hand, Nigel calls her a lifesaver, and Elaine agrees to help even though she doesn't fully understand the situation. Nigel grabs Elaine's hand and pulls her along, apologizing that he has no time to explain the situation as they run. Confusion washes over Elaine as she struggles to keep up with his urgent pace and asks what is happening. She wonders what could possibly be happening to warrant such panic as they rush through the winding corridors. Elaine recalls that Nigel burst in while she was feeding Ralph, dragging her away without a moment's notice. Catching her breath, she asks Nigel where exactly they are running to in such a hurry. Nigel barely looks back as he answers that they are heading straight for the barracks. Elaine is puzzled, questioning why they would need to go to the place where the knights are stationed. Nigel explains that many knights have been injured and he hopes she can lend her abilities to help them. Seeing Nigel's rare anxiety, Elaine realizes the situation must be truly serious. She immediately agrees to help, prompting Nigel to thank her as they hurry toward the entrance. They arrive at a large building, and Nigel grimly announces that they have reached their destination. Elaine gasps in horror as she steps inside and witnesses the chaotic scene of suffering before her. Cries for healers and potions fill the air as medical staff struggle to treat the deep, bleeding wounds. Nigel calls out to Adolf, while Elaine notes with dread that the situation is far worse than she imagined. Adolf reports that they are critically low on supplies and healers, fearing fatalities if things continue this rate. Elaine recognizes the captain from their previous encounter, realizing he is the one in charge. Adolf notices Elaine and apologizes, mistakenly assuming she is there because she is injured as well. He suddenly points a finger in shock, recognizing her as the saint from before, which Elaine frantically denies. Adolf laughs weakly, admitting he lost his edge and ended up injured, telling her she doesn't need to explain. Elaine clenches her fist in determination, declaring that she will heal his wounds immediately. She places a hand on his arm, channeling her magic until a warm glow begins to emanate from the injury. Adolf watches in awe as the pain vanishes and the wound closes up before his eyes. He exclaims that she really is a saint, but Elaine tries to hush him while Nigel scolds them for bickering. Elaine turns to the room full of injured men, announcing she will heal everyone else without delay. Spreading her arms wide, she casts a powerful wide heal spell to cover the entire area. Adolf and Nigel stare in stunned silence as the magic begins to take effect across the room. Knights shout in surprise as their pain disappears and their wounds begin to knit together instantly. The other healers watch in disbelief, worrying that even Elaine might struggle with so many critical patients at once. They fear the spell won't work on the deepest wounds, noting that there are more severe injuries than last time. Undeterred by the difficulty, Elaine focuses her mind and intensifies the flow of her magic. A blinding flash of light erupts from her, bathing the entire barracks in a brilliant, holy glow. The knights feel the light growing stronger and more reassuring, washing away their pain and fear. Elaine closes her eyes in concentration, pouring her true holy power into the spell to save them all. Bandages unravel and fall to the floor as the wounds beneath them vanish completely. The knights inspect their bodies in amazement, finding not a single scratch left on their skin. Elaine breathes a sigh of relief, happy that she managed to heal everyone as the room erupts in chatter. Adolf thanks her with a flushed face, astounded that she healed so many grave injuries in an instant. Elaine blushes and waves off the praise, insisting she only did what anyone would have done in her place. She suddenly flinches as a wall of tall, grateful knights surrounds her from all sides. The men shower her with thanks and praise, marveling at the marvelous power hidden in such a small person. Overwhelmed by the soldiers' praise, Elaine covers her face in embarrassment as she struggles to handle the sudden wave of admiration. Captain Curtis steps in to commend her, causing Elaine to recall her past abuse where she was scolded for taking even a single break. Seeing the troops smiling and happy, Elaine realizes for the first time that her powers can bring joy rather than just burden. Nigel thanks her with a warm smile, praising her amazing abilities while Elaine beams with delight at being helpful. Addressing the gathered army, Nigel introduces Elaine as a skilled healer who has come to their aid due to personal circumstances. He commands his men to express their gratitude, declaring that they owe their lives to her timely intervention. Nigel formally thanks the troops on behalf of His Majesty for their bravery in protecting the country. The soldiers erupt in cheers as Nigel promises to prepare a fine reward for their valiant efforts without delay. Elaine watches Nigel with a captivated expression, impressed by the natural authority he commands. She admires him as a true royal, noting how he stands before his troops to lift their spirits and lead them. Realizing she has been staring, Elaine flinches in panic when Nigel suddenly turns his gaze toward her. Nigel winks playfully and presses a finger to his lips, silently reminding her to keep her identity a secret. The lethal charm of his wink sends Elaine collapsing to the ground in a flustered heap as a soldier asks if she is all right. Recovering from the shock, Elaine listens as the knights discuss the recent surge in monster activity. A knight explains that while monster incidents are periodic, the number of beasts this time was unexpectedly high. He grimly admits that the overwhelming force caused many injuries, compelling them to withdraw from the fight. Elaine realizes the gravity of the threat, understanding that the monsters will breach the town if not stopped. The knight confirms that their priority is to block the monsters' entry to buy time for a counter-strategy. With a determined look, Elaine volunteers her assistance, suggesting that her magic might be the solution. The knights and Nigel stare at her in blank confusion, unable to comprehend how a healer could solve a defensive crisis. Elaine and Nigel walk through a grand hall, heading toward a vantage point to assess the situation. Nigel asks if she is certain about this, but Elaine firmly states that creating a barrier is the least she can do. She spreads out a map of the Lynchigam territory, preparing to calculate the scale of the magic required. Nigel questions if she can cover such an expansive area, but Elaine confidently assures him it is more than enough. She explains that she maintained a barrier over the royal capital for years, so this smaller area will be no issue. Stepping forward, Elaine raises her hands and begins to channel her power, filling the space with light. She describes the delicate process of imagining a membrane around the subject, noting that a single mistake would shatter it. With intense focus, she carefully pours her magic into the construct, spreading the invisible shield across the land. The light fades as Elaine turns back with a bright smile to announce that the barrier is complete. Nigel is stunned by her speed, unable to believe she finished such a monumental task in only 2 hours. He looks around anxiously, admitting he is worried because he cannot feel or see any change in the atmosphere. Elaine explains that while a lackluster barrier feels heavy, a perfect one is so subtle that those inside don't even notice it. She puts on a smug expression, boasting that her barriers are of such high quality that they are virtually undetectable. Apologizing for his doubt, Nigel listens as Elaine guarantees that no monsters will be able to enter the town. She confidently tells him to wait and see, assuring him that the barrier's effects will soon become apparent. Nigel blushes and looks at her with soft eyes, admitting he can't stop finding new reasons to thank her. He bows deeply to express his gratitude, causing a flustered Elaine to frantically ask him to raise his head. Elaine insists she created the barrier simply because she wanted to and begs him not to worry about it. She reflects on the warmth of the people in this kingdom, realizing she genuinely wants to lend them a hand. With a playful smile, she teases that having a perfect prince might also be a factor, before quickly claiming she was just kidding. A bonus story introduces the kingdom of Belkium and a tale about a bad trip involving an immoral prince. Claude is cornered by menacing demons who identify him and question his presence in their domain. One demon mocks Claude as a foolish human for ignoring the warnings given by both the saint and the dragon. The terrified prince screams as the demons smirk and threaten to cook him into a delicious meal. Claude wakes up abruptly in a cold sweat, gasping for air in the safety of his bed. He confuses the girl beside him for Letitia, while she looks at him with concern and addresses him as Prince Claude. The girl explains that the dragon left and she erected a barrier to keep the demons out, relieving the confused prince. Claude thanks her for staying by his side and sighs in relief, realizing the encounter was just a nightmare. She reveals she has been praying for his comfort the entire time, affirming her role as both Belkium's saint and his personal protector. Claude admits to feeling dizzy and heavy, prompting the saint to check on his condition with worry. Panic ensues as she suspects a cold and rushes out of the room, returning moments later with a tray. The saint cheerfully presents a steaming bowl of rice porridge she prepared specifically to help him recover. Claude is visibly touched and blushes upon realizing she cooked the meal personally for him. She excitedly feeds him a spoonful while praying for his health, and he accepts the gesture with gratitude. He opens his mouth to taste the food, eager to try the dish made by her hands. His internal monologue screams in horror as he realizes the texture is revoltingly sticky, mushy, and uncooked. Despite the awful taste, he resolves to eat every drop because his darling Letitia worked so hard to make it. Claude loses consciousness from the sheer unpleasantness of the meal while the oblivious saint watches him finish. He awakens in a dark void and hears a voice calling his name, leaving him confused and disoriented. A terrifying dragon looms over him, accusing him of banishing the saint and questioning his actions. The beast growls with fury, declaring it will never forgive Claude for the way he treated Elaine. Claude screams in terror as the dragon raises a claw to deliver a fitting punishment for his misdeeds. He wakes up screaming from another nightmare, with the concerned saint once again by his bedside asking if he is all right. The saint smiles innocently and offers him a bowl of stew, believing he is still unwell and in need of nourishment. Haunted by nightmares for days, Claude tears up and forces himself to accept her cooking to avoid upsetting her. The narrative shifts to the saint explaining how she used her powers to heal knights injured by a sudden influx of monsters. She details how she erected a barrier around the town to prevent any more monsters from entering. A messenger approaches the king to report that a full week has passed since the incident. The king asks Adolf if his report concerns the ongoing monster-slaying efforts. Adolf reports that no monsters have been sighted near the town for an entire week, much to the king's relief. The king strokes his beard in thought, surprised by the report of a peaceful week. They attribute the peace to Elaine's miraculous powers, likening her to a goddess while she plays with Ralph. The scene shifts to the palace exterior as someone wonders what the saint is currently up to. Elaine holds up a hard object and prepares to throw it for Ralph to catch. She flings the object into the air, and Ralph leaps up to catch his breakfast mid-flight. Ralph enjoys the treat, which is revealed to be a block of dried bonito rather than wood. Elaine explains she took over feeding duties to bond with Ralph and finds watching him eat soothing. Another mate points out she is petting Ralph, prompting Elaine to remember she needs to thank Abby. A smiling little girl suddenly appears and enthusiastically asks for a turn to pet the animal. Elaine is startled by the sudden appearance of the cute child and wonders where she came from. A little girl with pigtails confronts Elaine, pouting that it is unfair that only she gets to pet Ralph. Elaine stares at the child, mesmerized by her snow-white skin and squishy, adorable appearance. The girl declares her name is Cecily and rushes forward to pet the wolf, but Ralph flinches at her rough touch. Ralph backs away in distress, leaving poor Cecily with tears welling up in her big eyes. Elaine immediately scolds the wolf, calling him a bad boy for rejecting the little girl's affection. Ralph telepathically complains that Cecily pulls his fur and hurts him, leaving him unsure how to handle her. Elaine calls out to the dejected girl to comfort her. Cecily reveals that she actually lives here, which confuses Elaine as she wonders why a child is wandering about. Nigel suddenly appears with a bright smile, greeting Elaine and noting that she is up quite early. Cecily runs straight to Nigel for a hug, prompting him to wish her a good morning as well. Elaine watches the affectionate display and hesitantly asks Nigel if this child is perhaps his daughter. Nigel corrects her with a smile, explaining that Cecily is actually his little sister who just returned from studying abroad. Elaine processes this information, realizing that if she is the prince's sister, that implies a very specific title. She stammers as she realizes she is speaking to the first princess, Princess Cecily. Cecily suddenly hugs Elaine tightly, declaring that she smells good and is now her second favorite person. Elaine is overcome by cuteness and squishes Cecily's cheeks, while Nigel smiles at the heartwarming scene. Nigel expresses his pride in his adorable sister as Elaine nuzzles the princess's face. However, Nigel reveals a serious problem. Cecily absolutely refuses to eat any vegetables. Cecily hugs her brother's leg, stubbornly insisting she is fine being small forever if it means avoiding veggies. Elaine observes the tantrum and realizes that logic and words will never work on a picky child. With a determined look, Elaine asks Nigel for permission to help prepare lunch today. Nigel is surprised but agrees, asking if she actually knows how to cook. Elaine confidently assures him she has a great idea and tells him to leave everything to her. Nigel and Cecily exchange confused glances, wondering what the saint has planned. Elaine steps into the massive castle kitchen, marveling at how spacious and well-equipped it is. She inspects the fresh ingredients and spotless counters, itching to get to work immediately. The royal chefs greet her, mentioning that His Highness informed them of her arrival. When they learn she intends to cook for Cecily, the head chef advises her not to even bother trying. Elaine is shocked by the pessimism, but the chef explains that countless cooks have failed to cure the vegetable aversion. He recounts how even the king failed to force her, and she refuses even the most delicious vegetable dishes. Elaine points out their mistake was serving vegetables that looked like vegetables, leaving the chef confused. She explains that telling a picky eater they are being served what they hate is a tactical error. Taking charge, she requests carrots, onions, peppers, and minced meat to create a disguise. Elaine ties back her long hair, signaling she is ready to get serious. She pumps her fist with determination, announcing that it is time to start cooking. First, she grabs a bell pepper, declaring the vegetables to be the star of the show. With expert knife skills, she finely dices the vegetables into tiny, unnoticeable pieces. She seasons the mixture with salt and pepper before adding meat, breadcrumbs, and eggs. She reaches her hand into the bowl to begin mixing everything together. Elaine kneads the mixture with vigor, finding peace in the familiar motion that reminds her of home. Channeling her frustration into the dough, Elaine terrifies the onlookers with her intense aura as she kneads away her troubles. Old memories fuel her strength, transforming her anger into the perfect kneading technique that pulverizes the mixture. The kitchen staff watches in awe as Elaine furiously pounds the dough with rhythmic, powerful strikes. Once the meat is thoroughly beaten into submission, she gently shapes the mixture into perfect oval patties. The patties hit the hot, oiled pan with a satisfying sizzle as the grilling process begins. A mouth-watering aroma fills the kitchen, nearly making Elaine drool in anticipation of the savory feast. With a flourish, she drizzles her special homemade sauce over the cooked patties to complete the presentation. The final dish is revealed in all its glory, glistening and ready to be devoured by the hungry royals. The chefs stare in confusion, asking if the creation is indeed a standard Hamburg steak. Elaine gleefully reveals her trap, announcing that it is actually a veggie-packed Hamburg steak designed to trick the princess. She explains that the juicy exterior hides a payload of finely chopped carrots, onions, and peppers to fool the eye. While the chef worries the princess will notice the deception, Elaine remains confident that her disguise is perfect. With the main course complete, the kitchen staff prepares to roll the serving cart out to the dining hall. A flutter of nervous excitement rises in Elaine's chest as she wonders if her culinary gamble will pay off. Nigel and Cecily welcome them with warm smiles, eager for the meal to begin after the long wait. The staff announces that lunch is served, signaling the start of the judgment phase. The narration reveals the high stakes, explaining that Princess Cecily's hatred of vegetables has baffled even the king. Determined to fix this royal dietary crisis, Elaine describes how she took over the castle kitchen to execute her plan. She builds the suspense, preparing to unveil the dish that will challenge the princess's picky palate. The Hamburg steak sits enticingly on the plate, looking like a carnivore's dream come true with its rich glaze. Cecily's eyes light up at the delicious sight, completely unaware of the vegetable contraband hidden within. Nigel encourages his sister to dig in while the food is still hot, unknowingly setting the trap in motion. The knife slices through the patty, releasing a flood of savory juices that promises pure indulgence. Nigel takes the first bite, his expression shifting from curiosity to delight as the flavors hit his tongue. He is instantly captivated by the burst of flavor and the tangy sauce that perfectly complements the tender meat. Blushing with delight, Nigel praises the dish as the best Hamburg steak he has ever tasted, thrilling Elaine. The true test begins as Elaine turns her gaze to Cecily, wondering if the young princess will take the bait. Cecily hesitates with her fork, while Elaine watches with bated breath, fearing the child might sense the vegetables. The princess takes a tentative bite, chewing slowly as the flavor profile registers on her tongue. A bright smile breaks across Cecily's face as she declares the dish absolutely yummy. Impressed by the quality, Cecily asks in amazement if Elaine really cooked this masterpiece all by herself. Nigel chimes in with high praise, admitting he had no idea Elaine possessed such professional culinary skills. While the siblings enjoy the meal, Elaine feels a wave of relief wash over her knowing the plan worked. Noticing a bit of sauce on Cecily's face, Elaine points it out with a gentle, motherly smile. Seizing the moment of triumph, Elaine reveals the shocking truth that Cecily just ate a patty filled with vegetables. Cecily freezes in disbelief, horrified to learn she consumed green peppers and onions without realizing it. The princess stammers that she only liked it because she didn't know, trying to maintain her anti-veggie stance. Elaine gently encourages her, promising that eating vegetables is the secret to growing up into a lovely lady. Cecily pauses, captivated by the idea of becoming lovely if she finishes her meal. With a shy look of admiration, the little princess asks if eating her veggies will help her grow up to be just like Elaine. Elaine is stunned when the innocent little girl asks if she wants to be like her. Confused by the sudden query, she wonders why Cecily would ask such a specific question. Elaine realizes Cecily believes that eating tons of vegetables is the secret to acquiring cooking skills like hers. She confirms the theory to encourage the child, stating that eating veggies indeed helps one cook well. Cecily then asks with wide eyes if eating them will also make her pretty like Elaine. The saint is taken aback and blushes, surprised by being called pretty. Cecily sparkles with determination, vowing to work hard and eat all her veggies to become beautiful just like her idol. Nigel thanks Elaine for preparing the delicious Hamburg steak that helped Cecily overcome her distaste for vegetables. He insists on repaying her, admitting they were previously at a loss on how to handle the vegetable aversion. Elaine starts to refuse out of habit, almost saying she doesn't need anything, but stops herself. She shyly asks if she might be allowed to occasionally borrow the kitchen to cook. She explains her love for cooking and admits she hesitated before because the chefs looked so incredibly busy. The head chef gives a thumbs up, enthusiastically welcoming her to use the kitchen after being impressed by her skills. Elaine cheers with joy at the permission and excitedly asks the chef to teach her a thing or two as well. Nigel looks at her in disbelief, asking if that simple request is really all she wants for a reward. She beams with a smile, confirming that kitchen access is a wonderful reward and all that she needs. Nigel blushes in silence, visibly moved by her humble and genuine nature. Cecily hugs Elaine, wanting to learn cooking too, while Nigel admires how quickly they have taken to her. He watches the interaction, noting to himself what a curious girl she is. A few days later, Cecily begs Elaine to make that delicious Hamburg steak again. Elaine gently asks her to wait, explaining that eating now would spoil her dinner. The little girl pouts cutely, complaining that she is hungry right now. Elaine feels like a big sister but resolves not to spoil Cecily too much so she grows up properly. Cecily suddenly asks for lots of Hamburg steak for her big brother's birthday party in 2 weeks. She excitedly describes the sparkly party and yummy food that always accompanies Nigel's birthday. Elaine smiles at the idea of a fun party but is internally shocked by the timeline. Panic sets in as she realizes Nigel's birthday is only 2 weeks away. She frets that Nigel never told her, though she admits he is not the type to bring it up himself. The realization hits hard that the special day is coming up so soon. Elaine resolves to prepare a present, believing birthdays are a special day to celebrate a person coming into the world. She plans to join everyone else and sneak him a gift amidst the lavish presents he receives as a prince. She bows and thanks Cecily for sharing the important information about the date. Elaine asks if Cecily knows whether Nigel wants anything specific for his gift. Cecily admits she isn't sure because her brother is a fine person who never really asks for much. She notes that despite his position to get anything he desires, Nigel remains sincere and modest. Cecily suggests giving him candy or dessert since he actually likes sweets. Elaine's eyes light up with a brilliant idea upon hearing the suggestion. Cecily recalls their mother making cookies, confirming Nigel's hidden sweet tooth. Elaine learns about the late queen who passed away years ago and also loved cooking. She bows again, thanking Cecily for sharing such personal memories with her. Elaine decides she will bake homemade cookies as her birthday gift for Nigel. She plans to use her kitchen privileges to test recipes without ruining the surprise for him. Elaine decides to visit the Linchegam marketplace to secretly buy ingredients for the surprise. She feels a rush of excitement at the prospect of going shopping after so long. Cheering with delight, she heads out to gather all the ingredients for the cookies. Elaine decides to bake cookies as a birthday gift for Nigel after receiving a tip from Cecily about the upcoming date. Arriving at the bustling market, she immerses herself in the lively atmosphere to gather the necessary ingredients. Vendors call out from every direction, praising her cuteness and offering special deals to grab her attention. The vibrant energy of the crowd fills Elaine with excitement, her heart pounding with the thrill of the visit. She marvels at the fresh produce while a vendor tries to tempt her with some delicious-looking fruit. Reminding herself of her limited funds, Elaine steels her resolve to be prudent despite the distractions. Her attention is suddenly captured by the sight of a charming, adorable little shop nearby. A flirtatious shop boy immediately welcomes her, calling her gorgeous and asking if she belongs to the nobility. His female boss instantly whacks him on the head, scolding the blockhead for making passes at customers on the job. The woman apologizes for the boy's behavior and invites Elaine to take her time browsing their wares. Undeterred by the blow, the boy winks and offers the pretty girl a secret discount anyway. Elaine surveys the vast selection of nuts, dried fruits, and chocolates, struggling to choose just one flavor. She decides to buy small amounts of everything to bake a variety of cookies that Nigel is sure to love. The boy sneaks her a little extra as a freebie, whispering for her not to let his boss see the transaction. Elaine tastes the butter sample and finds it delicious, motivating her to keep up the pace and finish her shopping. With a smile on her face, she navigates through the stalls, enjoying the successful outing. Passers-by stop in their tracks to stare, mesmerized by her glowing beauty and whispering that she looks like a goddess. Reaching the end of the market, she spots the city gate looming ahead in the distance. A loud shout of refusal catches her attention just as she prepares to head back home with her haul. Elaine pauses, wondering what the commotion at the gate could possibly be about. An inexplicable curiosity tugs at her, making her feel as though the disturbance somehow involves her. Giving in to the feeling, she approaches the guards to ask what is causing such a fuss. Elaine greets the guard she met previously and politely inquires about the trouble. The guard explains that a traveler is trying to enter but lacks both an entry permit and the money for the toll. Despite having neither, the stranger remains stubbornly insistent on entering Lynchagam immediately. Elaine peers past the guard, noting that the troublesome traveler is actually quite tall and handsome. The stranger turns with a beaming smile, greeting Elaine familiarly as if they are old friends. Elaine stares blankly at the man, completely failing to recognize who he is. Devastated by her lack of recognition, the man slumps in despair and complains about feeling so alone. Elaine suddenly senses a massive magical aura radiating from him and begins to piece the puzzle together. She points a finger in realization, asking if he is the dragon she met previously. The man snaps his fingers with a grin, confirming that she has finally figured it out. He laughs and teases her, remarking that it took her quite a long time to remember him. Panic sets in as Elaine demands to know what he is doing here and why he has taken on a human form. The guard catches the word dragon and looks over with sudden suspicion, causing Elaine to freeze. Elaine frantically waves her hands to distract the guard while trying to silence the loose-lipped beast. Thinking quickly, she loudly declares that this man is actually a famous dragon researcher. She spins a lie that he is obsessed with studying dragons and earned the nickname because he talks about them all day. Elaine forcefully clamps her hand over the dragon's mouth to stop him from ruining her cover story. She drags the struggling Dr. Dragon away, hissing that they need to have a little chat in private right now. The mysterious man dismisses the idea of being a researcher, boldly declaring that he is, in fact, a dragon. Elaine laughs nervously, realizing that introducing him as a dragon to Nigel would only lead to mass confusion. A flashback reveals that this formidable creature was actually one of the few friends Elaine had during her isolation in Belkium. Elaine recalls how their bond began when she boldly sent telepathic messages out from her room while under house arrest. Her mental projection reached the dragon, who demanded to know which foolish human dared to disturb his slumber. Though terrified at first, Elaine questioned the voice, asking the unseen entity to identify itself. The voice haughtily proclaimed to stand astride the world, confirming to Elaine that she had made contact with a legendary dragon. Despite their differences, they became telepals, chatting daily to pass the time in their respective solitudes. Back in the present, the dragon explains that he assumed a human form to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Elaine sweats nervously, finding his human appearance both handsome and slightly unsettling given his true nature. The dragon leans in with a smirk, teasing Elaine for recognizing him immediately despite his magical disguise. Elaine retorts that her ability to distinguish monsters from humans is top-notch, though she wonders why he traveled so far. The dragon reveals that he sensed her barrier vanish and immediately flew to Belkium to investigate. Upon arriving, he read Curtis's mind and discovered that Claude had foolishly banished the saint. A dark expression crosses the dragon's face as he recounts tracking Claude down to his underground hiding spot. Elaine screams in horror as the dragon casually mimes delivering a devastating punch to the prince's gut. He laughs off the violence as wrestling, while Elaine panics over the fact that he physically assaulted royalty. Scolding him like a child, Elaine warns that his immense strength could have easily killed the frail prince. The dragon marvels that Elaine still worries about the man who treated her so terribly, finding her compassion baffling. He admits that humans are a mystery to him, unable to comprehend why she defends her tormentor. Shifting the topic, the dragon asks if she came straight to Lynchagam after her exile. He explains that he traveled the world to clear his head and only found her because he recognized her unique barrier signature. The dragon complains that her barrier was so perfect he couldn't fly in and was forced to walk through the gates like a commoner. Elaine beams with joy, telling him she is simply happy to be speaking with her old friend again. The dragon suggests they move the conversation indoors, pointing out that standing in the hallway is hardly appropriate. Elaine hesitates, realizing the logistical nightmare of inviting a literal dragon into a human town. Seeing her internal conflict, the dragon's shoulders slump in disappointment as he realizes the problem. Elaine quickly pivots, deciding to consult Nigel, though the mention of the name makes the dragon's ear twitch. His eyes narrow with suspicion as he asks if this Nigel is a man. Elaine blushes and assures him that Nigel is someone they can absolutely trust with their secret. The dragon falls silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the existence of this new male figure in Elaine's life. Elaine convinces herself that Nigel will understand, completely missing the dragon's brooding reaction. Tension hangs in the air as they wait for the prince to arrive. Meanwhile, Nigel looks out the window, noting that the weather has suddenly taken an ominous turn. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a foreboding sign that makes Nigel worry about what is coming next. Nigel enters the guest room to find Elaine and the stranger sitting in an awkward silence. The dragon unleashes a wave of intimidating pressure, glaring at Nigel with intense scrutiny. Nigel freezes, overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the man sitting on the sofa. Sweat pours down Nigel's face as he asks Elaine if she seriously brought a dragon into his castle. Elaine smiles sheepishly, confirming that the situation is exactly as he fears. Elaine confirms to a skeptical Nigel that the man standing before them is indeed the dragon in disguise. Nigel eyes the stranger with doubt, remarking that he doesn't look very dragon-like at all. The dragon smirks and offers to revert to his true form right there to prove his identity. Elaine screams in panic, shouting at him that he absolutely cannot transform in the town. She frantically lists the disasters that would follow, from crushing the castle to sending the town into mass hysteria. The dragon chuckles at her reaction, revealing he was merely jesting to get a rise out of her. Elaine composes herself and asks Nigel for guidance, noting that the dragon is already here. Nigel turns to the dragon and calmly asks what his intentions are now that he has arrived. The dragon shrugs, admitting he simply wanted to see Elaine and hadn't planned anything beyond that. Nigel remarks that the powerful beast is much more of a free spirit than he initially expected. The dragon considers returning to his den but sighs, admitting he is bored of traveling the world. He asks Elaine if they can continue their telepathic conversations once he leaves. Elaine explains that telepathy won't work over such a long distance, as his den is too far from Lynchagam. The dragon realizes he will be bored again the moment he returns home and suddenly perks up with an idea. He boldly suggests that he should simply move to Lynchagam to be near her. Elaine is stunned into silence, letting out a confused pardon at the absurdity of the proposal. He argues that living in town would allow them to talk, and he takes no issue with sleeping outdoors if needed. The dragon looks proud of his plan, calling it brilliant while Elaine looks on with worry. Elaine fears such a thing wouldn't be allowed, but Nigel falls silent as he considers the unprecedented situation. To Elaine's shock, Nigel agrees to the arrangement, stating he sees no issue with it. Nigel explains that since the dragon is a friend of Elaine's, he cannot ignore a friend in need. Elaine is moved by Nigel's kindness, remembering how he accepted her with open arms as well. The dragon offers to provide due compensation for his stay, impressing Elaine with his benevolence. He vows that if the country ever finds itself in trouble, they may rely on his power to defend it. Elaine realizes Nigel has shrewdly secured a dragon as a reserve protector for the kingdom. The dragon turns to Nigel, agreeing to the terms if the prince is truly okay with his presence. Nigel accepts but sets a strict condition. He must remain in human form to avoid terrifying the populace. Elaine adds her own warning, declaring she will come to scold him personally if he misbehaves. The dragon bows respectfully, promising never to cause trouble in the country where Elaine lives. Nigel departs to inform his father, the king, about their powerful new guest. Elaine feels a wave of guilt, realizing she is piling yet another trouble onto Nigel's shoulders. Changing the subject, Elaine points out it's odd to call him Dragon, and suggests giving him a name. The dragon finds the human custom amusing but grants her permission to choose one for him. Elaine thinks for a moment before suggesting the name Douglas for his human persona. The dragon seems pleased with the sound of it, declaring that henceforth his name shall be Douglas. Despite the successful arrangement, Elaine remains uneasy about leaving the powerful being to his own devices. The narrative jumps to the very next day, revealing that Douglas has moved into the palace. Morning light breaks over the castle grounds as the dragon begins his new life among humans. Chaos erupts immediately as Douglas finds himself in an intense standoff with Ralph the dog. Douglas holds a treat high and taunts the animal, challenging Ralph to catch his quarry if he can. Douglas grins with a mischievous glint in his eye, holding up a wooden block to test the wolf's reflexes. With a sharp swing of his arm, he hurls the object through the air with incredible velocity. Elaine gasps in shock at the violence of the throw as a sharp glint flashes in Ralph's eyes. The wolf leaps effortlessly into the air and snatches the projectile with a resounding chomp. Elaine watches in amazement as Ralph lands gracefully, stunned that he caught the object in midair. Douglas nods in approval, praising the beast's skill with a satisfied smirk. He formally appoints Ralph as the keeper of his golden block of wood, warning the wolf not to underestimate him. Elaine smiles warmly, thinking that despite the rough play, the two of them are already becoming fast friends. Douglas remarks that it is good she woke up early to feed Ralph, while Elaine marvels at finding a Fenrir here. Douglas admits he didn't expect Ralph to see through his human disguise instantly, acknowledging the intuition of a divine beast. A flashback shows Ralph's initial wariness vanishing the moment Douglas bribed him with delicious dried bonito. Elaine's attention is caught by the sight of the maid Abby struggling to walk while carrying a tower of books that obscures her vision. She calls out to the maid, while Douglas ignores the scene to prepare another round of fetch with Ralph. Elaine rushes forward to help as the stack wobbles dangerously, ignoring Abby's polite refusal. Douglas steps in and effortlessly catches the falling books with one hand, teasing Abby for her clumsiness. When asked about the dangerous load, Abby reveals that she is delivering them to Lord Nigel upon his request. Douglas's expression darkens with fury as he asks how a man could force a lady to carry such a heavy burden. He stomps off in a rage to confront Nigel, leaving Elaine and Abby to scramble after him. Elaine runs to catch up, secretly agreeing that Nigel deserves a stern talking to for this indiscretion. She sighs at Douglas's lack of direction, but he finds the door and bursts in with a dramatic slam. Douglas slams the massive stack of books onto Nigel's desk with a thunderous crash that shakes the room. Nigel looks up in bewilderment as Douglas demands to know how he dares to mistreat weaker beings. Douglas lectures the stunned lord, calling him a disgrace of a gentleman for making a delicate lady haul such heavy tomes. Nigel stares blankly at the books while Abby and Elaine tremble in fear of Douglas's terrifying aura. Nigel clarifies that he only requested literature on monsters, gently pointing out that there are far too many books here. Abby admits she gathered books on every possible subject related to monsters, from economy to diplomacy. It becomes clear that Nigel never expected this volume, and Abby flushes with embarrassment for going overboard. Nigel sighs, admitting he should have anticipated this outcome knowing how thorough Abby tends to be. He offers a sincere apology to the maid for not thinking his request through more carefully. Nigel apologizes to Douglas as well, while Abby frantically insists that her master has done nothing wrong. He turns to Elaine to thank her for helping Abby, apologizing for causing his guest any concern. Douglas laughs off the tension, claiming the lifting was hardly a workout and that he is glad the misunderstanding is resolved. With a sly grin, Douglas turns to Elaine and teases her for being so eager to visit Nigel's office. Nigel looks at her with genuine surprise, causing Elaine to panic and stammer a denial. Douglas laughs and feigns innocence, asking if she implies she didn't want to see him. Elaine's face burns bright red with embarrassment, and Douglas mischievously asks if she has a fever. Nigel smiles at their banter, noting their good rapport, while Elaine begs them to stop the teasing. Nigel chuckles and tells Elaine she is welcome to visit his office anytime she pleases. Flustered, Elaine asks Nigel not to join in the teasing, stammering that she wouldn't dare presume. Nigel lets her off the hook, so Elaine grabs Douglas and drags him out of the room to escape the embarrassment. Elaine retreats in a panic, desperate to escape before Douglas can blurt out any more absurdities in front of the prince. Turning on her heel, she demands to know what kind of scheme the dragon was trying to pull back there. Douglas stares blankly, claiming he merely stated the fact that she wanted to see Nigel. Elaine argues that phrasing it so bluntly will give Nigel the wrong idea, insisting that isn't what she wants. A knowing smirk crosses Douglas's face as he notes that her reaction confirms his suspicions. Leaning in with a teasing glint in his eye, he asks her directly if she likes Nigel. Elaine instinctively shouts that she really does, only to freeze as the implication of her words catches up to her. She frantically backpedals, stammering that she only likes him as a person while Douglas chuckles at her clumsiness. Douglas grins wickedly, clarifying that he meant she likes him in the way a woman desires a man. He teases her by reciting the romantic tropes she loves, leaving Elaine mortified and wondering where he learned such things. Strike a dramatic pose, Douglas reveals that he was the source of those romance novels all along. He encourages her to embrace her feelings, suggesting it is high time she enjoyed a fling after all her misfortune. Elaine refuses, arguing that an exile has no business romancing a prince regardless of her feelings. Ignoring her protests, Douglas declares that the die is cast and appoints himself her personal dragon of love. He laughs off her panic, insisting he has nothing better to do than play Cupid for her. Elaine realizes with a sigh that there is no stopping him once he sets his mind on something. She relents on one condition, demanding that he must not do anything to inconvenience Nigel. As Douglas agrees with a confident smile, Elaine is left trembling with worry about what chaos awaits. The sun rises on the next day, casting a bright light through the grand corridors of the palace. Nigel and Elaine run into each other in the hallway, exchanging surprised greetings. Nigel admits he was hoping to run into her, noting that it is unusual to see her in this part of the castle. With a slight blush, he asks if she would like to go out on the town with him tomorrow. Elaine freezes, her mind going blank as she processes the words, "go out." Nigel assumes she didn't hear him and repeats the invitation, asking if she wants to spend the day together. His question hangs in the air, causing Nigel to flinch when Elaine remains stunned and silent. Elaine internally screams, realizing that Douglas must have said something to Nigel to prompt this sudden invite. Nigel explains that Douglas scolded him for confining a beautiful lady to the palace, calling it disgraceful. Elaine tries to decline by claiming she is happy here, but admits she often goes to town for ingredients. Nigel blushes deeply, confessing that his true motivation is that he personally wants to get to know her better. Elaine stares at him, realizing that this is not a joke but a sincere request. She glances over to see Douglas giving her a thumbs up, confirming that this is his doing as the Dragon of Love. Nigel gazes at her with hope, asking if she will allow him the privilege of her company for the day. Elaine squeezes her hands together and humbly accepts the invitation, her heart pounding in her chest. A radiant smile breaks across Nigel's face as he exclaims how wonderful that is. He eagerly outlines their plan to tour the town, arranging to meet in the courtyard at 10 o'clock. Both of them blush, admitting that they are looking forward to their date. Nigel waves goodbye as he walks down the corridor, leaving Elaine standing alone in the hallway. The reality of the situation crashes down on Elaine, leaving her flustered and nervous about the date. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Belkium, chaos reigns as guards desperately bang on Prince Claude's door. The guards plead for the prince to come out and deal with the mounting problems, but Claude screams at them to stay away. Letitia pushes past the guards, insisting she will check on His Highness herself despite their hesitation. The guards whisper uneasily amongst themselves, noting that she has been acting strange and scary lately. Claude screams at the intruder to leave him alone, but Letitia simply smiles and tells him to calm down. She embraces the terrified prince, ignoring his shock as he trembles in her arms. Claude shakes with fear, terrified that the dragon will return to kill him or that demons are coming. Letitia holds him tight, declaring herself the true saint who will protect him from all harm. Elaine nervously adjusts her outfit, asking if the clothes look weird on her. She recalls how excited Abby was to dress her up for her nervous day trip with Nigel. Peeking around the corner, Elaine spots Nigel waiting for her. She is struck by his appearance, noting that he looks incredibly suave wearing glasses. Douglas the wolf greets her cheerfully while Nigel notices her arrival. Nigel stares at her intensely, making Elaine apologize for keeping him waiting. Elaine worries she looks odd, but Nigel stammers, trying to find the right words. He smiles warmly, assuring her that she looks quite the opposite and is absolutely lovely. Nigel adds that she is positively glowing, making Elaine blush furiously at the compliment. They exchange shy thanks, with Elaine noting that Nigel has a fresh new look as well. Nigel admits he put in a bit of extra effort with his appearance because he was excited about today. He explains that since they are traveling incognito, he needed the glasses as a disguise. Passers-by stare as they walk together, whispering about what a hot guy and cute girl they are. Elaine blushes as she overhears the townspeople chattering about what a lovely pair they make. She realizes that even in disguise, Nigel is so good-looking that he naturally draws attention. Nigel announces they have arrived, leaving Elaine amazed at how unfazed and princely he remains. He points out a nice cafe and suggests they stop there for a bite to eat. The scene shifts to the quiet interior of the cafe where a few other customers are seated. Elaine and Nigel take a seat at a table by the window, facing each other. Customers whisper excitedly, noting the man's resemblance to Prince Nigel and the couple's beauty. Nigel teases that he isn't surprised by the staring since beautiful women like her draw attention. Elaine worries about a prince being in such a place, but Nigel just smiles through her anxiety. She frets about potential trouble if they are caught but reasons they aren't actually doing anything wrong. Nigel argues that no one expects a prince here, so acting natural is the perfect cover. Elaine resolves to stop worrying and enjoy the scrumptious-looking cake since they are already there. A sudden clatter rings out as Elaine accidentally knocks her fork off the table in her nervousness. She panics and apologizes frantically, while Nigel calmly observes that she merely dropped her fork. Nigel reassures her with a smile that there is no need to apologize and stands up to fetch a waiter. Left alone, Elaine watches him go, thinking about how incredibly kind he is. She wonders why such a smooth, considerate, and lovely man doesn't already have a fiancée. 3 men suddenly approach her table, calling out to her with smirks. The leader asks if she is alone and invites her to join them, blatantly hitting on her. Elaine stares at them in disbelief, wondering if they are blind to the second-place setting. She decides to shut them down firmly and rejects their offer with a blunt, "No, thank you." Douglas grins as he swats Elaine's hand away, ignoring her pleas to stop and pressuring her to just come along with them. Elaine worries that he doesn't know when to quit, while Douglas scoffs that he barely touched the man who is now dramatically claiming a broken bone. Leaning in with a predatory smirk, Douglas offers to waive the medical fees if Elaine agrees to go on a date with him. He looms over her, demanding she stop making a fuss and just agree to his terms. A cold voice suddenly cuts through the tension, asking Douglas what exactly he thinks he is doing. Nigel steps forward with a steely gaze, declaring that he is not the type to stand idly by while someone harasses his girlfriend. Douglas looks confused by the interruption while Elaine turns bright red, completely shocked by the sudden "girlfriend" label. Nigel stares down the dragon in human form, asking what he is trying to achieve with this cheap tough guy act. Douglas throws a punch with a roar, shouting that he will show him exactly what happens when he is challenged. Elaine screams for them to stop, but Nigel effortlessly dodges the blow with a swift, minimal movement. In a blur of motion, Nigel grabs Douglas's arm and slams him into the floor, pinning him instantly. Glaring down at the pinned man, Nigel warns that he will have to get slightly rougher if Douglas chooses to create more trouble. Douglas grimaces in pain on the floor, cursing his luck as he realizes he cannot break free from the hold. The crowd murmurs in awe at the fight while Elaine stares in amazement that Nigel pinned him down in an instant. Douglas's lackeys panic as they realize the crowd is watching and their boss is losing, fearing the arrival of the watch. Nigel glances up as the thugs decide to cut their losses and flee the scene immediately. Nigel explains to a stunned Elaine that his father believes royalty should lead from the front, so he was trained in combat from a young age. Elaine beams with relief and gratitude, clasping her hands together and thanking Nigel for saving her. Nigel's expression softens into an apology, admitting that he put her in an uncomfortable position with his intervention. He blushes and apologizes for calling her his girlfriend, explaining it was just a tactic to dissuade the harassers. Elaine waves her hands frantically, shouting that she doesn't mind at all and he shouldn't worry about it. Internally, she admits she felt happy when he used the label, though she knows she can never tell him that. Nigel shifts back to business mode, muttering about notifying the relevant departments regarding the town's safety issues. Elaine interrupts his train of thought, scolding him for going into work mode while they are supposed to be out and about. Nigel laughs and apologizes, admitting she is quite right to call him out on his habit. To make up for it, he offers to show her around some of his favorite shops in town. Elaine stares in amazement as they arrive at their destination, her eyes widening at the sight. She gasps as she realizes Nigel has brought her to a sparkling, high-end jewelry store. Nigel smiles as she admires the designs, confirming that this is his favorite shop in town because of the beautiful craftsmanship. Elaine marvels at the beauty but gulps nervously, terrified by how expensive everything looks and fearing she might break something. Nigel notices her trembling and asks if she is all right, while Elaine worries about accidentally dropping a fortune. Ignoring her anxiety, Nigel picks out a ring and suggests it might suit her perfectly. Elaine blushes furiously, feeling like they are picking out an engagement ring, though she admits the ring is very pretty. Nigel smiles warmly and asks Elaine if she would accept the ring, leaving her stunned. A fantasy sequence plays in her mind where they are at the altar and he places the ring on her finger. She snaps back to reality, screaming internally and wondering what on earth she is thinking. Overwhelmed by the romantic tension and excitement, Elaine decides she needs to step outside for some fresh air. Before she can escape, Nigel stops her and points out a necklace that he thinks is also very pretty. He suggests the necklace would look lovely on her too, completely oblivious to Elaine's racing heart. Elaine reaches out to stop him, shouting his name in a panic as the situation becomes too much for her to handle. Elaine screams in panic, throwing her hand out to stop Nigel from touching the display. Nigel freezes in confusion as Elaine warns him again with frantic urgency. A strange sensation radiates from the necklace, catching Nigel's attention as he asks Elaine what is wrong. Elaine reveals the terrifying truth that the necklace carries a powerful curse, shocking Nigel. Nigel recalls that such curses require a saint or disenchanter to break, confirming the gravity of the situation. The shopkeeper approaches with a smile, oblivious to the danger as he asks if the item caught their eye. He cheerfully offers to let Nigel try on the new arrival, praising its wonderful quality. Elaine cuts in sharply, warning the man that the necklace is enchanted with a powerful curse. The shopkeeper stares in disbelief while Elaine declares she will break the curse right now. Offended by the accusation, the shopkeeper glares and insists that they would never stock cursed jewelry. He recklessly puts the necklace on to prove his point, ignoring Elaine's desperate warning. The shopkeeper scoffs at their concern, confident that his wares are perfectly safe. Spreading his arms, he boasts about the piece's beauty and points out that nothing has happened. Elaine screams for him to take it off immediately just as the necklace begins to emit a menacing buzz. Pain racks the shopkeeper's body as a dark, ominous energy erupts from the jewelry. A terrifying scream tears from his throat as the curse consumes him in a swirling black shadow. The darkness coalesces into glowing, malevolent eyes that stare out from the void. A monstrous shadow figure manifests behind the shopkeeper, causing Elaine to gasp in horror. The shadow lashes out at Nigel, forcing Elaine to scream his name in terror. Nigel catches the attack with his bare hands, gritting his teeth against the creature's incredible strength. Struggling to hold the beast back, Nigel shouts to Elaine, asking if she can break the curse on the man. Elaine steals her resolve and raises her hands, preparing to cast her purification magic. She realizes the curse was designed to activate the moment the necklace was worn, a trap set for the buyer. A sense of familiarity strikes her as she recognizes the pitch-black aura swirling around the victim. Pushing aside her questions, Elaine focuses all her power on breaking the curse first and foremost. A brilliant flash of holy light explodes from her hands, engulfing the shopkeeper and the shadow monster. The light fades, leaving Elaine watching intently to see if her magic succeeded. The shopkeeper groans as the curse dissipates and the necklace falls harmlessly to the floor. Nigel thanks Elaine with a relieved smile, and she sighs knowing she managed to break it. The shopkeeper slumps to the ground, rubbing his head as he tries to orient himself. Overcome with guilt, he apologizes profusely for his stubborn refusal to believe them. He marvels that she noticed the curse, realizing she must be an accomplished disenchanter to spot such a disguise. Elaine smiles kindly, assuring him the necklace is now safe and can be sold without worry. Shaken by the ordeal, the shopkeeper refuses to sell it, fearing it might bring more harm to his customers. Nigel ponders if this incident is connected to the curse that afflicted Ralph, and Elaine nods at the familiarity. A realization hits Elaine like a lightning bolt as she connects the magical signature to Ralph's condition. She exclaims that this curse bears a striking resemblance to the one that nearly killed the wolf. Nigel turns to the shopkeeper with intense focus, demanding to know where he purchased the item. The shopkeeper admits he bought it from a new, shady merchant who recently arrived in Lynchagam offering quality goods. Nigel's expression darkens as he asks for more details, suspecting that many others may have bought cursed wares. Nigel explains that he first started seeing the shady merchant in Lynchagam about half a year ago. Word spread quickly about the high-quality goods the merchant sold at surprisingly good prices. Nigel reveals the merchant sold weapons to dealers and even monster meat to butchers through the guild. Elaine gasps in horror as Nigel realizes the implications of the monster meat being distributed. He fears that if the meat was cursed like the item Ralph ate, multiple cursed objects are already circulating. Panic sets in as Nigel decides they must immediately list every establishment that did business with the man. Elaine enthusiastically volunteers to help, prompting Nigel to thank her for always saving his hide. They wrap up their questioning at the shop, warning the owner they may return later. Walking away, Nigel shares his suspicion that the man wasn't actually a merchant by trade. He explains that despite the disguise, the man seemed inexperienced in deals and felt more like an adventurer. Elaine looks confused, trying to piece together how an adventurer fits into the merchant disguise. Nigel asserts that gathering these clues is their best bet to track down whoever cast the curses. He suddenly stops and apologizes to Elaine about how the day turned out. Nigel looks downcast, admitting they were meant to go on a proper date before this investigation took over. Elaine blushes furiously at the word date, stammering that she doesn't mind the change of plans at all. As they leave, the shopkeeper waves goodbye and teases that they look like they were on a date. The narrative flashes back to a slightly earlier time in a nearby location. A hooded figure presents a sturdy shield to a shopkeeper, claiming the new design is all the rage. The shopkeeper admires the item but hesitates, asking how much the stranger wants for it. The stranger leans in and whispers a price that makes the shopkeeper startle in surprise. The shopkeeper eagerly accepts the deal, delighted by how kindly the stranger always treats him. The stranger leaves with a smirk as the shopkeeper asks him to bring more good stuff next time. Moments later, the shopkeeper screams in terror as a black fog suddenly engulfs him. A blinding flash of light erupts from the shop, signaling the activation of a curse. Outside, the hooded stranger hears the commotion at the jeweler's and pauses. He pulls down his hood to reveal a mischievous grin, amused by the chaos he caused. Back in the present, Nigel and Elaine notice that night has fallen while they were investigating. A montage reveals they spent the rest of the day shopping and enjoying a delicious dinner together. Elaine reflects that despite the trouble, it was a very enjoyable day that went by too fast. She is jolted from her thoughts when she accidentally bumps into a hooded traveler. Nigel rushes to see if she is okay while the hooded stranger stands silently before them. The stranger apologizes profusely, claiming he was in a hurry and not watching where he was going. Elaine waves off the apology, thinking what a polite and kind person he seems to be. The stranger teases that they make a lovely couple before quickly excusing himself. Elaine watches him go, telling Nigel she doesn't think he was a bad person despite the rush. Nigel agrees to head home, unaware of the stranger's true identity. The stranger removes his hood to reveal he is Douglas, smirking that he is itching to pull the happy couple apart. Back at the palace, Elaine thanks Nigel for the fun day as they look out over the city. Nigel shyly asks if she would be inclined to go out with him on another date. Elaine beams with joy and gives him an absolute yes to the proposal. Nigel looks at Elaine with a lingering gaze, appearing as if he wants to say something important but hesitates. When Elaine asks if something is the matter, Nigel quickly flushes and stammers that it is nothing at all. Recovering his composure, Nigel bids her farewell with a warm smile, promising to see her again tomorrow. Elaine watches him leave, puzzled by his odd behavior and wondering what he actually wanted to say. She returns to her room with a sigh, closing the door behind her to shut out the events of the long day. A soft smile touches her lips as she reflects on how much fun she had despite the overwhelming exhaustion. She paces around the room, anxiously worrying if she perhaps said something wrong to make Nigel act so strangely. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted as she senses a familiar presence lurking nearby. Elaine stares intensely at the door, commanding Douglas to stop hiding and reveal himself immediately. The door creaks open slowly, revealing the empty hallway before Douglas drops his invisibility. Douglas smirks, genuinely impressed that she managed to detect him despite his concealment magic. He teases that he underestimated the former saint, while Elaine scolds him for tailing them like a spy. Douglas defends his actions, claiming he only followed to protect the prince since wandering unguarded is perilous. Elaine pouts but begrudgingly admits that his logic makes a certain amount of sense. She suddenly recalls the earlier commotion and realizes Douglas must have been watching the entire time. Furious, she demands to know why he didn't step in to help when the thugs harassed them at the cafe. Douglas laughs it off, stating he didn't want to interrupt their date and knew Nigel could handle a few weaklings. He adds with a smirk that if Nigel had lost to such trash, he wouldn't be a man worth protecting anyway. Turning serious, Douglas mentions he witnessed the incident at the jeweler's and cannot understand why humans curse their own kind. Elaine looks down sadly, admitting that she also cannot comprehend the malice behind such dark magic. Douglas taps his chin thoughtfully, muttering that there was something peculiar about that specific curse. He quickly dismisses the thought with a wave of his hand, telling Elaine to forget he mentioned it as it is likely nothing. Switching gears, Douglas smugly demands credit for setting up the date, and Elaine admits she did have a lot of fun. However, Douglas narrows his eyes and declares there is one major failure she needs to reflect on. Elaine is confused, but Douglas points a sharp finger at her and prepares to deliver a hard truth. He leans in close, announcing that he is going to put it as bluntly as possible so she understands. Douglas shouts that despite the perfect setup, neither she nor Nigel managed to confess their feelings. He scolds her for wasting so many chances, insisting that it is obvious she has feelings for Nigel. Elaine blushes and looks away, admitting she enjoys his company and he makes her heart race, but she is still uncertain. She whispers that a man like Nigel seems far beyond her reach, casting doubt on a future together. Gripping her chest, she confesses that she is too terrified to tell Nigel how she truly feels. She reveals her deepest fear is that confessing might ruin everything and cause him to stop liking her. Douglas stares at her in disbelief before flatly declaring that her worry is complete nonsense. He argues that simply telling someone you care about them gives them no reason to suddenly dislike you. Elaine stands frozen, struck by the simple yet powerful logic of the dragon's perspective. Douglas decides he has said enough and turns to leave, telling her to get some rest after her long day. He exits the room without looking back, leaving Elaine alone with her swirling thoughts. Elaine sits on the edge of her bed, marveling at how Douglas always does exactly as he pleases. She replays his words in her mind, realizing that to him, expressing love is the most natural thing in the world. Lying back on her bed, Elaine admits she is envious of the dragon's ability to be so straightforward compared to roundabout humans. Douglas recalls the dark aura of the jeweler's curse, his expression hardening as he connects the dots. A chilling realization strikes him as he identifies the magical signature as being identical to the one emitted by Letitia. Wandering the castle halls, Douglas tries to dismiss the thought but finds the similarity too strong to ignore. The ominous silhouette of the Belkium castle looms under a dark, cloudy sky. A crackling sound of dark magic fills the air as a curse is woven into existence. Letitia grins maliciously as she infuses a ring with her sinister power, reveling in the dark act. With a satisfied chuckle, she finishes the enchantment and admires her handiwork. Hearing Claude's frantic voice outside, Letitia quickly hides her dark nature and assumes the role of the innocent maiden. Prince Claude bursts into the room in a panic, ignoring the guard's attempts to restrain him. Letitia instantly switches to her facade, greeting him with a dazzling, innocent smile. Claude babbles frantically about the dragon's return and the need to increase their war funds while Letitia feigns concern. Paranoia consuming him, Claude screams that neighboring countries might seize this chance to attack them. Letitia pulls him into a suffocating embrace, silencing his fears with false assurances to leave everything to her. She feeds his ego with lies, claiming other nations are too terrified of his might to ever strike. Claude calms down immediately, completely ensnared by her manipulation and pledging his trust to her. Eager to please, Claude offers to grant her any wish she desires. Letitia puts on a cute act and asks for a jewelry allowance increase, hiding her greed behind a mask of innocence. As the prince leaves, a hooded figure materializes behind Letitia with a knowing smirk. The grand castle of Belkium stands tall, hiding the rot festering within its walls. Two guards patrol the corridors, whispering nervously about the prince's recent unhinged behavior. They try to comfort themselves with faith in Saint Letitia, though the fear of the dragon lingers. A mysterious hooded man passes the guards with a sly smile, moving unseen through the palace. The intruder stops before a door and announces his entry without waiting for permission. Letitia sits on her bed in a towel, coolly acknowledging the intruder as if expecting him. She identifies the man as Albert, chiding him for his lack of manners while flashing a cold smile. Letitia notes his skill in bypassing the guards, and Albert apologizes with a bow, revealing his adventurer status. Albert flops onto her sofa, mocking the castle's defenses as pathetic child's play. Removing his hood to reveal a handsome face, Albert questions why an SS-class adventurer like him is playing merchant. Letitia coldly orders him to stick to his part of the plan without asking unnecessary questions. Albert rests his chin on his hand, agreeing to obey as long as she fulfills her promise to make him royalty. A dark promise hangs in the air as Letitia assures him that she has great things in store. The narrative reveals Letitia's true nature, exposing her first talent as a pathological liar who deceived her way to power. She is shown feigning tears, using her acting skills to manipulate those around her. Through a web of calculated lies, she wormed her way into Claude's heart and secured her position as fiancé. Back in the present, Albert reports that the cursed wares she prepared are selling like hotcakes. He identifies her second dark talent, revealing that the saint is actually a master of casting curses. Letitia gloats about her unique lineage, which allows her to imbue objects with malice at will. She turns her sharp gaze to Albert, demanding to know what news brought him here without a summons. Albert mentions Elaine, prompting Letitia to sneer at the mention of the fake saint. He drops the bombshell that he saw Elaine alive and settled in Lynchegam, leaving Letitia in shock. The disguised Douglas, going by the name Albert, reports to Letitia that he passed a jeweler's shop where he had sold one of her wares. He describes seeing a blinding flash of light erupt from inside the shop, suggesting a magical occurrence. Douglas reveals with a smirk that Elaine was the one who effortlessly broke the curse on the item. Letitia freezes in shock, shouting in disbelief that he must be lying about Elaine's capabilities. She vehemently denies the possibility, refusing to accept that Elaine could break the curse so easily. Douglas slyly notes that a dragon visited the kingdom right after Elaine left, connecting the events. He leans in with a dangerous glint in his eye, suggesting that perhaps Letitia isn't the real saint after all. Letitia goes pale as the terrifying thought that Elaine might be the true saint crosses her mind. She snaps out of her spiral and screams at him to stop spouting such absolute nonsense. Douglas apologizes with a carefree laugh, clearly enjoying the reaction he has provoked from her. Letitia grits her teeth, telling herself she must not fall for his obvious provocations and mind games. He pushes further, mentioning that Prince Nigel of Lynchegam is reportedly head over heels for Elaine. Douglas describes Lynchegam as a flourishing kingdom and Nigel as a beloved, handsome prince, leaving Letitia stunned. He adds the final blow by claiming he saw them together and they made a truly lovely couple. Douglas hides a smirk beneath his hood, satisfied with the chaos he is stirring in her heart. Letitia trembles with jealousy, thinking that she was the one who was supposed to find happiness. She stares at him with hatred, recalling how hard she worked to drive Elaine out of the country. Her fist clenches in pure rage as she finds the situation absolutely unforgivable. Letitia forces a sickly sweet smile and addresses him as Albert, masking her true fury. She thanks him for his hard work in bringing her such detailed, albeit infuriating, reports. Douglas notes internally that she is resilient and won't spill her grand plan despite his attempts to shake her. Letitia suddenly produces a sword and hands it to him with a deceptive calmness. She tells him it is a gift, a token of her appreciation for his services as a merchant. Letitia praises him for his efforts in peddling her cursed wares and gathering information. She claims that an SS-class adventurer like him is the only one capable of bringing out the sword's full potential. With a twisted smile, she urges him to please take the weapon and accept her reward. Douglas agrees to accept the gift if she insists, playing along with her scheme. The moment he draws the blade, a violent surge of dark energy zaps him, causing him to shudder. He cries out in confusion as the black curse begins to consume his body. Douglas screams in agony, clutching his chest as the curse forces him to his knees. He slumps forward, gasping that she won't get away with this betrayal as his strength fades. He writhes on the floor, mumbling disjointed words about his rule and his throne slipping away. Letitia reveals her true colors, standing over him and commanding him to use the sword for his next mission. She orders him to kill the fake saint, and Douglas falls silent, apparently succumbing to her control. His eyes glow with a menacing light as he grips the sword, vowing to kill the fake saint as she wishes. Letitia caresses his face with a triumphant smile, pleased that her powerful puppet is ready. The narrative reveals that Letitia is exceptionally skilled at two specific things. The first is spinning lies to manipulate others, and the second is casting powerful curses. She grins with bottomless spite, vowing not to let Elaine get away with stealing her spotlight. Letitia fumes that her original plans went awry, but now she has a new goal to destroy everything Elaine holds dear. Letitia beams with a twisted delight, declaring that every misfortune is entirely Elaine's fault. Her expression darkens into a sinister grin as she vows to destroy Elaine and take everything from her. Far from the castle schemes, knights stationed at the outskirts of Lynchegam enjoy a peaceful moment. The calm is broken when a hooded figure staggers toward them, prompting the concerned knights to ask if he needs aid. The stranger ignores their concern, muttering a demand to bring her out as dark energy gathers around him. Without warning, the intruder draws a black blade and unleashes a violent strike against the unsuspecting guards. The knights scramble back in shock, shouting in confusion as they try to comprehend the sudden assault. Terror seizes them as glowing eyes appear in the forest shadows, revealing a pack of monsters backing the intruder. Chaos erupts as the beasts pounce, their fangs and claws tearing through the defensive line. Realizing they are outmatched, one knight stays to fight while ordering another to run and warn Lord Nigel immediately. The hooded man stands amidst the carnage, his identity a mystery as the ground rumbles beneath him. With a voice dripping with malice, he repeats his singular demand to bring him the woman. Unaware of the encroaching danger, Elaine sleeps soundly in her soft bed. She blinks open her eyes as the morning sun illuminates the peaceful city of Lynchegam. A loud commotion from the hallway interrupts her yawn, sparking her curiosity about the noise. Opening her door, she spots a knight running past and calls out to ask if something has happened. The flustered knight apologizes for the disturbance, vaguely mentioning a problematic incident before rushing off. A wave of dread washes over Elaine, urging her to go find Nigel immediately to uncover the truth. She arrives at Nigel's office and knocks gently, hearing his weary voice invite her inside. Nigel looks up from his desk with a tired smile, asking what brings her to him at this hour. Elaine explains she heard the commotion, prompting Nigel to admit that a soldier brought troubling news. He reveals that a massive horde of monsters has suddenly appeared in the woods near the town. Elaine is horrified, and Nigel explains that the knights were overwhelmed because these monsters are unusually aggressive. He notes that the beasts attack with reckless abandon, making them impossible to manage or predict. Nigel sighs, admitting that even the adventurers he hired are struggling to hold back the relentless tide. Elaine recalls the earlier rumors and asks if there was a man seen leading the creatures. Nigel confirms the report, describing a man with a black sword fighting alongside the monsters with inhuman aggression. Douglas the wolf chimes in, noting it is highly unnatural for monsters to serve a human unless they are Fenrir's. Nigel speculates that something has forcibly overtaken the minds of both the man and the beasts. He suggests a dark influence has stripped them of their senses and driven them to pure violence. A chilling realization strikes Elaine as she identifies the only force capable of such domination. The word curse echoes in her mind, explaining the unnatural behavior. She connects this to Ralph's illness and the jeweler's incident, realizing the curse drives victims to insanity and violence. A sudden suspicion grips her as she notices Nigel avoiding her gaze. The silence stretches as Nigel fidgets nervously under her intense scrutiny. Elaine leans in, demanding to know if he is still hiding something important from her. She insists he share the burden, but Nigel tries to deflect with a flushed face and weak excuses. Elaine presses closer until Nigel finally cracks under the pressure and agrees to tell the truth. He reveals that the mysterious man did not just attack, but actually issued a specific demand for the saint. Nigel looks grim as he clarifies that the enemy specifically asked for Elaine, the fake saint. Elaine is shaken by the phrase fake saint, wondering how the intruder knows her location and why they use that specific insult. Nigel steps in to handle the situation, deducing that Belkium must be involved and assuring Elaine she has nothing to fear. Shocked by the revelation, Elaine pleads with Nigel to let her see this man immediately. Nigel grabs her arm in desperation, begging her to stay because he cannot bear the thought of her getting hurt or worse. Elaine feels the weight of her presence bringing trouble to the country that sheltered her, believing she is the cause of this chaos. She refuses to be a princess who hides in safety while others are in danger, fearing that her inaction will lead to casualties. Elaine resolves to use her powers as the saint to save lives, clenching her fists as she refuses to let anyone die on her behalf. She bows her head and asks Nigel to trust her, thanking him for the information while insisting on taking action. The door bursts open as Douglas and Ralph barge in, declaring that they will be joining the mission as well. Ralph admits he was eavesdropping for entertainment, while Douglas claims he dashed in because he sensed trouble. Douglas supports Elaine's decision, telling Nigel that she has made up her mind and cannot be stopped. He suggests that since Elaine will try to escape anyway, it is safer for her to go under Nigel's protection. With a playful wink, Douglas suddenly scoops Elaine up into his arms, catching her completely off guard. Douglas presents the fait accompli to Nigel, while Elaine confirms that she will indeed do whatever it takes to leave the castle. Defeated by their determination, Nigel agrees but imposes the strict condition that Elaine must stay by his side at all times. Douglas notes that the woods are far, but Ralph interjects that they can get there much faster with his help. Douglas reassures Elaine that transport won't be an issue, holding her securely as he prepares to move. He lifts her effortlessly, ignoring her flustered confusion at being carried like a princess. Elaine stammers in embarrassment, asking what he is doing while Douglas hums nonchalantly. Douglas explains that he is much faster than a human and will carry her to the destination himself to save time. Ralph offers his back to Nigel, inviting the prince to ride the legendary Fenrir. Elaine notes that a Fenrir running at full speed is significantly faster than any horse, making this the best option. Douglas tells everyone to hold on tight as he and Ralph prepare to launch themselves toward the battlefield. Elaine mentally steels herself, placing her trust in her friends as they begin their high-speed journey. The group dashes off with incredible speed, leaving the castle behind as they race to confront the threat. Wind rushes past them as they traverse the landscape, closing the distance to the forest in record time. A hooded figure stands amidst defeated knights, coldly demanding that they bring him the fake saint. The intruder drags a defeated soldier across the ground, asking who dares to interrupt him. He reveals his mission is to kill the fake Saint Elaine, acting on the orders of the true Saint Letitia. The story pauses briefly to thank the reader for their support before continuing into the heat of battle. The narrative shifts back to the battlefield where a mysterious man appeared and drove the local monsters into a frenzy. The hooded man stands ominously in the fog, demanding to see Elaine while the knights struggle to hold the line. Nigel and his group hasten to intercept the threat, racing against time to save the knights. The party speeds across the terrain, their movements a blur as they rush toward the scene of the conflict. Elaine clings to Douglas, shocked by the sheer velocity of their travel as Ralph keeps pace effortlessly. They skid to a halt at the edge of the woods, Douglas's expression sharpening as he senses the enemy. The Knight Commander Adolf is relieved to see Nigel arrive, though he is clearly exhausted from the battle. Adolf reports that the monsters have gone berserk and fear nothing, continuing to attack regardless of pain. He admits that they are losing ground and had to pull back, fearing the front line will collapse without aid. Nigel assures him that help has arrived, while Elaine steps forward and asks for permission to intervene. Elaine casts a powerful healing spell that bathes the injured knights in a warm, restorative light. The knights awaken with their wounds fully healed, marveling at the miraculous speed of their recovery. Adolf thanks Elaine for her aid, while she humbly insists it was the least she could do for them. Adolf reports that the rampaging man is still in the woods, screaming nonsense about a fake saint. Nigel identifies the man as Albert, realizing the confusion stems from a dangerous source. Adolf confirms that the man is indeed the infamous SS-class adventurer known as the Shadow Emperor. Nigel grimly declares that they cannot allow Elaine to accompany them any further due to the extreme danger. Elaine pleads to go with them, but Nigel steadfastly refuses to risk her safety. Nigel questions if she can fight Albert, but Elaine argues she can't sit back while she is the cause of the trouble. She admits she cannot fight but argues that her barrier and curse-breaking magic are essential if they can get close. Tears well up in her eyes as she insists she cannot turn her back on his people after so many have been hurt. Nigel struggles with his decision, telling her he simply cannot let her go into such peril. Douglas interrupts with a sly smile, asking if it isn't a prince's duty to aid a princess in distress. He points out that Elaine would indeed struggle to deal with Albert on her own. Douglas suggests that the solution is for Nigel to remain by her side to protect her. He explains that Elaine can bestow a blessing to strengthen Nigel, making them a formidable team. Douglas mocks the humans for failing to grasp his intentions, leaving Nigel confused by the cryptic advice. He begins to say he would normally confront Albert himself, but suddenly pauses as he senses something. The group freezes in shock as a massive tremor shakes the forest, signaling a new threat. A colossal behemoth crashes through the trees, terrified knights scrambling to get out of its way. Douglas identifies the monster as his opponent, seemingly unbothered by its size. The knights stare in horror at the behemoth, realizing the gravity of their situation. Douglas laughs at their fear, mocking them for being frightened of a mere swine. He orders Elaine and Nigel to head deeper into the woods while he handles the beast to stave off boredom. Douglas jabs a finger at Nigel's forehead, asking if he still intends to argue in this situation. He shouts at the prince to figure it out, urging him to take action immediately. Nigel finally understands that Douglas is giving him the chance to be the hero who saves the princess. Douglas challenges him to prove he has the resolve to protect the woman he loves. Nigel realizes he must become a man who listens to Elaine's plea for help rather than just shielding her. He admits to Elaine that Douglas is right and he was lacking in resolve to bear the weight of his duty. Nigel gazes at her with determination, vowing to protect her at all costs. Elaine agrees to be his shield, and Nigel draws his sword, swearing to be her weapon in return. A mystical wolf appears and offers to carry them both, promising a faster journey. They speed away on the wolf's back, leaving the battlefield behind as the monster roars. The behemoth takes a massive swipe at Douglas, creating a gust of wind. Elaine calls out Douglas's name in concern as a loud boom echoes through the forest. Douglas stands his ground with a grin, telling Nigel to hurry up and go while he handles the opponent. Elaine shouts back that he has permission to use his full strength since they are away from the town. The massive beast looms over Douglas, dark energy crackling around it. Douglas prepares to unleash his power, thrilled that he finally has the saint's permission to cut loose. Elaine and Nigel speed through the forest atop Ralph, the massive wolf tearing through the trees with desperate urgency. Elaine blushes as she realizes they are drawing near the source, sensing the curse growing more oppressive with every step deeper into the woods. Ralph suddenly barks and points his snout, signaling that he has located their target in the distance. His ears twitch as he shouts a warning for them to look behind, sensing an ambush. Dark, shadowy vines erupt from the ground, ensnaring the wolf's legs and jerking him violently to a halt. The sudden stop launches Elaine from her seat, sending her flying through the air with a terrified scream. She plummets toward the hard ground, squeezing her eyes shut as she braces for the inevitable impact. Nigel catches her effortlessly in his arms, asking if she is all right while she gasps his name in relief. Their attention snaps back to Ralph, who struggles against the dark tendrils binding him. Nigel vows to free the beast, slashing at the mysterious, glowing shadows that coil tightly around the wolf's limbs. Freed from the trap, Ralph shakes himself off while Nigel checks on Elaine, grateful they are unharmed. Ralph growls menacingly as a figure emerges from the gloom, signaling that the ringleader has finally shown himself. The hooded figure sways unnaturally, muttering a chilling command to kill her. The hood falls back to reveal a face twisted by madness, his single eye glowing with malice as he names Elaine. Nigel freezes in shock, instantly recognizing the corrupted man standing before them as Albert. The cursed adventurer staggers forward, repeating his monotonous order to kill amidst the static of dark magic. Nigel and Elaine stand their ground, facing the horrifying reality that their friend has been turned into a puppet. Albert stares blankly, his mind clearly consumed by the curse as he prepares to attack. Desperate to reach him, Nigel shouts his name, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. But Albert is gone, lost to the darkness that whispers only of killing the saint. A twisted grin splits his face as he looks at Elaine, eerily declaring that she has finally arrived. With a roar, Albert leaps into the air, bringing his blade down in a vicious strike meant to cleave her in two. Nigel intercepts the blow with a resounding clang, shielding Elaine from the deadly attack. Gritting his teeth against the force, Nigel shouts for Albert to snap out of it, declaring that he is his opponent now. Albert laughs maniacally and unleashes a flurry of heavy strikes, forcing Nigel to defend with everything he has. The overwhelming force knocks Nigel backward, slamming him hard against a tree trunk with a pained grunt. With Nigel momentarily incapacitated, Albert turns his murderous gaze back to Elaine, causing Nigel to scream a warning. Albert swings his sword at the defenseless girl, but Ralph throws his massive body in the path of the blade. The wolf yelps in pain as the strike connects, taking the damage meant for Elaine. Albert tries to press the attack, but dark energy suddenly surges around him, seizing his movements. Shadowy tendrils burst forth from the sword itself, wrapping around Albert like a living restraint. Elaine recognizes the dark graspers as the same ones that attacked them earlier, realizing the curse is reacting. She understands that the curse protects its host while driving them mad, making it nearly impossible to get close enough to heal him. Albert fights against the restraints, his eyes burning with hatred as he screams that he will kill the fake saint. Elaine trembles, wondering if her powers are enough to break a curse that has grown so terrifying and powerful. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, the knights watch in hesitation as the battle rages on. They debate intervening against the massive monsters, fearing they would be useless, until a scornful voice mocks their cowardice. Douglas steps forward with a wild grin, declaring that if the humans won't act, he certainly will. With casual power, the dragon in human form delivers a devastating kick to the nearest beast, sending it flying. The impact creates a massive explosion of dust and force, signaling that the true heavy hitter has entered the fray. The knights stare in stunned disbelief as the massive dragon defies gravity and takes flight before their eyes. Resuming his human form, Douglas sighs with disappointment that the fight ended so quickly and underwhelmingly. His expression hardens as he realizes the battle is far from over and the true challenge lies ahead. The enemy staggers back, disoriented by the sudden shift in the battle's momentum. Rudolph watches in confusion as the behemoth transforms into a human shape to match Douglas, asking if that is truly the monster. Douglas smirks at the horned warrior, taunting him by asking if he still has some fight left in him. The behemoth scoffs at Douglas's form, but Douglas counters that this size will make the duel significantly more entertaining. They clash with earth-shattering force, their fists meeting in a shockwave of raw power. Douglas effortlessly catches the behemoth's punch, his grin widening as he feels the weight behind the blow. The ground beneath them cracks and splinters as the sheer pressure of their struggle pulverizes the rock. With a lightning-fast kick, Douglas sends the behemoth skidding back, proving his speed matches his strength. The behemoth slashes wildly, but Douglas dodges with terrifying agility, weaving through the attacks with ease. The knights realize that by taking human form, the monster concentrated its power to become faster and stronger. Douglas mocks the beast, joking that slimming down did wonders for its power level. A feral grin spreads across Douglas's face as he finally feels the thrill of a worthy challenge. He declares that it would be boring if his opponent didn't put up a decent fight. The scene shifts away from the duel to a darker part of the forest where a new threat lurks. The mysterious hooded man radiates a murderous aura, chanting the word kill as he hunts for his target. Nigel and Ralph are panting heavily, their stamina draining rapidly under the relentless pressure of the curse. Elaine realizes with dread that the curse is too strong and neither the prince nor the wolf can hold out much longer. The intruder lunges out of the shadows with a scream, swinging his blade to kill Elaine. Nigel throws himself in front of the attack, his sword clashing against the assassin's strike to protect her. Collapsing to one knee, Nigel gasps for air and begs Elaine to run and save herself while he holds the line. Elaine refuses to leave him, declaring she will grant him the goddess's blessing to turn the tide. Nigel looks at her in confusion, having never heard of such a power before. Elaine explains that the blessing is a divine gift that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. She warns that if there is even a sliver of wickedness in his heart, the power will reject him and cause terrible suffering. With absolute faith, Elaine assures Nigel that his pure desire to protect others will make the blessing manifest powerfully. She begs him to trust her, placing her life and the battle's outcome in his hands. The assassin screams with rage and charges again, forcing Nigel to stand his ground despite his exhaustion. Their blades lock in a shower of sparks as the assassin screams Elaine's name with manic fury. Pushed to his limit, Nigel shouts for Elaine to give him the blessing immediately. Elaine cries out in affirmation, reaching deep into her holy power to answer his call. She prays fervently, trusting that Nigel's noble heart will be able to wield the divine energy. A brilliant light begins to emanate from her hands, wrapping around Nigel's sword as the ritual begins. The glow intensifies, blinding in its purity as the magic takes hold. The assassin flinches back, overwhelmed by the searing radiance of the holy power. A massive pillar of light erupts from the forest, illuminating the entire battlefield in a blinding flash. Ralph watches in shock, shielding his eyes as he wonders what incredible magic is taking place. Nigel demands the blessing from Elaine with intense determination, ready to take immediate action. Gritting his teeth, he braces himself, confident that he can handle the immense surge of power flowing into his body. A blinding flash illuminates the forest, startling the nearby beasts as Elaine calls out in alarm. Nigel emerges from the light with a confident wink, showing he is completely in control of the transformation image. Elaine blushes deeply, stunned by the impressive appearance of his new form. The combatants clash in a blur of motion, trading fierce blows at blinding speeds as sparks fly. Soldiers watch in awe, unable to predict the winner of such an intense and evenly matched battle. A sudden flash of light interrupts the skirmish, signaling a dramatic shift in the fight's momentum. The masked enemy looms ominously behind Nigel, radiating a terrifying and oppressive dark aura. Albert seizes the advantage, locking his arm around Nigel's neck in a suffocating grip. Nigel struggles against the hold, realizing his opponent has no intention of letting him go easily. Seeing their leader in trouble, the soldiers rush forward to assist the red-haired man. Despite the chokehold, Nigel commands his troops to stop and stay back immediately. He grins fiercely through the pain, declaring this is his fight and warning them not to interrupt. The soldiers are left awestruck, admiring his ability to smile and maintain composure in such a dire predicament. Taunting his captor, Nigel asks Elaine to confirm that the battle is nearing its end. A flashback reveals how the goddess's blessing is bequeathed only to those truly qualified to receive it. As Elaine prays, Nigel feels the temporary power welling up inside him, granting him immense strength. The sheer intensity of the reaction leaves Elaine stunned and speechless at the result. Nigel displays a level of compatibility with the blessing that has never been witnessed before. His noble heart proves him worthy of leadership, validating the faith placed in him. Returning to the present confrontation, the masked Albert stares down his opponent in the dark woods. The villain sneers that Nigel stands alone in this fight without support. Elaine retorts that she stands with the saint and tens of thousands of citizens backing her. Nigel declares himself the sword protecting them all, refusing to lose to someone like Albert. The dark power overwhelms the villain, causing him to clutch his head in agony. He rants deliriously that those with power have the right to do whatever they please to the weak. Nigel pityingly observes that his enemy has been completely swallowed by his own power. He contrasts Albert with Elaine, who uses her immense strength solely for the sake of the people. Nigel delivers the final verbal blow, stating that anyone unable to understand that duty is the truly weak one. Snapping in a rage, the villain screams his denial as his composure fractures completely. Nigel dashes forward with his sword drawn, closing the distance instantly to end the conflict. He spots a fatal opening in his opponent's defense and prepares to strike. With a mighty roar, Nigel swings his blade to deliver the decisive blow. A massive slash tears through the air, impacting with devastating force. The villain screams in defeat as the attack connects and breaks his stance. Nigel stands victorious, his expression calm and resolute amidst the aftermath. Image. Observers marvel at the unexpected magnitude of power Nigel managed to draw from the blessing. The soldiers murmur with concern, wondering if he is truly unhurt after such a reckless duel. The battle concludes as the masked figure is subdued and the chaos finally ceases. Eyes glinting with predatory focus, the red-haired warrior grabs the hand that dares to choke him. Douglas grins menacingly at his captor, mocking the horned beast for failing to provide even a moment of entertainment. He sneers that he put too much faith in the creature's strength, his expression darkening with disappointment. With a casual flick of his arm, he breaks the hold and flings the massive opponent aside. A dragon-shaped aura roars to life behind him as he winds up a punch, declaring it time for the swine to sleep. Douglas unleashes a devastating blow, his fist connecting with earth-shattering force. The impact crunches into the masked figure, burying a fist deep into its torso. The force of the strike launches the beast backward, sending it crashing through the forest with a thunderous boom. Tdolf and the soldiers watch in sheer disbelief, stunned that he blew the enemy away yet again. Unimpressed, Douglas remarks that the brief scuffle at least served to kill some time. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts in the distance, illuminating the entire forest. The soldiers and animals stare in awe at the radiant display, wondering what source could produce such power. Shielding his eyes, Douglas smiles knowingly, realizing that Elaine and Nigel have succeeded. In the clearing, Nigel asks if they have finished the task before his strength gives out and he collapses. Elaine confirms that the cursed sword is shattered and the curse has been lifted from Albert and the monsters. Nigel notes that while the soldiers won't recover instantly, they will gradually regain their senses now that the cause is gone. Tears of relief fill Elaine's eyes as she thanks goodness that Nigel is safe. She confesses that she never once doubted he would triumph in the battle. A warm silence passes between them as they share a smile of mutual trust and victory. Exhausted, Nigel leans his head onto Elaine's shoulder, seeking rest now that the danger has passed. Elaine is startled by the sudden weight, only to realize he has instantly fallen asleep. She understands that wielding the goddess's blessing has left him both mentally and physically drained. A forest wolf approaches to lick Nigel's face affectionately while Elaine whispers that he did well. Smiling gently, she pats the wolf and agrees that Nigel truly performed admirably. The group enjoys a moment of peace, bathed in the soft light of the clearing with their animal companion. Douglas interrupts the quiet moment, announcing his return with a cheerful shout. Elaine looks up, surprised to see the red-haired warrior approaching them. Douglas drags the defeated horned beast behind him, noting that Nigel and Elaine also wrapped things up quickly. He boasts that the overgrown pig stood no chance against him, though he expected slightly more of a fight. Elaine praises him for his amazing performance, prompting a smug and satisfied expression from the dragon in disguise. Adolf marvels at Douglas's monstrous power, admitting he never imagined the man was so strong. As Adolf recounts how easily the behemoth was defeated, someone casually mentions that Douglas is a dragon. Adolf jolts in shock, screaming in disbelief at the revelation that their ally is a mythical creature. Elaine sighs that Nigel's bad habit of blurting things out has struck again, while Douglas asks if he hadn't mentioned it. Elaine asks if he never reverted to his dragon form during the fight, and Douglas confirms he stayed human. He explains that he didn't want to scare anyone and that the fight didn't require his full power anyway. Elaine glances aside, signaling that there is one more matter they need to attend to. Nigel looks down at the captured Albert, who is now tied up and being dragged by the wolf. He coldly asks the bound noble if he really thought he could get up. Albert sighs in defeat, lamenting that he drew the short straw and didn't make a single cent from the job. Adolphe glares down at the captive Albert, demanding to know how he dares to display such an arrogant attitude despite his capture. Albert scoffs and mutters about that woman, admitting bitterly that he was played for a complete fool. He reveals that a woman in Belgium named Letitia gave him the sword, which was the catalyst that drove him out of his mind. Elaine freezes in shock, her eyes widening as she recognizes the name of the woman responsible for the chaos. Realization dawns on the group as they piece together that Letitia is a formidable villain capable of manipulating them all. Douglas asserts his belief that Letitia isn't just a manipulator but also the one who cast the curse on the sword. He explains that during his visit to Belgium, he sensed the exact same dark aura around Letitia that he felt from the monsters here. Douglas deduces that Letitia controlled Albert through the cursed blade, identifying her as a first-rate hexer and the true culprit. Elaine recalls the face of her former tormentor, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. She remembers Letitia as Claude's lover and a cruel woman who claimed to be the true saint, though she never suspected hex magic. Elaine slumps in defeat, berating herself for being a failure who didn't notice a dangerous hexer right under her nose. Adolphe places a comforting hand on her head, assuring her that Letitia likely used every trick possible to conceal her true nature. Douglas notes the gravity of the situation and insists they need to extract every detail from Albert, who listens with a sly smile. Albert smirks arrogantly, declaring that he won't open his mouth for free and demanding a deal for his information. Adolphe violently grabs Albert by the collar, warning the captive not to take the Lynchagam name lightly. He promises a thorough and painful questioning, his anger flaring over the harm Albert inflicted on his men. Albert maintains his smug composure, taunting Adolphe to figure out his priorities while claiming he isn't afraid. Elaine watches the interrogation, noting that they can safely leave handling Albert to the intense and furious Adolphe. Douglas agrees with the sentiment, emphasizing that they cannot allow Letitia to escape justice for her crimes. Adolphe loses his temper and suggests flying straight to Belgium to punish her himself, forcing the others to talk him down. Elaine interrupts the heated discussion, calmly stating that a physical confrontation won't be necessary. She reveals with a bright smile that they have already managed to bounce the curse back onto Letitia. Douglas looks at her in confusion, asking for clarification on how the curse was redirected. Elaine explains that when an abnormally powerful and sinister curse is broken, it violently recoils upon the caster. She quotes the old adage that those who dig a hole to bury others must be prepared to fall into it themselves. With a knowing look, Elaine confirms that in this case, Letitia has effectively dug her own grave. The narrative voice reinforces that anyone who casts such a dark curse must be prepared to face the inevitable consequences. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Belgium, the capital stands peaceful and unaware of the magical backlash approaching. Letitia clings to Claude, asking for a new dress as a reward for her supposed hard work maintaining the barrier. Claude, completely infatuated, eagerly agrees to buy her anything she wants regardless of the cost. Letitia hugs him tightly, feigning joy and love while secretly reveling in her manipulation of the prince. Behind his back, her expression shifts to a dark smirk as she mocks him for being an easily manipulated fool. She gloats internally about how easy it is to get whatever she wants just by acting cute and asking nicely. Letitia prides herself on making Albert draw the cursed sword, dismissing all men as stupid puppets for her to control. She assumes Elaine is dead and chuckles, believing Albert is now unstoppable thanks to the power of her curse. Suddenly, a jolt of agonizing pain rips through her body, causing her to scream and clutch her face. Claude panics as Letitia collapses, flailing in agony while dark energy recoils upon her. Letitia writhes on the floor, terrified and confused as her face feels like it is being consumed by fire. As the intense throbbing begins to subside, she lies panting on the floor, leaving Claude horrified and confused. Composing herself with effort, Letitia apologizes for the outburst while Claude anxiously asks if she is all right. Letitia tries to reassure the others that she is fine, claiming she just feels a little bit off. Claude stares in horror, calling out her name as he witnesses something disturbing happening to her face. Confused by his reaction, Letitia touches her cheek and turns toward the mirror to investigate. She screams in terror as she realizes her face is melting away into a gruesome, distorted mess. A flashback reveals Letitia's origins as a child born into a prestigious family of hexers. Her father once praised her excessively, calling her the crowning glory of their lineage. He taught her to use her immense powers to seize whatever her heart desired. Taking his words to heart, she made her father the first victim she cursed to death. She killed him simply to test the limits of the strength he had praised so highly. Young Letitia marveled at the result, confirming that her powers were indeed sublime. Eventually, she slaughtered her entire family with her curses and stood alone. With beauty, wealth, and power, she felt no regrets and vowed to take everything she wanted. Letitia was absolutely certain that these assets guaranteed her a wonderful life. Her ambition led her to attend an aristocratic ball one fateful day. As the daughter of a count, she blended seamlessly into the high society party. Bored with the event, her attention was suddenly captured by love at first sight. The target of her sudden affection was none other than Nigel, the crown prince of Lynchigam. She approached him confidently, intending to ask for a dance. Believing men to be simple, she pressed her body against him to use her charms. Nigel rejected her advances instantly, stating he would not dance with her. He politely suggested she find another partner, leaving her stunned by the refusal. Claiming he was poor at dancing, Nigel bowed and walked away without a second thought. Letitia stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could treat her that way. She stared at his retreating back, humiliated that he brushed her off so casually. Rage consumed her as she vowed to never forgive him and make him regret the slight. To get revenge, she targeted Prince Claude of Belkium, intending to make him hers instead. She wanted to flaunt her status to Nigel, showing him she was doted on by a neighboring prince. Claude became infatuated with her, but Nigel remained completely indifferent and forgot her entirely. Using Claude's foolish love, she convinced him Elaine was a fake and had her exiled. Letitia then initiated her true plan to ruin Nigel's kingdom. She partnered with the adventurer Albert to circulate cursed items and incite chaos in Lynchigam. Her goal was to force Nigel to come begging for help from her, the Saint of Belkium. However, her plan crumbled when she learned that the exiled Elaine was by Nigel's side. Letitia spiraled into madness, furious that her efforts were wasted and wondering why Elaine was chosen. Convinced Nigel would have been hers without Elaine, her jealousy exploded into murderous intent. She handed Albert the cursed sword and ordered him to assassinate her rival. The narrative summarizes that these petty grievances were the root of the entire terrible affair. Returning to the present, Letitia is horrified to see her own face deteriorating despite her schemes. She shrieks in agony and confusion as her skin rots away in the mirror. Desperately clutching her melting cheeks, she screams, refusing to accept this monstrous reflection. Letitia gasps in sheer horror, her mind reeling as she realizes the impossible has occurred. She stares blankly, terrified by the thought that the curse she placed on Albert has rebounded onto herself. Consumed by rage, she curses Elaine for always getting in her way and ruining her plans. Claude enters the room and freezes, asking in disbelief if the figure before him is really Letitia. Desperate for comfort, Letitia reaches out and screams for Claude to help her. Claude recoils in abject terror, letting out a scream as he scrambles backward. Instinct takes over and he shoves her away violently, calling her a monster in his panic. Letitia is devastated by the rejection, remembering how he used to call her cute and realizing he now sees only a beast. She laments the loss of her beauty and status, thinking of the cursed gifts she possessed and how she should have had it all. Tears stream down her scarred face as she sobs that she simply wanted to be happy. Claude quickly tries to apologize, claiming he was just shocked by the suddenness of her transformation. He frantically reassures her that he will summon the kingdom's best healer to fix her face immediately. However, the narration notes that Claude is tragically unaware of the true nature of her affliction. As he holds the sobbing girl, he does not know that no ordinary healer can break the curse, only Elaine could. Suddenly, the door flies open and a messenger barges in, shouting urgently for Prince Claude. Claude yells at the intruder for not knocking, but the messenger insists they have a dire emergency. The messenger delivers the catastrophic news that greater demons have invaded the kingdom. Claude and Letitia sit paralyzed on the floor, unable to process the terrifying reality of the invasion. Claude realizes the warning was true and that dangerous entities have long been targeting their nation. He recalls the dragon's chilling words about the demons being far more merciless than himself. Panic rising, Claude orders the troops to strengthen defenses immediately, desperate to keep the demons away from the capital. The narration declares that the destruction of Belkium has begun, sealing the fate of the country that banished the true saint. 1 month later in Linchigam, the kingdom has returned to normal and is celebrating Prince Nigel's birthday. Elaine stands amidst the crowd, clutching a small gift and feeling overwhelmed by the large royal affair. Her heart races as she wonders if Nigel will actually like the homemade cookies she prepared for him. Nigel is surrounded by a clamoring crowd offering congratulations, beaming happily at his guests. Feeling inadequate compared to the lavish gifts of others, Elaine slips away to the balcony to wait for a quiet moment. Alone in the cool air, she reflects on the investigation that was launched after the curse incident. She recalls discovering that Albert was the suspicious merchant and Letitia came from a family of hexers. Once the main curse was lifted, all the cursed objects Letitia distributed in Linchigam lost their power. The curse rebounded onto Letitia because the grudge fueling it was interrupted when Elaine intervened. Elaine notes that disrupting a hexer's grudge cuts the magical supply, rendering their maintained curses on items inert. Meanwhile, Adolf is personally interrogating Albert, who is proving to be a difficult suspect to break. Elaine sighs on the balcony, thinking back on how many things have changed since she left her homeland. She gazes out at the scenery, wondering how the kingdom of Belkium is faring at this very moment. She imagines Claude must be panicking now that the curse has rebounded onto Letitia. A darker thought troubles her as she considers that greater demons might invade Belkium with Douglas away. She shakes her head, resolving that worrying is useless since she is no longer part of that kingdom. A familiar voice calls her name, breaking her reverie. Nigel smiles as he finds her, telling her he has been looking for her. Elaine spots Nigel stepping out onto the balcony, her face flushing as she calls out his name in surprise. Nigel reassures her that he has finished greeting everyone, though Elaine worries he should be inside since the guests are there for him. With a gentle smile, Nigel explains that he simply wanted to take some time to talk with her privately. Elaine's heart pounds in her chest as she stares up at him, caught off guard by his directness. She notices how different he seems today, finding him incredibly suave and bright in his white formal attire. In her eyes, he isn't just bright but positively and literally radiant, forcing her to look away from his sparkling presence. Nigel breaks the silence by mentioning he has something for her, but Elaine interrupts with a surprise of her own. She presents a bag of handmade cookies, stammering shyly as she wishes him a happy birthday. Nigel is visibly delighted to learn she baked them herself and eagerly asks if he can eat them immediately. Without hesitating, he reaches into the bag to retrieve one of the treats. Elaine watches with bated breath and a pounding heart as he takes a bite of the cookie. A beam of pure joy crosses Nigel's face as he declares the flavor to be absolutely delicious. He praises her baking skills, noting the perfect texture, while Elaine modestly insists they aren't that special. Nigel continues to gush about the heartfelt gift, smiling warmly as he notes how cute the cookies look. Elaine blushes deeply, relieved and happy that he appreciates the effort she put into making them. Nigel's expression turns serious as he reminds her that today is his birthday, not hers, yet he has a gift for her as well. He produces a small box, leaving Elaine confused about what it could possibly be. As the box opens to reveal a ring, Elaine stares in disbelief at the expensive item. She panics internally, wondering why he would give her such an expensive ring and feeling she cannot possibly accept it. Nigel cuts through her confusion with a solemn request, asking her to become his life partner. Realizing his phrasing might be obscure, he clarifies directly that he would like her to marry him. Elaine is left speechless and visibly shocked, prompting Nigel to apologize for the suddenness of the proposal. He confesses that looking back, she might have stolen his heart at first sight, though he has been thinking about this for a while. Nigel recalls the moment they fought Albert together as the time he realized his feelings most keenly. He explains that receiving the goddess's blessing from her felt like a gentle embrace that forged a deep connection between them. He admits that he had never felt such peace in the midst of battle before that moment. It was then that he understood what it truly felt like to be in love and recognized his feelings for her. Nigel asks her once more to become his life partner and walk side by side with him into the future. Elaine hesitates, pointing out the difficulty of their situation since they come from entirely different social classes. Nigel vows to win over every critic regardless of how long it takes, acknowledging they will need to seek blessings before marrying. With unwavering resolve, he holds out the ring and asks Elaine if she will please accept it. Elaine screams internally, panicking because she hasn't even sorted out her own feelings yet. She tries to imagine a future where she rules the kingdom as Nigel's wife, wondering if she could ever be ready for that. However, the proposal forces her to confront a realization she has been avoiding. She admits to herself that she has feelings for Nigel but fears repeating the pain of a broken engagement. Anxiety grips her as she worries about the lack of guarantees and whether his feelings might change over time. A voice of reason cuts through her fear, reminding her that she is simply telling the person she cares for how she feels. She resolves that the most important thing is to accept Nigel's feelings and honestly convey her own. Looking up at him, Elaine admits that she may have let herself become too timid. She begins her answer by honestly stating she isn't sure if she would be a good fiancé for him. Nigel confirms that he shares Elaine's feelings, his expression soft and sincere as he makes his confession. Overjoyed by his words, Elaine accepts his proposal with a radiant smile, ready to start their life together. Under the glow of the moonlight, Nigel gently asks for her hand to share a romantic dance. They embrace warmly, enjoying a private moment of intimacy while the party fades into the background image. The couple dances alone in the moonlight, cherishing the quiet connection between them. As the festivities continue late into the night, the scene shifts to the peaceful days that follow for everyone. At that time, they truly believed that only tranquility and happiness lay ahead for the kingdom. Far away in a desolate wasteland, a lone hooded figure trudges forward, exhausted and breathing heavily. The traveler pushes himself to hurry, desperate to find the person he is searching for. He scans the horizon, wondering aloud where in the world the saint could possibly be. A few days pass since Nigel's birthday party, and daily life in the castle returns to its normal rhythm. The terrifying incident with the curses feels like a distant memory as peace is fully restored. However, a significant change has occurred in the dynamic between the prince and the saint. Nigel happily munches on cookies baked by Elaine, praising their delicious taste as they enjoy a tea break. Elaine watches him with delight, feeling over the moon just seeing his innocent smile up close. She realizes that she has been in a constant state of bliss ever since officially becoming his fiancée. Blushing deeply, she reminds herself that the engagement is real and she now belongs to Nigel. She admires his handsome features and kindness, convinced he has all the makings of a perfect prince. A sudden knock at the door startles Elaine out of her romantic daydream, flustering her completely. Abby enters with urgent news, reporting that the gatekeepers have taken an unconscious boy into custody. The maid hesitates before adding that the boy said something concerning enough to warrant a direct report. She reveals that the collapsed child claimed to be a king looking for a good healer. Nigel is puzzled by a king arriving without prior notice and wonders if the boy might actually be a prince. He speculates if it could be Claude, causing Elaine to look up in sudden worry. Elaine fears that Letitia's rebounding curse caused wounds that were beyond the capabilities of Belkium's healers. Nigel doubts the proud Claude would seek his help, prompting Elaine to ask Abby for confirmation. Abby assures them it isn't Claude, noting that a visiting prince would have arrived with much more fanfare. Nigel decides to go see the boy himself, and Elaine immediately asks to accompany him. She insists her healing magic might be needed and admits she is curious about the visitor's identity. Nigel agrees to her request, and the couple sets off together to the guard station. They arrive at the guard station building to inspect the mysterious guest. The guards thank Nigel and Elaine for coming all the way down as they enter the room. Nigel confirms this is the boy found passed out at the gate and approaches the bed where he sleeps. He explains that despite having no permit or money, they couldn't leave a self-proclaimed king out in the cold. Elaine notes the boy looks like an adorable child and breathes a sigh of relief that it isn't Claude. The boy begins to stir, groaning as he blinks his eyes open in confusion. Nigel smiles kindly at the waking stranger, welcoming him to Lynchigam. The boy sits up, verifying that he has successfully reached his destination. Nigel introduces himself as the Prince of the Kingdom, causing the boy to react with shock. Desperate, the boy grabs Nigel's shirt and begs him to identify the skilled healer he heard lives in this kingdom. Elaine rushes forward and catches the collapsing figure, asking if they are all right as she supports their weight. The hooded stranger looks up in confusion while Elaine introduces herself and warns them not to stand too suddenly. Elaine notes the stranger is covered in scrapes but admits she cannot heal them as her own magic is depleted. As she reaches out to treat the wounds manually, she wonders if she should prioritize healing Nigel instead. Suddenly, the stranger shouts a healing incantation, bathing the area in a brilliant, warm light. Elaine watches in astonishment as the comforting glow envelopes the stranger's injuries. The stranger marvels that their magic has instantly fully replenished, declaring they feel right as rain. Realizing who stands before them, the stranger asks in awe if Elaine is the skilled healer they sought. A loud, rumbling growl erupts from the stranger's stomach, interrupting the serious moment. Elaine smiles gently and asks if they are hungry, causing the stranger to blush furiously. The stranger tries to insist they have important business but eventually admits they have only had water for a while. Elaine declares that good meals enrich lives and insists they must get the stranger fed first and foremost. She turns to Nigel for confirmation, and he agrees that important talks can wait until after eating. Nigel officially invites the stranger to the royal castle, noting they cannot serve a decent meal where they currently are. The group arrives at the imposing and magnificent royal castle to prepare the meal. They head straight to the castle kitchen, which is fully stocked and ready for use. Elaine dons an apron and insists to the worried chefs that she actually enjoys cooking and wants to do it herself. The chefs agree to observe from a distance, acknowledging her skill as she prepares to start. Holding up a fresh carrot with a determined smile, Elaine announces that it is time to get cooking. She expertly chops vegetables and stir-fries them with rice, moving with practiced efficiency. After seasoning the mixture with ketchup, salt, and pepper, she impresses the watching chefs with her technique. She finishes the dish by carefully covering the rice in a perfectly cooked, fluffy omelette. Elaine proudly presents the finished fluffy omelette rice, urging everyone to dig in. The stranger and Nigel stare in amazement at the delicious-looking meal placed before them. At the dining table, the stranger worries that Elaine went to too much trouble making food for everyone. Nigel cheerfully tells her to eat before it gets cold while the stranger marvels at the unknown dish's scent. Nigel and the others take their first bites, savoring the flavor with delighted expressions. Nigel praises the splendid combination of fluffy egg and tangy ketchup, calling the taste heavenly. Elaine giggles that she snuck in vegetables as the young girl declares it her absolute favorite dish. The stranger stares at the plate intently, gulping in anticipation of the first bite. Encouraged by Nigel and Elaine, she opens her mouth wide to taste the omelette rice. Her eyes light up with joy as the flavor hits her tongue, declaring it incredibly good. Elaine breathes a sigh of relief, happy that her guest enjoys the meal. The stranger exclaims she has never had anything so delicious and praises Elaine's wonderful skill. Elaine blushes at the heap of praise while Nigel and the young girl agree that her cooking is truly the best. The stranger begins to eat voraciously, unable to stop shoveling the food into her mouth. In moments, the plate is completely empty, the spoon clinking against the clean surface. Elaine asks if she has had enough, noticing the stranger looking wistfully at the empty plate. Grinning mischievously, Elaine reveals that she has plenty more prepared for seconds. The stranger blushes and shyly asks for another serving, which Elaine agrees to with a bright smile. An empty plate sits on the table, the spoon resting quietly after a satisfying meal has been completely devoured. Philip bows his head in deep gratitude, thanking Elaine for both the incredible healing and the delicious food. Elaine smiles warmly, insisting that no thanks are needed as she is simply happy he enjoyed the meal. Realizing his oversight, Philip apologizes for not having introduced himself properly before this moment. He introduces himself simply as Philip, leaving a pause that hangs in the air. With a shy smile, he completes the introduction by revealing he is the Fairy King. The room falls silent as the small boy stands before the long table, repeating that his name is Philip. A close-up confirms the impossible truth that this unassuming child is indeed Philip the Fairy King. Nigel and Elaine stare in absolute shock, their mouths agape at the sudden revelation. Elaine stammers that she had an inkling he was a fairy but never imagined he held such a title. She admits that while she suspected his non-human nature, the idea of him being a king never crossed her mind. In a flashback, Elaine recalls looking at the unconscious boy and sensing that his magic was distinctly different from a human's. Nigel laughs nervously, admitting he would have been more surprised if Elaine hadn't taken the news so calmly. He asks Elaine if she has actually met a fairy before, prompting her to confirm his suspicion. Elaine explains that back in Belkium, Claude had abruptly ordered her to join a knight's expedition. While resting near a ravine during that journey, she stumbled upon a glowing presence in the water. She recognized the small, childlike figure as a lost fairy who possessed the same magical signature as Philip. Nigel turns his attention back to their guest, asking what business the Fairy King has in human lands. Philip explains that while fairies usually stay hidden, he has ventured out for a specific reason. He reveals that trouble has struck his village, and he held onto a thread of hope that he might find a skilled healer. With a flush of emotion, Philip confesses that it was a long journey but he has finally found the one he sought. Nigel knocks over his chair in surprise, exclaiming disbelief that the legendary saint is in their humble town. Philip bows low and formally begs Your Holiness to lend them her strength, though Elaine frantically denies the title. He questions why she hides it, arguing that her extraordinary healing magic could only come from the goddess's blessing. Elaine sighs in defeat, realizing she can no longer hide her identity now that her powers have exposed her. Nigel questions how Philip identified her as the saint since such information is usually kept secret. Philip explains that his people were helped by a saint in the past and Elaine's power feels exactly the same. Elaine asks how long ago that interaction took place, sensing a discrepancy in their timelines. Philip casually answers that it was about 2 centuries ago, sparking immediate confusion. Elaine and Nigel shout in unison, completely baffled by the casual mention of such a vast time frame. Recovering from the shock, Elaine tentatively asks Philip exactly how old he is. Philip smiles innocently and estimates that he has lived for about 3 centuries so far. The revelation of his age sends another wave of shock through the room, leaving the humans dumbfounded. Philip explains that despite his youthful appearance he is an adult, as fairies live much longer than humans. Nigel clears his throat to get back on track, asking Philip to elaborate on the trouble plaguing his people. Philip begins his tale, describing a settlement they built in the woods within the last millennium. He notes that the woods are close by, less than 3 days by carriage, and protected by a barrier. Elaine struggles to comprehend his sense of time, realizing that to him 1,000 years is considered recent. Philip's expression darkens as he reveals that the woods were suddenly consumed by a deadly miasma. He confirms that the peaceful life of his people was shattered 6 months ago when a strange change corrupted their home. Elaine agrees with the Fairy King's assessment, confirming that the severity of the condition suggests this is no ordinary miasma. Navy explains that the encroaching pollution has sullied the air and magic, draining the vigor of his people and threatening their survival. He recounts their desperate but futile attempts to cleanse the corruption, leaving Elaine horrified by their plight. When asked why he sought humans specifically, the small king declares that they were his only remaining hope. He stares intently, his large eyes filled with solemn purpose as he prepares to reveal the true reason for his journey. Navy confesses that he came solely for the saint, believing her presence is the key to their salvation. He explains that 2 centuries ago, a saint used her holy power to cleanse a similar deadly pestilence. A flashback reveals how humans and fairies once shared a close bond, with the ancient saint visiting their village often. Navy notes that while the previous saint was restricted, he hopes the current situation allows for a different outcome. Seeking that same power, he abandoned the safety of the woods to travel to Belkium in search of her. Nigel calculates the timeline, realizing the boy visited his neighbor's kingdom just a few months prior. The Fairy King reveals he was callously turned away at the gate and mocked for his claim of royalty. Elaine gasps in shock, appalled by such reprehensible conduct, though she can easily imagine Claude doing it. Navy admits he almost lost hope in the saint until meeting Elaine restored his faith in her kind. He praises her for possessing the same beauty and kindness as the legendary savior from the past. Blushing at the high praise, Elaine feels humbled to be compared to such a revered historical figure. Nigel deduces that after being rejected by Belkium, the boy had no choice but to seek a healer in Lynchigam. Navy confirms the theory, formally beseeching them for aid now that he has miraculously found the saint. He extends his plea to Nigel as well, asking the prince to lend his strength to their desperate cause. Bowing deeply, the small king promises to repay this life-saving debt if they agree to help his people. Elaine accepts the mission immediately, declaring with a bright smile that she is ready to assist. The Fairy King beams with relief, grasping her hands as he thanks her for the unexpectedly quick answer. He cheers that the fairies in the woods will rejoice, while Elaine brushes off the gratitude. Nigel winks charmingly, quoting a local saying about always offering a helping hand to a friend in need. As the group prepares to depart immediately, the Fairy King stares at them in bewilderment. He is flustered by their casual tone, but Elaine insists he speak to them as equals just as he did before. She requests that he drop the formal titles and simply call her by her name. Navy smiles warmly, agreeing to the terms and placing his trust in Elaine. The trio stands together, resolved to leave the castle and begin their mission. They set their sights on the fairy woods to confront the miasma threatening the land. In the courtyard, they spot Douglas and the divine wolf Ralph engaged in some activity. Douglas challenges the beast, declaring he will prove his superiority with a display of lightning speed. The air crackles with energy as man and beast face off in an intense showdown. With a fierce grin, Douglas grips a wooden object, signaling the start of their duel. He hurls the object with explosive force, sending it flying through the air. Ralph dashes instantly, a blur of white fur leaping to intercept the projectile. The wolf catches the stick midair with a satisfying chomp, landing gracefully. Douglas mocks the beast for looking so proud over a game of fetch, though Ralph seems unbothered. As Nigel and Elaine watch the playful scene, Douglas prepares to throw the stick even faster. Ralph perks up, recognizing Elaine as the saint who gives him his favorite golden woodblocks. Douglas preens with pride over his coat, while Elaine happily compliments Ralph on his fluffiness. The group engages in a serious discussion, explaining the current situation in detail to the divine beast. Elaine asks Douglas and Ralph to guard the fort while they are away visiting the Fairy King. Douglas offers to transport them instantly with a blink, but the group swiftly declines his chaotic assistance. With a determined grin, Douglas vows to do an excellent job protecting their home alongside the wolf. Elaine frets over potential mishaps, but Douglas laughs off her overprotective worries with confidence. Suddenly, Douglas conjures a mystical item, summoning a glowing sphere into his hand. Elaine stares in wide-eyed confusion, wondering where the mysterious orb came from. Douglas hands the object to Elaine, instructing her to keep it close during her journey. He reveals the item is a dragon's jewel, a rare artifact of immense power. Douglas explains that if she imbues it with magic, he will be summoned to her location instantly. He warns her to use it only in dire emergencies because the jewel will shatter after a single use. Elaine blushes with gratitude, touched by his thoughtful gesture to ensure her safety. She reflects that despite his mischievous nature, Douglas acts like a dependable older brother. Douglas and Ralph agree to put aside their games and focus seriously on their guard duty. However, their confusion about how exactly to hold down a fort leaves Elaine instantly worried again. The group departs the castle, beginning their journey toward the fairy woods. After 3 days of being jostled in a carriage, Philip announces they have finally arrived. They stand before the ominous forest, observing the thick miasma choking the trees. Nigel instructs the soldiers to wait behind, asserting that only the 3 of them should proceed. The soldiers acknowledge the order, urging their leaders to be careful as they venture forth. Elaine, Nigel, and Philip step into the dark woods, leaving safety behind them. As they trek deeper, Elaine's body begins to glow to counteract the intensifying miasma. She erects a magical barrier around the group, ensuring the toxic air cannot harm them. Philip suddenly stops, his eyes widening as he recognizes a specific location. They emerge into a clearing to find a vast, ominous lake dominating the landscape. Dark bubbles of miasma erupt from the murky surface, filling the air with corruption. The group realizes the lake is the source of the plague, though the cause remains a mystery. Philip breaks down in guilt over his people's suffering, but Elaine firmly tells him he is not to blame. He asks desperately if there is anything she can do to stop the spreading darkness. Elaine confirms she can purify it but notes that casting from the shore would take too long. Without hesitation, she steps directly into the tainted water, shocking Nigel with her reckless move. A blinding divine light erupts from her, instantly clearing the murky water around her. Elaine declares that direct contact is the fastest way to purge the corruption. The purification spreads rapidly, turning the soil healthy and restoring the green to the leaves. Philip watches in awe, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the saint's miraculous power. Elaine wipes her brow with a bright smile, announcing that the work is completely finished. Philip marvels that the forest looks even more beautiful and pristine than it did before. Elaine explains that her body acts as a conduit for divine magic, making the water the perfect medium. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Philip thanks Elaine for saving his home and his people. Nigel suggests returning to Lynchigam, noting that the problem in the woods seems to be fully resolved. As they declare the woods clear, small glowing figures appear around Elaine and chant, "Saint," with joy. Elaine is surprised they can identify her so easily, while the fairies insist she is distinct from normal people. A fairy explains they emerged because the woods are clean, scolding another named Mars for wandering outside the barrier. Elaine gushes over the cute creatures, prompting Philip to formally introduce them as fairies while asking what they are doing there. One fairy compliments Nigel's smell, causing him to blush while Elaine teases him about being flattered by such young admirers. Philip notes that fairy children rarely like humans immediately, chuckling as one makes itself comfortable on Nigel's head. He explains that the children are drawn to those with pure auras, as they cannot judge good or bad by observation alone. Philip extends an invitation to visit their village, asking Elaine if she would like to see it. Philip assures the hesitant Elaine that she is welcome, dismissing her concerns about their policy of avoiding humans. With a bright smile, Elaine accepts the invitation, asking to stop by since they are already there. Philip excitedly declares he will guide them, marking the start of Elaine's first visit to a fairy village. The group pushes through the dense foliage, the sounds of the forest surrounding them as they trek deeper. Philip stops before an open clearing, announcing that they have arrived at the entrance to the village. Elaine and Nigel look around in confusion, seeing nothing but empty space where the village should be. With a sudden thud and a wave of magic, a massive torii-like gate materializes out of thin air before them. The humans gasp in shock as the giant wooden structure creaks open to reveal the path forward. A blinding flash of light engulfs them as they step through the magical barrier into the hidden realm. Philip turns with a beaming smile, welcoming them to the true fairy village revealed beyond the light. Elaine's eyes widen in amazement as the scenery clears to reveal a breathtaking sight. Massive trees house intricate dwellings spiraling up their trunks, creating a bustling city within the forest canopy. Philip thanks Elaine again for purifying the miasma as they walk through the beautiful, restored landscape. They pass fairies tending to crops who greet their returned king, with Philip noting many have human forms. A crowd of fairies swarms Elaine, cheering for the saint and begging her to play with them. Philip scolds his subjects for being rude to their savior, but Elaine insists it is fine and finds them adorable. Nigel watches the heartwarming scene with a gentle smile, while Philip sighs and relents to the children's enthusiasm. Elaine points to the structures high above, and Philip confirms that fairies build their homes within the trees. She marvels at the crystal-clear water and the abundance of crops planted in the village's fields. Elaine feels like she has stepped into a fairy tale, eagerly accepting an offer to try their prized vegetables later. Caught up in her excitement, Elaine stumbles, but Nigel catches her before she can fall. Nigel smiles reassuringly, gently reminding her to watch where she is walking to avoid injury. Flustered by his closeness, Elaine stammers a quick apology, her face heating up. She clutches her chest, realizing that even though they are engaged, being this close still makes her heart race. Philip interrupts the moment, suggesting they continue their conversation up in the higher levels. They stand before a colossal tree tower that dwarfs everything else, spiraling high into the sky. Elaine stares up in awe as Philip announces they are heading to the very top of the massive structure. With a snap of his fingers, Philip activates his magic, lifting the group off the ground to Elaine's shock. Elaine panics as they ascend rapidly, terrifyingly high above the ground with no support. Overcome by fear, Elaine buries her face in Nigel's chest, clinging to him tightly for safety. Nigel laughs nervously as he holds her, admitting that he is actually a bit frightened by the height himself. Nigel urges Elaine to open her eyes, revealing the breathtaking scenery awaiting them from their high vantage point. Elaine gasps in sheer amazement, overwhelmed by the expansive view of the lush fields stretching out below. The group has arrived at the top of the massive tree, standing before the humble abode of Philip the fairy. Trembling with fear, Elaine admits that the dizzying height was absolutely terrifying for her. Philip apologizes profusely, realizing he forgot that humans are not accustomed to dwelling at such elevations. The fairy offers them the village's fresh water and vegetables, prompting Elaine to gush over how adorable he is. Elaine accepts the offer with a bow, noting how incredibly fresh the produce appears. Nigel and Elaine take a bite of the raw vegetables, hoping to enjoy the local flavor. Nigel's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims that the food is absolutely delicious. Elaine is mesmerized by the rich taste of the carrots spreading through her mouth, unable to believe it is just a vegetable. The Fairy King Navy smiles, happy with their reaction, and suggests they move on to the main topic of discussion. He bows deeply to the couple, expressing his profound gratitude for them saving his people. Nigel insists they need nothing in return, but Navy asks what Lynchigam desires as compensation. The Fairy King refuses to let the debt slide, declaring that accepting charity without repayment goes against their principles. Nigel ponders the dilemma, rubbing his chin as he formulates a plan that benefits everyone. He proposes a trade agreement, asking to purchase the village's water and vegetables on an ongoing basis. Nigel explains that distributing these unique goods in the markets would greatly boost the kingdom's economy. To protect the fairies, he promises to keep their location secret and claim the goods come from a select group. Navy agrees to the terms but points out a fundamental issue regarding the payment method. He explains that fairies have absolutely no need for gold currency, so they would simply give the produce for free. Nigel is reluctant to accept such valuable resources for nothing and wishes they had something the fairies actually wanted. Elaine suddenly raises her hand, offering to come to the village and cook for them in exchange for the goods. Navy is surprised, having never considered cooking necessary, while Nigel wonders if the food could taste even better. The Fairy King admits they usually eat raw food and require very little sustenance compared to humans. However, he suddenly remembers the omelette rice Elaine made and declares it moved him to his very soul. Navy excitedly begs her to cook for them, stating there is no greater reward he could possibly receive. Nigel checks if Elaine is truly willing to take on this burden, and she confirms it with a happy smile. He supports her wholeheartedly, though Elaine laughs nervously at being called a passionate cook. The group celebrates the agreement, with Nigel unable to hide his excitement about eating her cooking again. They summarize the deal: Lynchigam gets produce, and in return, Elaine provides periodic cooking services. Nigel and Navy shake hands, cementing the partnership as they both look forward to the future. Elaine marvels at the significance of the moment, realizing that humans and fairies working together is historic. Navy confesses he almost hated humans because of Claude but is glad to have found that good ones exist. His expression turns serious as he asks if they know about the concerning rumors regarding Belkium. Navy reveals the terrifying truth that demons have set their sights on invading the neighboring kingdom. He explains that the protective barrier is gone, making an invasion inevitable at any moment. The Fairy King discloses that he was the one maintaining the barrier, and without it, the knights stand no chance. Elaine tries to dismiss the news, reminding herself that she was banished and has no ties to that country. Despite her words, she hesitates, unable to completely sever her emotional connection to her former home. Her blood runs cold with dread as she imagines the innocent people of Belkium falling victim to a demon attack. Nigel notices Elaine's sudden gasp, but she quickly hides her panic and stammers that nothing is wrong. She forces a smile, internally praying for the safety of those in her past while resolving not to worry Nigel. The narrative shifts back 1 month to the ominous Belkium kingdom. Letitia screams in agony as her face begins to crumble, crying out for Claude's help. Claude sits frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. Chaos erupts as greater demons invade the kingdom while Letitia's face grotesquely falls apart. A soldier shouts for Prince Claude, who desperately insists they can still hold the enemy at bay. Another messenger bursts in with terror in his eyes, bearing catastrophic news. Claude demands to know the report, his face pale with dread. The messenger screams that the demons have breached the royal capital. He points to the window as proof, while Claude stammers that it cannot be true. Claude stares blankly at the scene outside, muttering that it is impossible. Citizens are slaughtered in the streets by grinning demons, their cries filling the air. Claude and Letitia stand paralyzed at the window, watching their world collapse. Letitia clutches Claude and begs him to save her, while he wonders helplessly where the knights are. A soldier asks for orders, but Claude snaps back to defend Letitia's identity against the horror. Desperate, Claude demands the location of Albert, the SS-class adventurer, only to hear he is missing. He curses the adventurer's absence and screams for the knights to quell the chaos immediately. Trembling with rage, Claude vows consequences if even a single demon enters the castle. A massive clawed foot steps into the room as a voice mocks that it found their hiding spot. The intruder greets the prince with chilling politeness. Claude screams in terror, demanding to know who stands before him. The entity reveals herself as Balter, a greater demon. Claude realizes the enemy is already inside and frantically asks about his knights. The soldier and Claude stand frozen, realizing the hopelessness of their situation. Bravely, the soldier draws his sword and charges, shouting for the demon to stay back. Balter glances coldly at him, stating she is speaking to the prince and tells him to shut up. She raises a hand, scolding him that it is rude to interrupt. A blade of dark magic slices through the air in an instant. The soldier's body falls in 2 pieces as Balter remarks that no one likes a man who can't read the room. Claude and Letitia tremble in absolute terror, realizing their defender was slaughtered like nothing. Claude grips Letitia's shoulders, swearing he won't let the demon touch a hair on the saint's head. Balter scoffs at his confidence, finding the mention of holy powers amusing. She bursts into manic laughter, her cackles filling the room. Wiping a tear, she asks incredulously if he truly believes that Scarred Girl is the saint. Balter reveals that even demons know the true saint was exiled and replaced by a fake. Claude shouts in denial, insisting that Letitia is the true saint. Balter sighs at his stupidity, noting that his ignorance caused all of this. She asks him pointedly if anything has actually gone right since Letitia took the title. Balter lists the dragon invasion and the demon riots, telling the foolish prince to finally open his eyes. Letitia's voice echoes from the darkness, mocking the kingdom for banishing its true saint and falling for a fraud. She reveals herself with a sinister smirk, telling Claude that his country is now completely doomed. Claude slumps to the ground in denial, unable to process the reality as he begs her to say it isn't true. Letitia insults him ruthlessly, calling him ugly on the inside and out while he breaks down in tears. She points to her scarred face, explaining that it is the result of his powerful curse rebounding back onto her. She mocks his stupidity for trying to curse the saint, whose immense divine blessing naturally reflected the dark magic. With a twisted smile, she suggests that she should actually thank the two of them for their incompetence. She spreads her arms triumphantly, declaring that their actions have delivered the kingdom directly into her hands. Letitia asks if they have even bothered to look outside, hinting at the destruction that has already begun. Claude stares in horror as she confirms that their defenses are overrun and total control is only a matter of time. She steps firmly on Claude's head, ridiculing him for thinking his little soldiers could hold back demons. Crouching down, she whispers the crushing truth that he is out of knights and no one is coming to save him. Her gaze turns lethal as she admits it would be far too easy to simply kill him right where he stands. She lifts his chin with a cruel finger, musing that ending it instantly would take all the fun out of his suffering. Licking her lips, she decides instead to take her sweet time and give him a slow, excruciating death. Claude's face goes pale with terror as he stammers a pathetic refusal to accept his grim fate. Desperate to survive, he falls to his knees and offers her all the money and jewels she could ever desire. Tears stream down his face as he begs and pleads for her to just spare his life. Claude reaches out to cling to her in desperation, but his touch only provokes her immediate fury. She kicks him away with a shout, warning him not to touch her with his filthy hands as he crashes to the floor. Regaining her composure, she remarks that she likes a man with a pretty face but absolutely despises idiots. She glances back with a sinister smile, hinting that there might still be something he can do for her after all. Standing by the window, she reiterates that she will let him live for the moment, pending his cooperation. Her expression turns predatory as she emphasizes that his survival depends entirely on his usefulness to her. Claude looks up with a glimmer of hope and confusion, asking what exactly she requires of him. Letitia reveals her demand with a wide grin, ordering him to take her immediately to the king. She asks where the monarch is hiding, noting she hasn't managed to find him in the castle yet. Claude tries to stand his ground, declaring with sudden bravado that he will never expose his sovereign to danger. His defiance is cut short as Letitia violently grabs him by the throat, slamming him against the wall. She tightens her grip, giving him a stark choice to either lead her to the king or end his life right now. Her eyes glow with menace as she asks if he is truly ready to choose death over betrayal. Claude's resolve instantly shatters, and he screams that he will take her, begging her not to kill him. Letitia orders the trembling fake saint to join them, commanding Claude to lead the way immediately. They arrive at the ornate double doors that mark the entrance to the king's private chambers. Finding the room empty, Claude nervously points towards a bookshelf that conceals a hidden room. Letitia mocks the king's cowardice, scoffing at a ruler who hides while his kingdom is being overrun. Claude opens the door to find his father sitting comfortably with a drink, completely detached from the chaos. The king smiles cluelessly at his son, asking if he has already managed to beat back the demons. Letitia steps into the room with a polite but mocking greeting to the oblivious monarch. The king recoils in terror at the sight of the monsters, demanding to know why Claude brought them here. Balter reveals herself as a greater demon and the ruler of the demon clans, offended by the rude reception. She mocks the humans, explaining that the saint's banishment removed the barrier and allowed her free entry. The king realizes with horror that they indeed had a saint, admitting he left such matters entirely to Claude. Panic consumes Claude as he violently grabs his father, blaming him for approving the banishment in the first place. Balter interrupts their pathetic family squabble, demanding they focus on her presence instead. With a chilling smile, the demon demands their total surrender and absolute dominion over the kingdom. The king refuses to yield, but Balter instantly silences his defiance by grabbing him with terrifying speed. Bones creak sickeningly as the demon tightens her grip on the helpless monarch. Balter chuckles darkly, amused by how quickly their resistance is crumbling before her. She declares the negotiation over, ordering Claude and Letitia to submit or face immediate destruction. Claude cries out for his father, only to be seized by the throat himself in a flash of violence. The demon hurls the prince to the ground with brutal force, displaying her overwhelming physical superiority. She warns the foolish family to mind their words as Claude gasps for air on the floor. A messenger bursts in with catastrophic news, confirming that their defenses have already been completely overrun. Knights rush into the room to protect their liege, urging the royals to escape immediately. In a split second, Balter unleashes a barrage of black spikes, slaughtering the guards before they can even act. She taunts the survivors, explaining that without the saint, conquering their land is as easy as hunting rabbits. Claude stares in paralyzed shock, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the threat facing them. Realizing their finest knights were instantly annihilated, he accepts that they have absolutely no means to resist. Defeated and terrified, Claude surrenders the kingdom's rule to save his own life, delighting the demon. Balter pauses to ask one final question, curious about the prince's intentions now that he has submitted. She explains that her people came seeking more space, finding Belkium an easy target for their expansion. A greedy smile twists her features as she reveals that her ambition has grown now that she has arrived. No longer satisfied with just one kingdom, Balter declares her intent to conquer the entire world. Meanwhile, Elaine arrives safely back in Lynchagam, completely unaware of the tragedy unfolding in her homeland. Nigel remarks that the trip felt short, though Elaine feels like they have been away for a long time. He gratefully acknowledges that Douglas and Ralph kept the kingdom peaceful during their absence. Elaine excitedly anticipates the comfort of her own soft and plush bed after the journey. Nigel mentions a detour to the magic research lab, leaving Elaine confused about his sudden change of plans. He reveals the bottle of fairy water, intending to have its extraordinary properties analyzed by experts. Elaine agrees it is worth studying, sensing the immense magical energy emanating from the liquid. She asks to accompany him, eager to learn more about the mysterious gift from the fairies. The carriage arrives at a grand building on the outskirts of town, the destination for their inquiry. Nigel leads the way into the magic laboratory, satisfying Elaine's long-held curiosity about the structure. Inside, Elaine is awestruck by the sight of researchers busy at work with strange equipment. A researcher notices Nigel and apologizes for the lack of formal greeting, while Elaine looks around inquisitively. Nigel asks for the director, and the staff member directs him toward the back of the facility. Knocking on the office door, Nigel enters and greets the director familiarly by name. Robert turns to welcome his visitor, asking Lord Nigel how long it has been since they last met. Nigel greets Robert warmly, noting that it has been far too long since their last meeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Nigel introduces Elaine to the director of the Magic Research Lab. Robert immediately gushes over them, calling the pair the cutest couple in the entire kingdom. He teases Nigel about his beautiful fiancée, causing the prince to ask him to stop with the jokes. Nigel shifts the topic to business, explaining that he brought something specific for Robert to examine. He reveals the bottle of water, and Robert is instantly captivated by its exceptionally high magical potency. Nigel explains they received the water after befriending fairies, while Robert imagines the creatures eating omelette rice. The director freezes in shock, stammering in disbelief that they actually made contact with real fairies. Overwhelmed with excitement, Robert rants about the rarity of the situation and the significance of the gift. Nigel asks him to analyze the liquid's potential uses, and Robert declares he won't sleep until it's done. Elaine observes the eccentric researcher, thinking he is quite an odd man when engrossed in his work. Nigel issues a stern warning, reminding Robert that the fairies must be treated with the utmost respect. Robert assures the prince he would never act crudely like the researchers in Belkium. They discuss dark rumors about Belkium's labs conducting unscrupulous human experimentation under pressure. Elaine feels relieved, realizing this lab is run by someone Nigel trusts completely. Robert proposes using the fairy water as a catalyst to easily create potent potions. Elaine's eyes sparkle with excitement as she asks if they really make potions here. She recalls reading books about apothecarists back in Belkium and confirms her strong interest. Elaine admits she once dreamed of being an apothecarist who improves lives with her creations. Seeing her enthusiasm, Robert invites her to assist him with the work immediately. Robert says he would be honored to have her help, and Nigel encourages his fiancée to jump in. The group prepares to start, agreeing that hands-on experience is the best way to learn. Robert explains the simple process of pouring the liquid and applying healing magic to it. Elaine worries that getting the feel for it might be tricky, but Robert is confident she will succeed. He performs a demonstration first, skillfully manipulating the test tube. The vial glows brightly as the magic infuses with the liquid. Elaine marvels at the pretty light while Nigel praises Robert's high skill level. Robert announces the potion is complete, holding up the finished product triumphantly. He explains that the fairy water makes the process incredibly efficient compared to conventional methods. Elaine is amazed by the result, while Robert praises her for her keen interest. The director chuckles to himself, thinking about how happy and cute the couple looks. Nigel cheers Elaine on as she steps up to take her turn at the experiment. She carefully pours the water, trying to remember how to emit magic just like Robert did. Straining with effort, Elaine struggles to get the magic to bond with the liquid. She admits she can emit the power but can't make it stick, worrying she is just making extra magical water. Robert reassures her that even emitting magic is difficult for most, so her attempt is impressive. Suddenly, Robert steps close behind Elaine to guide her, asking for her pardon. Elaine blushes furiously, startled by his proximity and stuttering his name. Nigel looks on with jealousy as Robert instructs her to direct the flow of magic into the water. With his guidance, Elaine feels the contours of the flow and begins to get the hang of it. Robert gasps in shock as a tremendous outflow of magic fills the room, asking if the experiment failed. Elaine hands him the vial with a smile, confident that the mixture is exactly what was needed. Staring at the liquid in disbelief, Robert realizes she has brewed a high-grade potion on her very first attempt. The three stand in stunned silence, processing the sheer absurdity of the achievement. Robert exclaims that it is indeed high-grade, while Elaine admits she thought she had made a low-grade one. A diagram explains that while low-grade potions heal scrapes, high-grade ones can mend fractured bones and serious illnesses. Robert analyzes the liquid further, trembling as he confirms it holds effects equivalent to the highest tier. He declares that creating such a potion instantly is unfathomable, as it normally takes a year just to learn the basics. Elaine forces a smile, disappointed that she mastered the craft immediately instead of enjoying the learning process. She tries to deflect the praise by claiming it must be the effects of the fairy water she used. Robert snaps back that ingredients alone cannot produce a high-grade potion in mere moments. Under his doubtful stare, Elaine sweats nervously and insists she is just a completely average healer. Narration reveals that they decided to sell the potions while Nigel and Robert discussed future plans. Nigel asks Elaine to help with potion making in the future, and she happily agrees to aid the people. Walking away, Elaine sighs that she really wanted to learn the craft from the basics rather than skipping to mastery. Time passes, and her days at the castle become busier and more fulfilling. Lying on the grass, Elaine decides it is time to visit Philip and the other fairies soon. She pets Ralph, explaining that the fairies trade goods for her cooking, though Ralph thinks she exaggerates the deal. Elaine giggles that she has perfected a secret project she wants to show them. A voice suddenly interrupts from above, asking to be included in the interesting conversation. Elaine shrieks as Douglas looms over her, laughing heartily at her terrified reaction. Douglas declares that even a dragon rarely gets to meet fairies and insists on joining the trip. Elaine hesitates, wondering who will protect the kingdom if its strongest defender leaves. Douglas assures her that he has already entrusted the kingdom's safety to Nigel. He adds that Belkium has bigger problems than attacking them, so there is no need to worry. Laughing again, Douglas points out that Elaine had already decided to go regardless of the details. Ralph sulks with a gloom cloud, assuming he is stuck guarding the house again. Douglas turns to the wolf and invites him along, reasoning that a dragon and divine beast arriving together makes a statement. Ralph perks up instantly but tries to act cool, claiming he doesn't get lonely without Elaine. Douglas teases the wolf, noting that his twitching ears give away his true feelings. Ralph turns away with a huff, stubbornly denying he wants to go while his tail betrays him. The scene shifts to the royal castle exterior as the group prepares to depart. Douglas declares, "Leave it to me," with a grin, ready to lead the way. In a sudden motion, he scoops Elaine up into his arms, startling her completely. He explains that carrying her and running is faster since his dragon form is too difficult to control. Elaine protests, suggesting a slow and steady carriage ride would be much more civilized. Douglas counters that he has no patience for slow travel and suggests she nap in his arms. He tells her to hold on tight, but Elaine hesitates, remembering the chaos of their last trip. Ignoring her protests, Douglas launches forward with explosive speed. Hours later, Elaine looks completely motion-sick while Douglas beams with sparkling energy. Elaine stands in awe before the majestic, spiraling tree structures that make up the heart of the fairy village. She marvels that they arrived in barely half a day, a journey that would normally take several days by carriage. Flashbacks reveal the terrifying speed of their travel, with Elaine clinging desperately to Douglas's chest to survive the G-force. The fairies spot the saint and realize Philip must have lowered the barrier in anticipation of their arrival. A swarm of fairies surrounds Douglas, boldly calling him a weird human and noting they haven't seen his kind in ages. Douglas snaps at the cheeky creatures, threatening to incinerate the entire forest before getting chopped on the head. Elaine scolds him for scaring the locals while he rubs his head and mutters that he was only joking. Philip appears with a warm welcome but immediately stiffens as he recognizes the dragon standing beside Elaine. He stammers in confusion, asking Elaine why she has brought a dragon to their sanctuary. After a quick explanation, Philip apologizes for his rudeness, realizing Douglas is also a resident of Lynchigam. He admits he is leery because a dragon once chased him, prompting Elaine to suggest lunch to break the tension. Elaine beams with excitement, announcing that she has prepared something special just for this occasion. She asks Douglas to open his storage magic, revealing she brought all the necessary ingredients with her. With a flourish, she presents the main dish of the day, which is chilled somen noodles. She explains that this popular dish from the Far East is the perfect refreshing meal for such a hot day. Philip eagerly leads them to a spot where everyone can eat, while Elaine promises it won't take long to prepare. The group arrives at the fairy village central square, a peaceful clearing set up with tables and benches. Elaine rolls up her sleeves, noting that since she did the prep work at the castle, finishing up will be a breeze. She directs Douglas to start a fire with his magic to boil a pot of the village's pristine water. While the noodles cook, she orders Douglas to create ice so she can shock the noodles in cold water. Expertly handling a knife, she slices up colorful summer vegetables like cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants. The final product is presented in a large bowl, a vibrant masterpiece of chilled noodles and fresh veggies. Douglas and Philip stare at the bowl, drooling as they exclaim how delicious it looks. The entire group gathers around the long wooden table, clasping their hands to give thanks before digging in. Philip picks up a fork, intrigued by the aroma, while Elaine reminds him to dip each bite in the sauce. He takes a tentative bite, the sound of slurping filling the air as the flavors hit his tongue. A flush of delight spreads across his face as he cups his cheek and declares it absolutely delicious. Elaine giggles at his reaction, agreeing that the refreshing flavor is exactly what they needed. Around the table, fairies and dragons alike are captivated, exclaiming that they have never tasted anything so good. The sound of enthusiastic munching fills the square as the fairies devour the meal with gusto. Elaine proudly explains that she spent a long time perfecting the dipping sauce recipe to pair with anything. The fairies agree that the vegetables taste even better prepared this way, their faces lighting up with joy. Philip pauses mid-meal, struggling slightly to manage the slippery noodles with his fork. Elaine notices his difficulty and offers him a pair of chopsticks, explaining they are the traditional utensil. She demonstrates the proper grip, positioning her fingers to show him how to manipulate the sticks. Philip watches intently, mimicking her movements as he attempts to pick up the food. To Elaine's surprise, he masters the technique instantly, finding it much easier than using a fork. Douglas interrupts the lesson by demanding another serving immediately, his bowl already empty. Elaine praises Douglas for his chopstick skills, and he smugly replies that it is child's play for a dragon. Internally, Elaine laughs as she recalls how cute he looked when he was first puzzled by forks and chopsticks. The group finishes their meal, expressing their gratitude for the delicious food with empty bowls. Navy thanks Elaine profusely, though she humbly deflects the praise while seeing his satisfied expression. To the Fairy King's surprise, Nigel announces that the course isn't over yet and more is coming. Nigel confirms with a smirk that dessert is indispensable, signaling Douglas to prepare the special treat. Bowls containing a colorful liquid are set out, leaving the guest puzzled by the presentation. Douglas steps up to perform his role, using his magic to conjure ice directly into the bowls. He magically shaves the ice into a snow-like consistency before topping it with the special syrup. The dessert is completed in an instant, ready to be served to the eager diners. Navy looks skeptically at the dish, wondering why they are serving him simple shavings of ice. One bite changes his mind instantly as he beams with delight at the sweet and scrumptious flavor. Elaine explains that this Eastern dish is called shaved ice, perfect for cooling down on hot days. The group enjoys the treat together, though one fairy eats too fast and gets a brain freeze. In no time at all, the bowls are scraped clean as the shaved ice proves to be a massive hit. Navy declares everyone is full and happy, thanking Elaine once again for the exceptional cooking. Elaine insists the credit belongs to their wonderful ingredients, grateful for the water and vegetables. Remembering a specific item, Navy drags out a large box and offers its contents to them if they can open it. He explains it is a centuries-old treasure box that has rusted shut and remained sealed for ages. Elaine tries her best to lift the lid, but it remains stubbornly shut despite her straining efforts. Navy confirms there is no magic lock, just the passage of time making it difficult to open. He reveals that even the previous saint from 200 years ago failed to open it, prompting Nigel to step in. Nigel grips the lid with a confident grin, ready to apply brute force to the stubborn container. With a mighty heave, the rusty hinges scream in protest as he forces the lid upward. A loud crack echoes through the clearing as the seal finally gives way under his strength. The box pops open, leaving the onlookers stunned that he managed to do it so quickly. Elaine and Navy gasp in disbelief, shocked that the ancient container yielded so easily. They stare at Nigel, amazed that he simply pried it open by force without any special trick. Curiosity takes over as the three of them lean in to finally see what has been hidden inside. Their faces reflect a mix of awe and confusion as they gaze upon the long-lost treasure. Inside lies a sword, though its appearance is far more underwhelming than they expected. Elaine senses a strange magic within the weapon, noting it feels very rusted but significant. While Navy sees only junk, Elaine feels an inexplicable familiarity, as if she has known this sword for ages. Navy asks Douglas for his opinion, admitting the blade just looks like a rusty hunk of metal to him. Douglas stares intensely at the weapon, sensing that it is currently dormant but undeniably odd. Navy decides that since they opened it, Elaine should be the one to keep the sword. He smiles and insists that such an item would be wasted on fairies, who have no use for it. Elaine agrees to hold on to it for safekeeping, admitting she is curious about the magic it holds. The scene shifts to the next day back at the castle as the sun rises over the horizon. The rusted sword sits in its case, now in the possession of the humans who retrieved it. Nigel comments that it still just looks like an old, rusted blade to his eyes. Elaine remains convinced of its worth, sensing a strange magic that proves it is no ordinary sword. Nigel suggests storing the mysterious item in the castle treasury for safekeeping, and Elaine agrees that the fairies' trust must be honored. Elaine prepares to leave, but Nigel stops her to mention that Robert has an urgent matter to discuss regarding her work. The group arrives at the magic research lab, ready to hear what the head researcher has to say. Robert pushes his glasses up seriously, stating he has a report regarding the high-grade potions Elaine created. He reminds them that while some were reserved for knights, the rest were distributed to trusted merchants for public sale. Elaine worries that the exorbitant price of high-grade potions might have deterred buyers, fearing they found no customers at all. She gently reassures Robert that she won't be bothered if the sales were a failure, trying to soften the blow. Robert bursts into a cheerful grin, revealing that every single potion put on the market sold out instantly. Elaine and Nigel shout in unison, their jaws dropping at the news that the entire stock is gone. Robert calculates the earnings, noting that a single bottle costs as much as a house, leaving Elaine reeling. A vision of 10 houses floats through Elaine's mind, the sheer value of her creation nearly causing her to faint. Robert admits even he didn't expect them to fly off the shelves so fast, while Elaine stands in stunned silence. He credits the success entirely to the marvelous quality of her potions, thanking her profusely for her contribution. Elaine tries to accept the praise but finds herself dizzy, unable to wrap her head around the astronomical sum of money. Nigel notices her exhaustion and signals Robert to be mindful of her schedule, seeing how overwhelmed she has become. Elaine flashes a bright, genuine smile, declaring that she truly enjoys making potions if it helps people. Robert and Nigel watch her with softened expressions, moved by her selfless dedication despite her fatigue. Nigel thanks her earnestly, admitting that it feels like she is always the one saving them from their troubles. As they share a moment of gratitude, Elaine notices a shadow cross Nigel's face, wondering if he is feeling down. Robert breaks the silence by asking if Elaine has heard about the new dungeon recently discovered in the kingdom. He explains that dungeons are dangerous mazes filled with monsters, but they also hold valuable treasures and materials. Elaine realizes that the influx of adventurers flocking to the dungeon must be the cause of the sudden potion demand. Robert adds a grim detail, noting that the dungeon is particularly troublesome because it is infested with undead monsters. He explains that these creatures are notoriously difficult, as they continually revive unless defeated by specific means. Elaine recalls that only holy magic or weapons imbued with it can permanently put down the undead, a rare power indeed. Robert warns that if the dungeon isn't cleared, the monster population will explode and spill out to menace nearby towns. Elaine proposes a solution, asking if they could use her fairy water to synthesize actual holy water. Robert looks skeptical, dismissing holy water as a fictional item found only in adventure novels. He explains that magic researchers have dreamed of creating it for decades but have never produced a single drop. With a sigh, he asserts that even with fairy water, creating a legendary item like holy water is simply unrealistic. Undeterred, Elaine asks to try anyway, and Robert consents, though he remains convinced it is impossible. Elaine focuses intensely, pouring her magic into the liquid just as she does when imbuing water with healing properties. A blinding light erupts from the vial as the water transforms, leaving Robert gaping in shock at the magical reaction. The glow fades to reveal a purified liquid, the impossible achieved in mere seconds before their eyes. Robert stammers in denial, unable to comprehend that the decades-long mystery was solved so simply. Elaine strikes a smug pose as Robert screams in disbelief, realizing she has indeed created genuine holy water. She explains this is just a prototype and believes they can refine the process to mass-produce it with less raw material. Robert stares at her in awe, asking if she really thinks they can pull off such a feat. They clasp hands in a pact of partnership, with Robert vowing to do everything he can to aid her research. Days later, the narration confirms their success, as mass-produced holy water hits the market alongside the potions. Robert beams with unrestrained excitement, shouting that their latest venture is a gigantic and marvelous success. Elaine and Nigel stare in confusion at his outburst, with Elaine hesitantly murmuring his name. Throwing his arms wide, Robert explains that the dungeon clearing is going swimmingly because the holy water is a massive hit with adventurers. His mood shifts suddenly as he mentions something weighing on him, though Elaine remains relieved that the product was successful. Robert stares intensely at Elaine, marveling that she made a high-grade potion, a researcher's lifelong dream, look incredibly easy. He grabs her shoulders in a frenzy, demanding to know if she is a goddess because an ordinary healer couldn't possibly do this. Nigel steps in to defuse the situation while Elaine frantically insists she is just a particularly gifted ordinary healer. Nigel backs her up smoothly, agreeing that Elaine is simply a singularly talented individual. He asks Elaine if she will continue production, confirming her commitment to making more holy water and potions. With a polite excuse about other work, Nigel leaves the room, entrusting Elaine to Robert's care. Elaine watches him go with concern, noticing that he seemed down again just now. Days pass in a blur of activity as the rush to produce holy water gradually settles into a rhythm. Exhausted but satisfied, Elaine collapses onto her bed, letting out a breath after her recent hectic schedule. She reflects on the whirlwind of cooking for the fairies and brewing potions that has consumed her time lately. Smiling softly, she realizes that unlike her days in Belkium, these busy times have been incredibly fulfilling. She feels gratitude for the fun times and the wonderful people she would never have met otherwise. A sudden knock at the door interrupts her thoughts, bringing with it a lingering sense of uncertainty. Nigel stands at the door looking sheepish, asking if she has a moment to talk despite the late hour. Elaine is taken aback but quickly agrees, her heart skipping a beat at his unexpected arrival. Nigel apologizes for the intrusion as he enters, asking again if she truly has time to chat. Elaine invites him in while wondering internally why he is acting so odd and visiting so late. As they sit down, Nigel compliments the tea, remarking that it always tastes better when she brews it. The atmosphere grows tense as Nigel begins to speak seriously, causing Elaine's heart to pound in anticipation. He looks at her with gentle concern, admitting that he has been worried about how busy she has been lately. Elaine blushes at his kindness, wondering if his odd behavior stems solely from worry for her well-being. She beams reassuringly, telling him that thanks to him, she is doing what she loves and enjoying her life. Nigel sips his tea with a relieved smile, saying he is glad to hear she is happy. His expression softens as he confesses he has missed chatting with her like this since they haven't talked much. He drops a bombshell by admitting he worried she might have been avoiding him, shocking Elaine completely. Flustered, Nigel tries to backtrack, claiming he must have just been imagining things. He explains that seeing her so absorbed in her interests sometimes makes him feel she is drifting away. With a melancholic look, he confesses that he has actually felt a bit lonely during her busy spell. Elaine denies this vehemently, shocked that he would think she would ever drift away from him. A memory triggers in her mind as she recognizes that same lonely look from her past with Claude. The scene shifts to a flashback in Belkium, where Claude calls out to her in a vast hallway. Claude confronts her with a hurt expression, complaining that she doesn't act like a fiancée and asking if she dislikes him. He laments that they barely speak and suggests a date, leaving the younger Elaine confused about what he expects. Narrating her past, Elaine explains that her days were consumed by prayer and study, leaving her no time for him. The memory shows Claude looking resigned and sad as he excuses himself to attend to other matters. Back in the present, Elaine stares in wide-eyed realization as the parallel between the two men strikes her. Elaine recalls a painful memory where she calls out to Prince Claude, only for him to dismiss her with a cold and impatient retort. She remembers the scene vividly, noting that Claude wore the same forlorn expression back then as he did recently. At the time, she believed his request was irresponsible because the kingdom's future rested entirely in their hands. Reflecting on the past, she realizes those built-up frustrations were likely what caused him to drift away and end their engagement. Fear grips her as she wonders if Nigel's feelings might eventually change and fade just like Claude's did. Snapping back to reality, Nigel apologizes profusely to Elaine for his earlier behavior. Elaine realizes she misunderstood his feelings and vows to be more aware, while he insists he never meant to worry her. She resolves to make Nigel her absolute priority from now on to ensure he never comes to dislike her. Nigel reaches out to her, his expression soft yet determined. He pulls her into a sudden, tight embrace, catching her completely off guard. Holding her close, Nigel confesses that he simply loves her too much and didn't intend to cause distress. Elaine blushes deeply, feeling she should be the one apologizing for selfishly making him worry. Wrapped in his arms, she feels a strange sense of calm, as if she is being enveloped in roses. She leans into him, overwhelmed by how incredibly kind he is to her. They separate awkwardly, both blushing and apologizing for their presumptuous behavior during the emotional moment. Nigel notes the late hour and decides he should return to his chambers to let her rest. They agree to speak again soon, both expressing relief and happiness that they had this chance to talk. Bidding each other good night, they part ways with lingering feelings in the air. Alone in her room, Elaine realizes the fundamental issue is that her conversation with Claude flustered her enough to lose composure before Nigel. She admits to herself that she still hasn't fully accepted the reality of being Nigel's fiancée. While she knows her feelings are real and he pleases her in every way, that might be the problem. Elaine concludes that Nigel is simply too perfect for someone like her. Insecurity consumes her as she wonders if one wrong move will make him leave her for someone better. She feels awful for doubting his care, realizing she fell into this mindset because she lacked confidence in herself. She suspects Nigel sensed her hesitation and fear, which caused him to wonder if she was avoiding him. Elaine berates herself for being pathetic after resolving to be honest with her feelings. Staring out the window, her thoughts drift to Claude and she wonders how the others are faring. The scene shifts to the Belkium kingdom, where the castle stands under a gloomy sky. A figure begins to stir, groaning as they slowly regain consciousness. Claude wakes up in panic, realizing he has been thrown into the castle's dungeon. He spots Letitia in the cell across from him and cries out in relief that she is safe. Memories flood back of the demons attacking the capital and his confrontation with the greater demon before he blacked out. He is horrified to see his father and the ministers imprisoned in the adjacent cells, realizing everyone was captured. The king and nobles blame the fall of the country entirely on the foolish prince who exiled the saint. Claude stares in shock, unable to believe they are pinning the entire catastrophe on his actions alone. He feels helpless, recalling that Elaine never spared him a glance despite his initial desire to just get along. Tears stream down his face as he asks himself what he was supposed to do in that situation. Letitia sits silently in her cell, looking disheveled and downtrodden as the reality of their situation sinks in. The sun rises over the city, birds chirping as a new day begins. Someone knocks on a door, and a tired voice grants permission to enter, complaining about a lack of sleep. Abby cheerfully wakes Elaine with prepared clothes, though Elaine responds with a weary thanks. Elaine lets out a heavy sigh while dressing, prompting a worried Abby to ask what is troubling her. Abby chatters about her family introducing suitors who say terrible things, prompting Elaine to ask if she likes anyone. Furious at the suggestion, Abby yells that suitors always expect her to quit her maid job upon marriage. She trembles with emotion, terrified that Elaine's question implies she should stop being a maid. In a burst of loyalty, Abby embraces Elaine and vows to serve her and Nigel forever. Elaine is taken aback by the outburst and quickly assures Abby she has no intention of firing her. She smiles gently, telling the relieved maid not to worry about such things. Abby perks up and suggests they go see Lord Nigel immediately. Elaine flushes and hesitates, feeling awkward about disturbing him after the events of the previous night. Ignoring her protests, Abby grabs Elaine's hand and drags her down the hallway. They arrive at the door of Nigel's office. Nigel beams with delight upon seeing Elaine, announcing that a visiting lord is arriving today. Elaine is startled by the sudden news of a noble visitor. Nigel laughs off her surprise, admitting he probably forgot to mention it. He reassures her that although the visitor is a lord, he is also an old friend. Meanwhile, a carriage rattles along the road as its occupant notes he will arrive at the castle on time. The silver-haired man gazes out the window, musing that it has been a long time since he saw Nigel. The scene shifts to the grand throne room where the king sits in state. Elaine waits nervously for the arrival, trembling slightly at the prospect of meeting Nigel's friend. Douglas notices her unease and asks why she looks so anxious. He realizes he has no clue who is coming, while Elaine snaps that she is indeed anxious. The narrative flashes back to an earlier conversation to explain the context of the visit. Standing in the hallway, Elaine asks Nigel to explain exactly who this lord is. Nigel identifies him as Vincent, a duke who administers the borderlands where the new dungeon appeared. He adds that they have been friends since their school days, surprising Elaine. Nigel explains that Vincent lost his father young but has proven to be an exceptionally capable leader. He encourages Elaine to just be herself, though his words do little to quell her nervousness. Back in the present, Abby tries to comfort Elaine by insisting Vincent is a wonderful person. She hesitates, adding that his subjects have a rather specific name for him. Douglas blinks in confusion as the nickname, the Ice Duke, is revealed. The narration explains that Vincent emphasizes military discipline to defend the kingdom's border. He earned the chilling moniker because he makes cold, calculated decisions that fear his subordinates. Douglas smacks Elaine's back to snap her out of it, telling her to just face the man head-on. The doors swing open and Lord Vincent strides in, drawing murmurs from the crowd. Elaine's heart skips a beat as she is struck by the Duke's dashing good looks. Vincent kneels respectfully before the throne, greeting His Majesty and Your Highness. The king praises Vincent for his impressive work at such a young age and bids him rise. Vincent accepts the praise with a stoic expression, thanking the king for his kind words. The king suggests Vincent take some time to see the sights and offers to provide a guide. Vincent coldly interrupts the pleasant moment to declare that they must prioritize business over personal matters. The king dismisses the discussion for later while Nigel explains that Vincent is simply like this with everyone. Elaine trembles at the tense atmosphere as Vincent bows formally to the prince. The king orders Vincent to rest for the day, and the Ice Duke obediently accepts the command. Nigel enthusiastically hugs his friend the moment the official audience concludes. Elaine realizes the two are close enough for nicknames while Vincent remarks that Nigel hasn't changed at all. Vincent spots Elaine, prompting Nigel to excitedly call her over to join them. Elaine feels awkward interrupting their reunion but finds herself unable to refuse Nigel's request. Nigel proudly declares that he and Vincent have been best friends since their school days. Nigel reminisces about their dungeon clearing days while Vincent complains about him being too close. Nigel fondly recalls the time they ventured into the deep levels no other student had reached. Vincent counters that they would have cleared it faster if Nigel had possessed a cooler head. Nigel formally introduces Elaine, mentioning that Vincent already knows her from his letters. Vincent stares silently at Elaine with an intensity that makes her freeze in place. He places a hand on his chest and politely introduces himself as Vincent. Vincent asks if Nigel likes her, to which Nigel responds with a pleased smile. Vincent stares deeply at Elaine again and confirms that he indeed finds her interesting. Elaine trembles with nerves, feeling as though she will freeze solid under his peculiar aura. Vincent shifts the topic to serious matters, asking Nigel if he has heard the news about Belkium. He confirms that the rumors are true and that the capital of Belgium has indeed fallen to demons. Vincent analyzes the situation, noting that they lack clear information but the kingdom cannot withstand the attack. He deduces that the capital fell so quickly they didn't even have time to request aid. Vincent brutally adds that he doubts anyone would have come to their aid regardless, causing Elaine pain. Elaine realizes that her barrier and Douglas had been the only things holding back the inevitable invasion. She clutches her chest in guilt and sorrow, her heart aching for the people she left behind. Vincent argues that Lynchagam must increase its military budget to avoid suffering the same fate. Nigel agrees to the discussion, acknowledging that this is the reason Vincent came to talk. Elaine excuses herself to let them talk, while Nigel offers her an apologetic look. Nigel asks for her impression of Vincent, but Elaine hesitates at the door. Nigel laughs off her concerns while Elaine admits she finds the Ice Duke rather intimidating. He pats her head gently, assuring her that Vincent is neither bad nor scary. Elaine decides to trust Nigel's judgment and tells herself there is no use in worrying. She walks down the hallway, convincing herself that she won't have to interact with Vincent much anyway. The narrative shifts to the following morning in the castle corridors. Elaine heads out to play with Ralph to relax, relieved that she likely won't see Vincent today. She turns a corner and immediately crashes right into the very person she hoped to avoid. Vincent ignores her shock and states he has something to discuss, asking why she looks so surprised. He looms over her and bluntly mentions that he heard she is Nigel's fiancée. Elaine panics and asks if he disapproves, shocked that Nigel told him about the engagement. Vincent explains that he has been curious about her ever since Nigel revealed he was betrothed. Vincent looms over Elaine, questioning if she is truly a fitting fiancée for the prince. He coldly points out that despite her past as a healer, she lacks any noble pedigree. Vincent argues that a woman ignorant of the world's ways cannot possibly be a suitable match for Nigel. Elaine clenches her clothes, realizing his indirect words mean he deems her unworthy. She internally admits that she shares those same doubts about her lack of status and worldly knowledge. Elaine glares defiantly, prompting Vincent to remark that he appreciates a strong-willed woman. He corners her against the wall, warning that her naivety will get her eaten alive by those with bad intentions. Elaine is left confused and rattled by the sudden intimidation and his cryptic warning. Douglas interrupts the tense confrontation, demanding to know what is happening. The intruder laughs off the tension, apologizing for interrupting their little rendezvous. Vincent identifies Douglas by his red hair and dark complexion, realizing this is the man Nigel mentioned. Before leaving, Vincent warns Elaine that being ordinary by Nigel's side will only bring her suffering. He turns and walks away, leaving his ominous words hanging in the air. Elaine exhales in relief and thanks Douglas for stepping in to save her. The pair moves to the courtyard to discuss the unsettling encounter. Douglas sympathizes with her, noting that speaking with such an arrogant man must have been exhausting. Elaine wonders aloud if Vincent's harsh words were actually a clumsy expression of concern. She questions if he was worried, while Douglas teases that men can be assertive like that. Ultimately, she decides his behavior felt more like genuine hatred than concern. Confused and frustrated, she wonders what she is supposed to do next. Elaine arrives at the magic research lab to clear her head. Robert is startled by her sudden appearance and greets her with surprise. He notices her distress immediately and asks if she needs to rest. Elaine remains distracted, unable to shake Vincent's questioning of her worthiness. Robert praises her skills, noting that she can truly do anything. He marvels at her ability to brew potions and holy water with increasing speed and efficiency. The researcher thanks her, attributing his fulfilling work entirely to her assistance. Elaine feels conflicted, contrasting Robert's praise with Vincent's earlier insults. She realizes Robert likely views her as a lowly healer, unaware of her true contribution to the holy water. A sudden realization strikes her as she stares intensely at a document on the desk. Her eyes lock onto a flyer for the apothecarist qualifying exam. Robert explains that the qualification serves as official proof of one's standing and opens employment doors. Elaine admits that despite her skills, she knows little about the official work of an apothecarist. She realizes that obtaining this qualification might force people to view her differently. Recalling Vincent's doubts, she decides that a tangible achievement could prove her value. Elaine firmly declares to Robert that she intends to take the exam. Robert is taken aback, asking if she is really serious about this sudden goal. He argues she doesn't need it, claiming she is already among the best in the country. Elaine insists she has much to learn and notes the exam is only 3 days away. Robert smiles and wishes her luck, confident that she will succeed. Robert assures Elaine that he can convince the administrators to accept one more registration despite the deadline having passed. Elaine clenches her fists with determination, vowing to study hard for the exam as soon as she finishes her potion work. Robert is left bewildered as Elaine radiates a fiery aura, declaring her absolute intention to defeat the Ice Duke. Narration reveals that she sequestered herself in the castle library to study for the apothecary qualification. Little Cecily waves flags vigorously, cheering Elaine on with an enthusiastic shout of encouragement. Elaine thanks the young girl, telling her she looks cool while cheering, though she didn't have to come. Stretching her stiff arms, Elaine groans that she is exhausted after studying for such a long time. Cecily hugs her tightly, complaining that she hates studying and wants to stay with Elaine and Nigel forever. Eyes sparkling with hope, Cecily asks if Elaine can play now, but Elaine insists she has to power through 3 more chapters. Elaine gently dismisses the girl, explaining she has too much to do and play will have to wait until after the exam. With a heavy thud, Elaine closes her book, celebrating that she has finally finished the volume. She tugs at her collar, resolving to rest only after she has successfully passed the upcoming exam. Her competitive spirit flares again as she mutters her vow to defeat the Ice Duke amidst crackling energy. A dark aura of concentration surrounds her as she furiously scribbles notes, consumed by her studies. Nigel peeks through the doorway with a smile, observing her intense dedication from a distance. A quiet interlude settles over the library as time passes unnoticed by the focused student. Elaine's eyes drift shut as exhaustion finally claims her, her breathing evening out in the silence. Nigel steps softly into the room, moving with care to avoid startling her. Elaine gasps and jolts awake, blushing furiously as she realizes she has been caught sleeping. She notices a blanket around her shoulders and panics when she realizes night has already fallen. Sitting amidst the towers of books, she tries to collect her thoughts after the unintended nap. She blinks firmly, shaking off the drowsiness to refocus on the reality of the situation. Looking up at Nigel with soft eyes, she murmurs his name in a touched tone. Nigel chuckles, noting that Robert was just as surprised as he was by her sudden academic drive. Elaine smiles awkwardly, thinking that she can never admit her motivation is to spite his friend. She lowers her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she realizes he is always thinking of her. Turning back to him, she expresses her heartfelt gratitude for his constant support. A pang of guilt strikes her as she realizes her intensity has caused him to worry. Motivated by his kindness, she slaps her cheeks and declares she absolutely must pass the exam. Nigel presents a crystal pendant, explaining it is a charm to bring her luck in the test. Elaine touches the gift, stunned and moved that he went out of his way to get it for her. She puts on the necklace, her eyes shining with renewed confidence and motivation. Nigel cheers her on with a fist pump, and Elaine silently vows to thank him properly later. With a shout of determination, she turns back to her desk, ready to focus once more. A montage depicts Elaine submerged in study, reviewing past questions until the day of the exam finally arrives. The imposing stone exterior of the exam hall looms large as the candidates gather inside. Elaine sits at her desk, trembling and groaning as the nervousness hits her full force. She reminds herself that while the practical potion making is easy, the written test is the real danger. A flashback of Robert assures her she will pass, but she worries the tense atmosphere might throw her off. Surrounded by serious faces, Elaine quivers with anxiety, knowing she needs to stay on her toes to succeed. Elaine clutches her chest to steady her racing heart, trying to calm herself before the exams begin. She grips Nigel's good luck charm tightly, drawing strength from it to quell her rising anxiety. The proctor announces the start of the written portion, commanding the nervous candidates to prepare their papers. At the signal to begin, Elaine flips her exam paper with sharp focus, ready to attack the questions. Her pen dances across the page as she instantly recognizes the problems, solving them with ease. She smiles to herself while writing, grateful that her intense 3-day study cram is paying off perfectly. Her hand freezes mid-stroke, her confidence faltering as she stares at an unexpected hurdle. She gawks at the paper in confusion, completely baffled by a question that seems to make no sense. Panic begins to set in as she rereads the prompt, unable to comprehend what is being asked. The scratching of pens around her amplifies her anxiety, making her feel like the only one stuck. She grits her teeth, frustrated that her hard work might not be enough for this final curveball. Her pen hovers uselessly as her mind goes blank, the pressure mounting with every ticking second. Elaine stares at the final problem, overwhelmed by a difficulty spike that feels intentionally cruel. She realizes the question demands knowledge of a theoretical concept completely absent from her textbooks. She concludes that only a cutting-edge researcher could solve this, as it requires knowledge far beyond a student's level. Desperate for a hint, she subtly glances around the room to gauge the reactions of the other candidates. To her immense relief, she sees that everyone else looks just as bewildered and stuck as she is. Rereading the prompt, she notices the technique described mirrors how she uses holy magic to craft potions. She realizes the question writer doesn't fully grasp the theory, as the method described is practically flawed. With time running out, she decides to write her own interpretation to correct and supplement the examiner's theory. She puts down her pen with a satisfied smile, confident she has managed to salvage a decent answer. As she stands to leave, a wave of uncertainty hits her regarding that final risky answer. The candidates file into the hallway, the atmosphere shifting from silent focus to nervous chatter. Elaine shakes off her doubt, her eyes sparkling with determination for the upcoming practical exam. The narrator explains that the students are split into groups of 10 to brew potions for the judges. Elaine perks up as her group is called, but she notices the girl beside her is paralyzed with fear. The twin-tailed girl trembles violently, prompting Elaine to lean in and ask if she is all right. The girl confesses she is terrified of failing again, her confidence completely shattered by the written test. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Elaine instinctively reaches out to offer support. Elaine clasps the girl's trembling hands in her own, hoping to transfer her calm to the stranger. She smiles gently, explaining that she thought holding hands might help stop the shaking. The girl bursts into laughter at the sudden gesture, admitting the absurdity of it helped her relax. They bond over the unfair difficulty of the final question, agreeing not to let it ruin their focus. With spirits lifted, the two girls cheer each other on, vowing to crush the practical exam together. The examiner calls for the next group, and they march toward the doors with renewed confidence. They step into a fully stocked laboratory, the air thick with the scent of herbs and anticipation. The room is filled with standard supplies, but the rules allow candidates to use one personal ingredient. Elaine produces her secret weapon, a vial of pure fairy's water she brought specifically for this moment. With a determined smile, she prepares to use the rare ingredient to brew the finest potion imaginable. Meanwhile, in a separate room, a panel of stern examiners begins grading the written tests. Examiners cheerfully grade papers, noting that the candidates have achieved excellent scores this year. However, they discuss the improbability of anyone achieving a full score despite the high average. One examiner points out that the final question was authored by their most esteemed apothecarist, Lord Bart. Lord Bart strokes his beard with a smirk, confirming that there will indeed be no full scores. He explains that he deliberately designed the last question to be all but unanswerable, even for veterans. Bart prepares to grade the next candidate, Elaine, wondering if his test was perhaps too mean-spirited. He assumes she won't solve the last problem, though he notes her answers so far have been perfect. The examiner justifies the difficulty, revealing the question is based on a theory he spent 3 decades researching. His colleagues observe his good mood as he vows to prevent anyone from achieving a perfect score. Bart pauses in confusion, realizing Elaine has actually attempted to solve the impossible problem. He jumps from his seat in sheer shock, screaming out in disbelief at what he is reading. Concerned colleagues ask if he found a particularly bad answer, but he remains frozen. Bart yells that it is the opposite, declaring that Elaine has provided an answer that is absolutely perfect. The other examiners recall rumors of a gifted apothecarist named Elaine who can heal many people at once. Bart admits that if she solved his problem, she might truly be capable of such legendary feats. He asks for confirmation that Elaine is currently taking the practical exam nearby. Driven by curiosity, Bart rushes out of the room, determined to see her potion making with his own eyes. He reassures his colleagues he will just sneak a peek as he arrives at the practical exam room. Ignoring his own conspicuousness, he peeks through the door alongside another curious observer. A blinding flash of light erupts from the room, startling the spies in the hallway. Bart is floored by the outlandish amount of magical power he senses, having never seen anything like it. Robert asks Elaine what she made as the light fades, and she cheerfully announces she is all done. The director is amazed, asking if she really managed to create a high-grade potion so quickly. Watching from the door, Bart realizes with horror that the liquid radiates pure holy magic, not potion magic. He identifies the substance as holy water, the very mystical elixir he spent 30 years failing to realize. Overwhelmed by the impossible feat of her making it alone, Bart collapses to the floor in shock. Unaware of the drama outside, Elaine turns in her work while Lord Bart is left needing days to recover. Elaine stretches her arms, feeling relieved the exam went smoothly, though she remains uncertain about some details. She tells herself she did her best and now simply has to wait for the results. The scene shifts to the next day at the exam hall, where the results are about to be posted. A crowd gathers around the building, murmuring in anticipation of the announcement. Nigel accompanies Elaine to the venue, smiling as they approach the bustling site. The sheer size of the crowd becomes apparent as they stand before the imposing gates. People begin to stare and whisper, realizing that Lord Nigel himself has appeared in their midst. Nigel ignores the attention, telling Elaine he came because he was curious to see the results of her hard work. Elaine sighs at his relaxed attitude, unable to believe how oblivious he is to the commotion he causes. Her shock deepens when she spots Lord Vincent in the crowd, wondering why he is there too. Vincent's presence shakes her confidence, making her fear failing and proving his insults right. The results are finally posted, causing Elaine's anxiety to spike as the moment of truth arrives. Clasping her hands in prayer, she desperately hopes to see her name listed among the successful candidates. A crowd gathers as the exam results are finally unveiled on the announcement board. Elaine clasps her hands together, praying fervently that her name appears on the list. Her eyes scan the paper frantically until she gasps in sudden recognition. Nigel points excitedly to her name, cheering that she made it right there. Relief washes over Elaine as Nigel congratulates her on the amazing achievement. Elaine grins with a dark satisfaction, ready to finally make Lord Vincent eat his words. As if summoned by her thoughts, the silver-haired Duke appears before them. Elaine confronts him, declaring that she is now a proper, qualified apothecarist. She demands to know if he will finally acknowledge that she is at least a little competent. Vincent stares at her in silence, his expression completely unreadable. He states calmly that it was obvious she would pass an exam of this caliber. Elaine blinks in total confusion, unable to process his unexpected praise. Vincent admits he wondered why she abruptly applied for the qualification since she was already impressive. Flustered, Elaine shouts that his comment about needing something special was the entire reason she took it. Vincent realizes she completely misinterpreted his words as Nigel looks on awkwardly. Nigel chides Vincent for being vague while the Duke asks what exactly he said to her. Vincent explains he already knew about her holy water and barrier helping his people. He assures her he never meant to imply she lacked ability given all she has done. He bows respectfully to thank her once again, leaving Elaine confused about when he thanked her the first time. Vincent states he can go home in good spirits, while Elaine notes he doesn't resemble Nigel at all. He thanks them for the hospitality and announces he is leaving the capital immediately. Without looking back, he walks through the gates toward his waiting carriage. Nigel calls Elaine's name to snap her out of her stunned silence. Nigel apologizes, explaining that Vincent often says things ripe for misunderstanding. Elaine flushes, feeling foolish for thinking Vincent was being hostile toward her. She beams at Nigel, thanking him for his support throughout the process. She shows him the charm, saying it helped her feel at ease during the whole exam. Nigel stares at the crystal pendant with a puzzled expression. He reveals that he was not the one who gave that charm to her. Elaine is stunned, asking who else it could have been if not him. Nigel explains that Vincent went to a local church immediately after hearing about the exam. It becomes clear that Vincent personally fetched the charm to ensure her success. Elaine is mortified as she realizes she wrongly assumed it was a gift from Nigel. The image of Vincent giving it to her flashes in her mind, clarifying the misunderstanding. Nigel explains that Vincent's awkward nature often causes him to make enemies unintentionally. He smiles, describing Vincent as a kind and thoughtful person who simply struggles with words. Nigel jokes that Vincent might actually have more friends than him in the end. Elaine feels a pang of guilt, realizing she judged him based on false assumptions. She turns to Nigel with a sudden, determined look on her face. Elaine declares that there is something she absolutely must say to Lord Vincent. Elaine rushes down the hallway in a panic while a desperate voice calls out for her to wait. A breathless messenger chases her, begging on behalf of Lord Bart for a discussion about her mystical elixir. Nigel decides this is too much of a hassle and grabs Elaine's hand, urging her to run so they don't miss Vince. Elaine shouts a hasty apology over her shoulder as she dashes away with Nigel. The pursuers are left standing in shock and disappointment as their quarry escapes. A carriage clatters loudly over the cobblestones, preparing to depart the castle grounds. A shout rings out calling for Lord Vincent, catching the attention of the passenger inside. The voice pleads for him to wait, signaling an urgent need to speak before he leaves. Vincent orders the driver to stop for a moment, pausing his departure. Elaine stands breathless before the carriage, apologizing for the interruption but insisting she had to say something. She presents the charm he gave her, thanking him profusely for helping her stay calm during the exam. Vincent looks surprised, asking if she really chased him down just to tell him that. He reaches out his hand towards her, his expression softening. Patting her head gently, he admits there was a misunderstanding and that he truly wants the best for her and Nigel. He warns that hardships lie ahead but expresses his confidence that she can overcome them. Elaine beams with determination, vowing to become someone that everyone will be forced to accept. Vincent acknowledges her resolve and encourages her to keep working hard for the fief. Nigel joins them with a grin, promising to ensure the territory continues to grow and improve. Vincent bows respectfully from the carriage window as he finally takes his leave. As the carriage pulls away, Elaine watches it go, her feelings about the Ice Duke shifting. Nigel asks for her impression of Vincent, and she admits she doesn't dislike him anymore. She wonders aloud why such a kind man is called the Ice Duke. Nigel watches the carriage disappear, musing that the title fits because Vincent is so easily misunderstood. Inside the moving carriage, Vincent rests his chin on his hand, his thoughts lingering on Elaine. He recalls his initial skepticism about a commoner fiancée, fearing she might be another ruinous, ambitious woman. He reflects that she is far too accomplished for a mere healer, noting her holy water and barrier magic. Despite potential objections from the nobility, he concludes she is a fitting partner for Nigel. His earlier coldness was a test to see if she was ready to protect the country against disapproval. He realizes that was the true intent behind his questioning. A smile touches his lips as he admits he never imagined she would pass his test so impressively. He finds it amusing that a woman powerful enough to ignore critics still seeks validation through an exam. Shifting his focus, he resolves to return his attention to the problems plaguing his own fief. The scene shifts to the ominous, darkened silhouette of the fallen Belkium kingdom. Letitia gazes out from the castle, gloating that her plans are unfolding with absolute perfection. She declares that Belkium is now theirs and it is time to advance to the next stage. With a sinister look, she decides she must eradicate those standing in her way. The narrative view returns to the grim exterior of the captured kingdom. A demon minion laughs, mocking how easily the mighty kingdom crumbled before them. He notes that without the saints' protection, destroying the nation was a piece of cake. The demon laments that they lack enough survivors to conduct the ritual to increase their power immediately. Balter acknowledges the failure of her trap in the forest, her expression cold and calculating as she receives the report. She complains that the stubborn fairies refuse to aid in the ritual and continue to hide behind their annoying barrier. The demon reveals she released a deadly miasma into the woods specifically to smoke them out into her clutches. A view of the forest shows the air is perfectly clear, the miasma having mysteriously vanished without a trace. Balter deduces that the exiled saint must be responsible, as the fairies lack the power to cleanse such corruption alone. She sneers with irritation, wondering why saints always seem to exist solely to obstruct demonkind. Realizing Elaine is no longer protected by the kingdom's walls, Balter declares her vulnerable and orders a hunt. She commands her minions to scour the land and locate the saint immediately. Her order is absolute. They must capture her by any means necessary. The minion agrees, noting that holding the savior hostage will surely force the fairies to comply with their demands. Balter chuckles darkly, looking forward to the busy days of conquest ahead. Her thoughts drift to her prisoner as Claude screams for mercy in the reflection of a viewing portal. A demon guard mocks the prince's stamina, noting he has a good set of lungs for someone in such pain. The torturer whips Claude again, punishing him for making too much noise during the session. Balter intervenes with a cruel smile, giving the guard permission to crush Claude's throat if he gets too annoying. She arrogantly remarks that the prince should be thanking her for merely keeping him alive. Licking her lips, she gazes at his suffering form and calls him a cutie. Her lust for violence flares as she admits he is so adorable she might just kill him anyway. Several days pass, and the scene shifts to the peaceful atmosphere of Lynchegam. Elaine stands in the courtyard, enjoying a quiet moment before the chaos resumes. Ralph volunteers to go, his expression serious as he steps forward to take on the mission. Douglas and the wolf butt heads instantly, arguing over who gets the privilege of escorting Elaine. Ralph snipes that he is a divine beast and claims Elaine hates being carried in Douglas's arms. Elaine tries to correct him politely, but Douglas immediately demands to know if she finds him uncomfortable. He offers to cradle her more gently next time, causing Elaine to panic at the intimate suggestion. Douglas smugly thinks he makes her heart flutter, while Elaine hides the fact that her heart races from sheer overwhelm. Ralph bristles at nearly being called a pet, as Elaine quickly decides to take the wolf this time. She explains that bringing both a dragon and a divine beast might shock the poor fairies too much. Douglas concedes the point but reminds her to use the dragon's jewel if any danger arises. He dramatically declares he will luxuriate in the opportunity to guard their home while she is away. With a flourish, he insists she summon him without delay at the slightest hint of peril. Elaine thanks him with a bright smile, relieved he accepted the decision. She turns to Ralph and signals that it is time for them to depart. The pair races out of the castle grounds, heading across the fields toward the forest. Elaine revels in the smooth ride, noting it is much more peaceful than flying with Douglas. She buries her face in his fur, deciding that fluffiness is king and Ralph is the ultimate comfort. Suddenly, they spot a lone child sitting by himself in the middle of nowhere. Elaine approaches carefully, wondering why a young boy is out here all alone. She asks gently if he is hurt or lost, trying to comfort the sobbing child. The boy looks up with teary eyes and apologizes, revealing he had to obey because they took his mother hostage. Philip jumps in surprise as Elaine suddenly calls out to him, apologizing for the fright. The scene establishes the peaceful exterior of Philip's house nestled within the fairy village. Inside, Philip remarks that Elaine seems to be in an exceptionally good mood today. Elaine tries to deny it, but Philip insists she rarely acts like she is enjoying herself. She admits that until recently, the miasma and her search for the saint had her constantly on edge. Elaine beams with happiness, declaring she cannot appreciate the saint enough for bringing smiles back to everyone. Philip agrees it is a relief when she is around, then realizes she is due back soon. As he daydreams about her cooking, a sudden ping alerts him to a presence outside. His expression darkens as he senses a powerful magic that definitely does not belong to Elaine. Philip urgently orders the small fairy to hide in the back, just as a figure lands with a heavy thud. A woman with horns introduces herself as Balter, greeting him with a sinister smile. She correctly deduces that Philip is a demon based on the feel of his magic and telepathy. Philip panics, realizing only a greater demon could slip into the forest without him noticing until now. Balter commands him to let her into the village, but Philip refuses to speak to her. He tries to bluff that the barrier will keep her out, vowing never to let her in. Balter chuckles darkly, pointing out the hypocrisy of letting the saint in but not her. Philip forces himself to stay calm, terrified by how she knows about their relationship with the saint. She leans in with a predatory grin, preparing to reveal her motivations. Balter confesses she became consumed with jealousy towards the saint. Philip stares in confusion, unable to comprehend what she is talking about. With a snap of her fingers, Balter sends a visual projection directly into his mind. Philip clutches his head in pain as a foreign image forces its way into his thoughts. The vision reveals Elaine lying unconscious on the cold floor of a prison cell. Philip gasps in horror as he recognizes the prisoner is unmistakably Elaine. The image clarifies to show her trapped behind bars, leaving no doubt about her capture. Trembling with rage and fear, Philip demands to know what the demon did to her. Balter explains she used a little boy as bait, promising to free his mother if he helped. She gloats that Elaine fell right into her dirty trap thanks to the assisting family. Balter assures him she hasn't let any harm come to the saint just yet. Shadowy minions appear behind her, eager to play with their new captive. She threatens that if she lets them have a playdate, Philip will never see the saint again. Balter presents her ultimatum: allow her into the village or Elaine becomes a plaything. Philip is torn, knowing that refusing means Elaine's death but accepting dooms the village. He remembers that they owe their lives to Elaine and decides he cannot hesitate when she is in danger. With a heavy heart, he resolves to do as the demon says to save her. Defeated, Philip announces he will drop the barrier for a moment. Balter smiles triumphantly, glad they understand each other and eager to continue face to face. The protective barrier dissolves, leaving the village vulnerable to the intruder. Balter strides arrogantly into the village, taking in her new surroundings. She compliments the decor while Philip grimly asks what she actually wants. The female demon dismisses Philip's demand for her to leave, insisting that she is merely here to talk. She admits that her haste is purely for her own benefit, mocking his unfriendly attitude. With a sly smile, she proposes that the most efficient solution is for them to work together. She holds up 2 fingers, specifying that she has exactly 2 requests to make of him. The first request drops like a bombshell as she demands space in the village for demons to live. The fairies gasp in collective horror, stammering that such a thing is absolutely impossible. She silences their protests, stating she needs their help for the next phase of her plan. She unveils her grand ambition to conduct a ritual in the Belkium capital to rule the world. Philip freezes in terror, instantly recognizing the catastrophic nature of the ritual she describes. The demon gloats about having a foolproof plan and plenty of sacrifices ready at the capital. Philip realizes she intends to sacrifice the citizens and desperately searches for a way to stop her. She threatens to unleash her minions on the saint and the fairies if he refuses to cooperate. Philip agonizes over the impossible choice between protecting his village and saving Elaine. The demon looms over him, demanding his answer with a cruel, expectant smile. Philip trembles in despair, screaming internally for Elaine as he faces a hopeless dilemma. Elaine wakes up groggily on a cold floor, wondering where she has been taken. She spots Ralph the wolf beside her and demands to know what is going on. A young boy apologizes profusely, explaining that a mysterious group captured them. The boy's mother joins in the apology, blaming herself for letting them get caught. Elaine comforts them with a gentle smile, insisting that none of this is their fault. Her expression hardens as she surveys the dungeon, realizing they have fallen into a trap. A demon guard mocks her as she wakes, revealing their captor's true nature. He gloats that they are in a hidden base where no one will ever find them. Elaine freezes as the guard refers to them as hostages, realizing the stakes. The guard explains they are leverage to force the stubborn fairies to negotiate with Mistress Balter. Elaine deduces that whatever the demons want from the fairies must be catastrophic. The guard warns them not to try escaping, sneering that the cage is sturdy and the base is full of demons. Elaine vows to save her fellow captives, though they look at her with hopelessness. She turns to Ralph, revealing her plan to inform Douglas of the situation first. Elaine uses her telepathy, calling out across the distance to the dragon. Douglas perks up mid-snack, hearing her voice clearly in his mind. Elaine quickly briefs him on her capture while he listens intently. She asks him to inform Nigel, and Douglas confirms he will handle it immediately. Douglas assures her he will take care of the rest and tells her to summon him when ready. Elaine prepares to use the dragon's jewel, grateful for his reliability. Panic strikes as she pats her clothes and realizes the jewel is missing. She frantically wonders if she dropped it, tears forming in her eyes. Ralph tries to calm her down while she spirals, fearing the demons took it. Ralph spits the jewel out of his mouth, presenting it to the stunned Elaine. He explains he hid it in his mouth to keep it safe when she dropped it during capture. Elaine hugs Ralph tightly, apologizing for not being honest with him sooner about the danger. A demon guard bangs on the cage, demanding to know what the prisoners are making such a fuss about. He threatens them with playtime if they don't keep quiet, noting their mistress hasn't given orders yet. Elaine holds up the dragon jewel with a smile, declaring that their playtime will be with Kim instead. She concentrates her mana into the stone, imbuing it with her magic to summon her guardian. A blinding flash of light erupts from the jewel, illuminating the dark dungeon. The brilliance intensifies, flooding the cell and blinding the demon guards standing outside. The guards recoil in confusion, shielding their eyes and demanding to know what is happening. A deep voice emerges from the light, signaling the arrival of a powerful entity. Douglas materializes, identifying the captors as the sorry fools who dared to kidnap Elaine. Elaine beams with relief and joy as the Dragon King appears to save them. The demons tremble at his immense magical power, demanding to know his identity and origin. Recovering their bravado, they mock him for being summoned inside a magically reinforced cage that cannot be opened. Douglas shatters the bars instantly with a single blow, proving their magic worthless against his strength. He steps out of the wreckage, calmly asking which of the demons wants to play first. A terrifying smirk crosses his face as he repeats the challenge to the petrified guards. The demons stare in horror, unable to comprehend how he destroyed their unbreakable cage like it was nothing. Desperate to save face, they ready their weapons and declare that demons don't go down easily. Douglas strikes faster than they can react, delivering a devastating punch to the lead guard. The impact sends the demon flying, instantly incapacitating the enemy. Douglas stands victorious over the unconscious guards, dusting off his hands after the brief scuffle. He pouts with disappointment, complaining to Elaine that the fight was a total letdown and they were too weak. Douglas confidently asserts he can protect the new hostages while fighting, dismissing the threat entirely. Elaine notices a crystal ball nearby, realizing it is a magical surveillance device used to watch the cage. A noise startles them as they move through the corridor, alerting them to active surveillance. The demons monitoring the feed scream in panic as they realize the hostages have escaped. Douglas blasts the surveillance crystal with magic, casually destroying the device to cut off the feed. He complains again that the brief encounter didn't even serve as a decent warm-up for him. Elaine urges him to hurry as they run toward the exit to escape the dungeon. Suddenly, a second Elaine appears, revealing a magical double created to fool their captors. She explains that the doll is made of magic and will trick the demons into thinking she is still imprisoned. Elaine reasons that maintaining the illusion protects Philip from being leveraged by the Demon King. Douglas approves of the plan, agreeing that taking the enemy by surprise is the best strategy. They race through the cavern tunnels, guided by the light of the exit ahead. Bursting into the open air, they are blinded by the sudden brightness of the outside world. Demon pursuers spot them immediately, shouting that the escaped hostages have been found. Douglas orders Elaine to jump down the cliff with Ralph while he stays behind to handle the army. Elaine looks over the edge in terror, questioning how they can possibly jump from such a height. Ralph steps forward to reassure her, promising to get her down safely if she trusts him. Elaine agrees to the plan, leaving the battle to Douglas as she prepares to descend with the divine beast. The lizardmen panic and scream for their comrades to stop the escaping girl no matter what. Douglas grapples the pursuers, shouting for Elaine to make her escape immediately. Elaine points the way, commanding Ralph to leap into action. The wolf bounds down the steep cliff with incredible agility. They land with a boom, leaving the minions terrified of reporting the escape to Balter. Douglas blocks the path, grinning as he invites the monsters to entertain him now that his guard duty is done. The rescued mother and child cower behind him, terrified but trusting in his strength. Riders appear on the horizon, galloping toward the scene. Elaine recognizes the approaching force as the Knights of Lynchigam. Nigel and Elaine spot each other, calling out names in shock and relief. The group reunites as the distance closes between them. Nigel pulls Elaine into a tight embrace, stammering his relief that she is unharmed. Tears prick Elaine's eyes as she realizes how much she missed him even after a short time. Nigel quickly explains that Douglas filled him in on the danger facing the fairy woods. He proposes they ride Ralph together to reach the village faster than the horses can manage. Nigel confirms the plan as Ralph agrees to carry the double load. Nigel orders Adolf to lead the knights while he and Elaine rush ahead. Adolf hesitates to let them go alone, but Nigel reminds him of their victory over Albert. He beams with confidence, declaring that he can best any adversary as long as Elaine is with him. Adolf accepts the order, promising to bring the main force as backup. Nigel climbs onto the wolf behind Elaine, telling Ralph to run as fast as possible. He whispers that together they can defeat anyone, even a greater demon. Elaine clenches her hands, praying for Philip to hold on just a little longer. The narrative returns to the fairy village where the standoff continues. Balter demands her answer from the fairy king, impatient for his submission. She presents the choice to either assist in her ritual or face destruction. The demon gleefully threatens to turn the saint and the fairies into playthings for her minions. Philip trembles, realizing he cannot guarantee the fairies' safety even if he agrees. The fairies urge him to accept the terms, desperate to repay the debt they owe the saint. They resolve that they cannot allow Elaine to suffer any further on their behalf. Philip squeezes his eyes shut and begins to voice his surrender. A sudden impact interrupts the conversation, drawing everyone's attention. Elaine and Nigel burst onto the scene, shouting for Philip to stop. Balter stares in shock, demanding to know why the saint is there. Philip's face lights up with relief as he realizes Elaine is safe. The image of the imprisoned saint fizzles out of existence, revealing the deception. Elaine triumphantly explains that the prisoner was merely a magical doll created to fool them. Balter admits she was so focused on the king that she allowed herself to be duped. She composes herself and introduces herself formally as the greater demon Balter. Nigel glares with icy fury, telling her she forfeited all trust the moment she kidnapped Elaine. Letitia smiles with chilling confidence, claiming the group simply lacks the capacity to understand the brilliance of her plan. She narrows her eyes at them, declaring that they are merely obstacles that must be ruthlessly eliminated. Elaine and the others recoil in shock as a sudden, overwhelming wave of dark miasma erupts around them. Realizing the danger, Nigel turns to Elaine and urgently asks her to grant him the goddess's blessing once more. Drawing his sword with a fierce shout, Nigel steps forward to shield the group, vowing that he won't let her harm them. Letitia laughs maniacally while unleashing a torrent of dark energy, promising to kill him and all his little friends. The dark wave rushes towards Nigel, who stands his ground against the oncoming storm of destruction. With a single decisive swing, Nigel slashes through the darkness, declaring that her threats end here. Philip and the others watch in amazement as Nigel's blade cleaves the thick miasma cleanly in two. Elaine beams with pride, noting that Nigel becomes truly invincible when empowered by the goddess's blessing. The narration explains that the blessing grants the recipient a radiant light and immense power to combat evil. It confirms that their previous battles have proven Nigel to be one of the chosen few worthy of wielding this holy strength. Elaine watches him with unwavering faith, certain that not even a greater demon can stand against him now. Nigel charges forward with a roar, swinging his blade at Balter in a direct challenge. Sparks fly as Letitia catches his blade with her bare hands, the force of the impact shaking the air. She smiles amidst the clash, impressed by the tremendous pressure radiating from his attack. Leaning in close during the stalemate, she whispers a seductive proposition asking if he would consider joining her side. She stares deep into his eyes, murmuring that she genuinely thinks they would get along perfectly. Nigel recoils in confusion and disgust, demanding to know what nonsense she is spouting. Letitia persists with a predatory grin, claiming that he is exactly her type and that she means every word. She urges him to forget about Elaine, promising to show him pleasures and sights he has never even dreamed of. Nigel feigns interest with a cold smile, asking her to elaborate on exactly what she intends to show him. She spreads her arms to visualize a world where they rule supreme and everything goes exactly according to his desires. With a persuasive lilt, she invites him to take her hand and watch that perfect world become reality. Nigel answers with a swift surprise attack, striking at her while she is distracted by her own monologue. He rejects her vision flatly, declaring that a life where everything goes as planned would be terribly boring. Letitia sighs with dramatic disappointment, admitting she expected his refusal but finds it a waste nonetheless. Her expression twists into rage as she snarls that she absolutely hates beautiful fools who cannot see reason. At her command, shadow wolves materialize from the darkness, growling and ready to tear him apart. Nigel moves in a blur of motion, slicing through the shadow beasts with precision strikes. He stands amidst the dissipating shadows, taunting Letitia that she will need to do better than cheap tricks. Letitia observes his bravado with a smirk, noting that he seems dangerously overconfident in his abilities. She unleashes a massive swarm of shadow serpents, asking how long he can last against an endless tide. Nigel slashes desperately at the horde, shouting that the same tactic won't work on him twice. The sheer number of enemies overwhelms his defense, surrounding him from every angle. A shadow snake strikes from his blind spot, sinking its fangs deep into his torso. Nigel crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Letitia looms over his kneeling form, mocking him for being all talk as he struggles to rise. She raises her hand to deliver the final blow, preparing to end his life while he is vulnerable. A desperate cry rings out for Nigel as the screen fades to black on a massive cliffhanger. Balter taunts Nigel for choosing Elaine, suggesting he would have fared better had he joined forces with her instead. Nigel rushes to check on Elaine, who immediately offers to heal his wounds amidst the aftermath of the attack. He apologizes to her, his expression pained as the strain of the battle begins to take its toll. Elaine notices his distress, but Nigel insists she leave him and rejoin Philip for her own safety. Nigel stubbornly refuses to retreat, declaring he cannot stand idly by and watch her come to harm. He recalls his vow to be her protector, standing firm against any threat that dares to approach her. Elaine remembers his promise to be her shield and to stand alongside her whenever an enemy appears. Reaffirming his resolve, Nigel grips his sword tightly, ready to fulfill his oath to the very end. Nigel thanks Elaine for her support, and she returns the sentiment as they prepare to face the enemy together. Balter interrupts their moment, declaring she will grant their death wish since they refuse to give up. A massive explosion engulfs the pair as the demon unleashes another devastating attack. Balter mocks the poor things, wondering if that strike was enough to finally eliminate the annoying saint. Smoke clears to reveal Nigel unharmed and shielding Elaine, his sword drawn and ready for the counterattack. The demon is left speechless, unable to comprehend where Nigel found the power to withstand her blow. Seizing the initiative, Nigel leaps forward with a roar, declaring that it is now their turn to strike. He slashes wildly at Balter, forcing the demon back with a flurry of rapid sword strikes. Nigel lands a heavy blow that sends Balter crashing to the ground, demanding her immediate surrender. Balter touches her face in disbelief, shocked that he managed to nick her, while Elaine declares they won't succumb. Holding his sword to her throat, Nigel demands to know her true planning and reasoning for all of this. He specifically asks why she targeted Elaine with such cruelty, to which Balter sneers in confirmation. Balter spits that she hates women like Elaine, accusing her of wanting to protect everyone even when she can't. She claims that looking at the saint makes her sick because she only knows how to make empty promises. Realizing they will never agree, Balter decides to stop talking and simply end her life right there. Elaine stares back defiantly, warning the demon that she does not plan on being killed so easily. Balter arrogantly asks if Elaine truly believes she has already won this battle. She reveals she didn't come alone, having summoned several hundred minions who are arriving at this very moment. Nigel freezes as he hears the ominous sound of a massive force approaching their location. Hundreds of figures emerge from the forest shadows, surrounding the heroes on all sides. Balter laughs, asking if they really thought they could waltz in and handle her formidable army alone. She introduces her immortal army, a legion of soldiers who are neither living nor dead. Elaine realizes with horror that there are too many for even Nigel to handle, fearing for the village's safety. Trembling, she asks Nigel what they can possibly do against such overwhelming odds. Balter commands her minions to attack, taunting the heroes to try not to die too quickly. Suddenly, a rain of arrows strikes the undead horde, taking down several monsters in an instant. Nigel smiles confidently at the confused demon, revealing that he also called in some reliable friends. Vincent steps forward from the trees, complaining about being called up with absolutely no notice. He draws his sword, grumbling that he expects a hefty reward for dispatching this horde of demons. Behind him, a squad of archers readies their bows and fires another volley on command. The arrows fly true, piercing the undead soldiers and halting their advance. Balter screams in panic, completely blindsided by the sudden arrival of Nigel's reinforcements. Nigel slashes through the enemy with a confident smile, declaring that he is lucky to have friends he can rely on. He flicks the demon blood from his sword, noting that he didn't expect such a massive horde to be waiting. Elaine gasps in delight as Lord Vincent appears on the battlefield, having arrived much sooner than anyone anticipated. Vincent explains that while his main force is en route, he rushed ahead since his domain is close to the forest. Nigel reveals that he and Elaine stopped by Vincent's territory specifically to request these reinforcements. He praises Vincent's incredible speed, admitting that even he is surprised by how quickly his friend responded. Turning to the demon, Nigel smirks and announces that with Vincent's arrival, her minions are now powerless. Balter laughs off the threat, boasting that her army of the undead is indestructible and will revive endlessly. Nigel silences her arrogance with a swift strike, slicing a nearby undead soldier in half. Balter stares in confusion, waiting for the creature to regenerate as the seconds tick by. Silence hangs heavy over the battlefield as the fallen undead remains motionless on the ground. Nigel explains that her soldiers would normally revive, but his weapons are far from ordinary. He holds up a small vial, revealing the secret weapon that counters her dark magic. Nigel reveals they have coated their blades in the holy water created by Elaine herself. He declares that the holy coating prevents regeneration and delivers another lethal slash to prove it. Balter trembles in disbelief, realizing she is rapidly running out of pawns to play in this game. Vincent steps forward with a cold stare, asking the demon what her next move will be. The Ice Duke looms over her, repeating his question as her options dwindle to nothing. Nigel mocks her desperation, asking if she really thinks she can turn the tide now that her defeat is assured. Balter collapses to her knees in shock, unable to accept that her plans have crumbled so completely. She snaps and blames them for everything, screaming that it is their fault for constantly getting in her way. She points a trembling finger at Elaine, cursing her for creating the holy water and granting the goddess's blessing. Consumed by greed, She shrieks that everything would have been hers and gone perfectly if not for the saint. Balter huffs on the ground, a pathetic figure stripped of her earlier arrogance. Elaine looks down at the defeated demon with sad eyes, calling her a truly pitiful being. Balter twitches violently, her rage boiling over at the insult. Elaine admonishes her for only thinking of control while others embrace the simple joys of life. She declares with absolute conviction that they would never yield to a tyrant like her. Balter grits her teeth, screaming that she cannot stand the pity she sees in Elaine's eyes. Dark energy radiates from the demon as she shudders unsteadily, muttering a final threat. Vincent recoils as a sinister haze erupts from Balter's body. Balter laughs maniacally, vowing to drag everyone down to hell with her in a final act of spite. Elaine screams for Nigel to get away, realizing the danger immediately. The ground rumbles ominously as they realize the demon is about to self-destruct. The heroes scramble to react as the dark energy swells to a critical point. Nigel realizes with horror that even a barrier won't be enough to protect the forest from the blast. He despairs that the explosion will wipe out everything, including the fairies and Vincent's men. Elaine clasps her hands in desperate prayer, begging for the strength to intervene. Tears stream down her face as she wonders if saving everyone is truly beyond her power. Suddenly, a massive magic circle lights up the sky as Philip assures Elaine there is no need to worry. Letitia stares in horror as the haze dissipates, unable to comprehend the sudden loss of her power. Elaine and Nigel look on in astonishment, wondering what source could possibly fuel a light spell of such massive scale. Realization dawns on Nigel's face as he begins to suspect the identity of their savior. The mist clears to reveal Philip standing triumphantly with his entire court of fairies backing him. Philip offers a confident smile, reaching out as his magic continues to purify the area. He explains that their victory was made possible because the humans bought them enough time to gather their strength. With a cheeky grin, Philip remarks that even fairies need to show off their amazing power every once in a while. The undead minions surrounding them begin to crumble and evaporate in the radiant light. Letitia watches her own hand disintegrate, her mind unable to accept the reality of her demise. She stammers in disbelief, trembling as her body begins to fall apart under the purifying light. A final thought of defeat crosses her mind as her silhouette dissolves completely into nothingness. The dark miasma vanishes, leaving only the barren ground where the demon once stood. Elaine and Nigel embrace in relief, hardly daring to believe that they have actually won. Vincent arrives on the scene, praising the pair for being full of endless surprises. He acknowledges that defeating a demon elite like Baldur would have been impossible without everyone's combined effort. Elaine beams with tears in her eyes, expressing her immense relief that everyone is safe and sound. Vincent stares at the lingering light, still processing the sheer magnitude of the spell that saved them. The group marvels at the revelation that this incredible power belongs to Philip and his fairies. A lingering echo of the demon's confusion remains in the air as the last traces of darkness fade. Vincent looks down at the scorched earth, contemplating the close call and the power of their enemy. The narrator confirms the defeat of Baldur, the demon elite who threatened their lands. In the aftermath, Vincent is surprised to hear Philip announce that his people intend to move away. Philip explains with a sad smile that it is time to abandon the village and find a new home. He reasons that their barrier is compromised and their presence has attracted too much dangerous attention. Vincent interjects with a counterproposal, asking Philip if he would stay if security was provided. He points out that the forest is actually quite close to his own domain. Vincent offers to establish a formal alliance, promising to send immediate aid whenever the fairies signal for help. He suggests that the presence of his skilled soldiers and holy water would serve as a powerful deterrent to enemies. Philip hesitates, admitting that while fairies are powerful, they are not suited for direct confrontation. He asks warily what kind of repayment Vincent would expect for such significant protection. Vincent smiles and states that he simply wants a share of their finest water and vegetables. Philip pauses to consider the offer, realizing the terms are incredibly favorable for his people. With a decisive nod, Philip agrees to the partnership, sealing the deal with his new ally. The Fairy King and the Ice Duke shake hands, forging a historic bond between their peoples. Elaine claps her hands in delight, thrilled that she will be able to return and cook for the fairies again. The group prepares to depart as Philip expresses his deep gratitude to Nigel and Elaine for saving them repeatedly. The fairies and humans bow to one another, looking forward to a future of continued friendship. Philip blushes deeply, calling them his saviors with a heartfelt smile. The scene shifts to the peaceful silhouette of Lynchagam Palace under a bright moon. Nigel and Elaine reflect on the events, glad that the threat of Baldur is gone and the village is safe. Nigel laments that the demon Baldur vanished without a trace, frustrated that they couldn't extract more information from her. Elaine comforts him, suggesting he should take pride in the fact that no lives were lost during the fierce battle. Looking out over the city, Elaine reflects that she is only standing there because of the strength of others. She blames her own carelessness for putting Philip and the innocent village in such grave danger. A flashback reveals her gratitude to Douglas and Ralph, acknowledging she never would have escaped the cave without them. She smiles at Nigel, admitting that defeating Baldur would have been impossible without his strength. Elaine credits Philip and Vincent for their crucial roles in stopping the self-destruction and shortening the fight. She humbly concludes that her presence here is solely due to the support of everyone around her. Nigel counters her self-deprecation, insisting that he couldn't have kept the citizens safe if she hadn't been there. He calls out her name softly as they stand together on the balcony under the night sky. Nigel asks if she has always felt the burden to handle everything on her own until now. He tells her firmly that she doesn't need to carry that weight alone anymore. With a charming smile, he invites her to rely on him more freely, hoping the request isn't selfish. Elaine blushes, stunned by his kindness and the sincerity of his offer. She grips her clothes, admitting that a part of her indeed wanted to handle things by herself. She confesses that keeping her worries hidden was a mistake and she should have shared her feelings sooner. Nigel assures her it wouldn't be tiresome at all, recognizing that she must be busy. He beams, declaring that a gentleman is expected to offer a helping hand to the woman he loves. Elaine realizes with a blush that he is truly different because he genuinely cares for her. She compares him to Claude, noting that Nigel isn't forcing his favor on her for his own selfish interests. Beaming with happiness, she accepts his offer to take his helping hand once more. Nigel smiles back, squeezing her hands as they share a moment of mutual understanding and joy. He pulls her closer, gazing into her eyes with intense affection. They lean in and share a romantic kiss under the glow of the full moon. The couple embraces, lost in the intimacy of the moment. Nigel suddenly pulls away in a panic, apologizing profusely for his impulsive action. He covers his face in embarrassment, admitting he couldn't control himself while gazing at her. Elaine blushes deeply, stammering her thanks and admitting she didn't mind it either. Nigel suggests they head back inside, but Elaine stops him with a serious expression. She grips her hands together, stating there is one other important matter she needs to discuss. Elaine reveals she pondered this decision until the very last minute before making up her mind. She declares she won't keep her worries to herself anymore, preparing to voice her resolve. With determination, Elaine announces her intention to save the kingdom of Belkium. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the imposing exterior of a grand castle under the moonlight. The view moves inside, descending a staircase deep into the bowels of the fortress. Deep within the palace treasury, a long wooden box sits secured with straps. The sword entrusted by Philip glows serenely inside, signaling that the time for its seal to break is near. The narrative notes that it will be some time before Elaine or anyone else learns of this development. Back in the Lynchagam Palace drawing room, a loud shout of shock echoes through the halls. Douglas screams in disbelief, demanding to know if Elaine truly wishes to save Belkium. Douglas furiously demands to know if Elaine has lost her mind, reminding her of the suffering that kingdom inflicted upon her. Elaine meets his anger with a calm gaze, insisting she hasn't lost her senses and asking him to listen. The group gathers in the library, tension thick in the air as Douglas waits for an explanation. Crossing his arms, Douglas orders her to explain her reasoning for wanting to save their enemies. Elaine admits she hasn't forgotten her banishment and knows that saving Belkium seems like a foolish act. She confesses that she would be happy to never see Claude again, remembering the constant criticism she faced. However, she points out that Belkium is under siege by Baltur's remnants and will fall without help. Despite everything, Elaine clutches her chest and reveals she simply cannot bring herself to abandon the kingdom. She argues that leaving them to die would mean countless innocent deaths since they have no defense. Tears prick her eyes as she imagines the hellish landscape and the suffering of the people. With determination, she declares she can no longer turn a blind eye and formally asks for their help. Nigel smiles warmly at her resolve while Douglas and Philip observe the exchange. Douglas turns to Nigel, asking if he tried to stop her given how poorly she was treated. Nigel admits he did try to stop her at first, but she wouldn't listen to a word of it. He beams with pride, stating that he wants Elaine to do whatever she believes is right. Douglas huffs that they are a stubborn couple, causing Elaine to flush red. She stammeringly corrects him that they are merely engaged, not yet a married couple. Regaining her focus, Elaine realizes they cannot accomplish this massive task with just her and Nigel. Douglas reveals that is exactly why they called him and Philip, anticipating this request. He admits that facing such a demon horde would be impossible without their combined strength. Leaning in, he remarks that it is only natural she would rely on their power. His expression darkens as he glares, telling her she has some nerve to use him to save that kingdom. Nigel gasps in shock at the sudden shift in Douglas's tone. Douglas raises a hand towards Elaine, startling her with the abrupt movement. He coldly states that he has no allegiance to them and opposes saving Belkium. Douglas softens slightly, acknowledging that she has every right to feel the way she does. Elaine accepts his refusal, admitting she knows her request is absurd and cannot force him. She insists she cannot ignore the slaughter, remembering the few people who were actually kind to her. Her eyes burn with intensity as she declares her resolve was hardened the moment she saw Balter. Douglas sighs heavily, looking defeated by her unwavering determination. He abruptly relents with a shy blush, agreeing to lend her his strength after all. He warns her never to abandon Lynchagam for Belkium, unable to resist her intense stare. Douglas turns his attention to the Fairy King, noting that Philip has been unusually quiet. Philip surprises everyone by stating he is actually in favor of Elaine's decision. He speaks ominously, declaring that unless they save Belkium, a catastrophe will occur. Philip reveals that if they don't act, the entire world will end. The group stares in stunned silence, unable to process the sudden escalation. Elaine asks in confusion how the fall of one kingdom could possibly lead to the apocalypse. Philip explains that Balter's words hint that the demons have revived an ancient plan. He reveals the terrifying truth that the demons are attempting to summon the Demon King back into the world. Philip recounts the terrifying legend of the Demon King, an entity of pure calamity known only in folklore. He explains that long ago this overwhelming force led a massive army to wage war against dragons, fairies, and humans alike. The races united their strengths in a desperate alliance, fighting together to finally overcome the demon army. Philip reveals that while fairies passed this history down, it has been completely lost to human memory, shocking Elaine. Douglas admits he knows nothing of it either, dismissing the ancient tales of his elders as mere exaggerations. Vincent interrupts to ask how this ancient history relates to the current destruction of Belkium. Philip explains that the alliance ultimately succeeded in sealing the Demon King away after a protracted battle. He drops the bombshell that the Demon King still sleeps beneath the very ground where Belkium's capital now stands. Elaine feels her head spin as she processes the terrifying reality that the enemy is right under the capital. Philip poses the question of who among the alliance could possibly possess the strength to seal such a monster. A realization strikes Elaine as she whispers that it must have been a saint. Philip confirms that the first saint was the one responsible and her blessing has protected Belkium for generations. Douglas marvels at the implication, realizing the first saint must have wielded incredible power to seal the Demon King. Philip adds that the first saint was rumored to be capable of casting a barrier across the entire world. He shrugs that it might be an exaggeration of folklore, acknowledging they can't know the full truth. Elaine affirms that regardless of the scale, the saint's power has undeniably upheld global peace until now. Philip explains that demons have long conspired to resurrect their king but were thwarted by the saint and the dragon. Douglas realizes that his absence and Elaine's banishment created the perfect opening for the demons to succeed. He admits guiltily that he never considered them serious enemies and simply swatted them away like bugs. Philip notes they assumed the demons had given up, but the recent invasion proves they were dangerously wrong. Douglas declares his support for Elaine, recognizing that the Demon King's return spells doom for the entire world. Vincent agrees with a fierce determination, stating they must save Belkium to protect Lynchagam and the world. The group stands united in their resolve, committing themselves to stop the Demon King's return at all costs. Vincent questions the logistics, asking how the demons plan to resurrect their master without sufficient power. Philip speculates they tried to use sacrifices and fairy magic, but notes that those specific attempts were averted. He warns that despite this, Belkium remains vulnerable without a barrier and open to further invasion. Vincent grasps the urgency of the situation, declaring that they must take action immediately. He commands the group to prepare to leave for the capital of Belkium as soon as tomorrow. Philip hesitates due to the state of his village, while Douglas and Elaine enthusiastically agree to go. Elaine encourages Philip to prioritize his people, and he gratefully agrees to join them once things settle. Vincent rallies the team, announcing that with the decision made, they must prepare to depart right away. The narration confirms their resolve to head for the capital the next day to prevent the resurrection. Nigel takes charge of the military preparations, informing his knights and readying them for the expedition. Elaine reveals that while everyone else prepared for war, she busied herself making rice balls. The castle kitchen is a hive of activity as chefs scramble to prepare days' worth of food on short notice. Elaine steps into the chaotic kitchen, asking the head chef for a little space to help with the prep. The chef suggests she rest before the journey, but Elaine insists she is too restless to sit still. Relenting to her enthusiasm, the chef welcomes her help as she ties on her apron with a smile. Elaine cheerfully announces that rice balls are the perfect nutritious meal for people in a hurry. She demonstrates the process, starting by thoroughly rinsing the rice before placing it in a pot over the fire. Elaine demonstrates the art of making rice balls, pressing the fluffy, seasoned rice tightly into shape. Cecily watches with wide eyes, impressed by the tasty appearance while the kitchen staff observes the lesson. The young princess eagerly volunteers to help, admitting she wanted to join the trip but was forbidden by her brother. Elaine explains that she concealed the dangerous truth of their mission to the capital, telling the child it was merely a trip. Encouraging Cecily, Elaine invites her to make rice balls together and demonstrates the proper technique. Cecily cries out in pain as the hot rice burns her hands, prompting a frantic warning from Elaine. Undeterred by the heat, the determined girl clenches her fists and vows not to fail again. She successfully shapes the rice, earning a delighted cheer of approval from her mentor. Cecily playfully mimics the praise, and both girls giggle together in a moment of shared joy. The princess suddenly turns serious, calling out to Elaine with a solemn expression. She asks if the upcoming trip will be tough, intuitively sensing the gravity of the situation. Cecily admits she wants to stop them but knows that being selfish would only burden her family. Masking her worry with a bright smile, she simply wishes for Elaine to come back home safely. Elaine chastises herself for foolishly underestimating the child's maturity and insight. She realizes that despite her age, Cecily possesses the true dignity and strength of a princess. Elaine promises to return safely so they can all enjoy a picnic with rice balls together. Cecily beams with excitement, promising to stay behind and behave until that happy day arrives. Watching her, Elaine resolves to secure a safe future for the adorable and mature little princess. She steels her determination to travel to the capital and protect the world for everyone's sake. The scene shifts to the quiet corridors of the palace late at night. Elaine stands on the balcony admiring the beautiful moon after sending the children to bed. She recalls that the moon shines just as brightly as it did on the night Nigel proposed to her. Reflecting on her banishment, she marvels that she ended up engaged to such a wonderful man. She never imagined she would learn to open up and express her true feelings to anyone again. Gazing into the night, she questions herself, wondering if she has truly grown since those days. She acknowledges that her past self never would have considered saving the kingdom that cast her out. Nigel interrupts her introspection, surprising Elaine as she chides herself for wallowing in sentiment. He joins her on the balcony, revealing that the preparations for tomorrow kept him awake as well. They share a smile, finding comfort in the coincidence of seeking the night breeze together. Nigel notes how comfortable she looks, and Elaine agrees that being with him brings her peace. He gently probes her feelings, guessing that she is actually reluctant to return to Belkium. Elaine admits she has no desire to go back, as the place holds only painful memories for her. Nigel questions her motivation, wondering why she insists on saving them despite her justified resentment. She struggles to articulate her reasons, citing duty as a saint or pity for the oppressed people. Looking out at the moon, she admits that while there are many acceptable justifications, none feel complete. She confesses that even she isn't entirely sure, feeling that there is no single clear reason. Elaine suggests that perhaps she is returning to search for something she left behind long ago. Nigel repeats her words thoughtfully, pondering the meaning of what she lost. Images of her new life flash through her mind as she confirms that this abstract feeling is the truth. Nigel accepts her answer with a warm smile, finding her vague explanation perfectly characteristic of her. Elaine wonders if Claude and Letitia are still alive, while Nigel expresses hope that the damage to Belkium is minimal. Nigel cynically mimics the ungrateful response they expect from the Belkium people, predicting they will claim nobody asked for help. He sighs heavily, admitting to Elaine that such a hostile reaction is more than just a possibility. Under the moonlit sky, Nigel suddenly pulls Elaine into a gentle embrace. Elaine stammers in shock, blushing furiously at the unexpected intimacy. Nigel reassures her with a warm smile, telling her she can always vent her worries to him. He holds her close, promising that he will never consider her feelings a burden. Elaine relaxes into the hug, thanking him softly with a relieved smile. They bid each other good night, agreeing they need sleep before the upcoming journey. The next day in the courtyard, Elaine prepares to say goodbye to Ralph. She instructs the divine beast that he must stay behind this time, and he accepts the order. Ralph realizes he is stuck house-sitting again, while Elaine explains the need for a rearguard. Though he claims divine beasts don't get lonely, Ralph looks visibly dejected as he slumps down. Elaine mentions she has a message from Douglas, catching the wolf's attention. Douglas's message mocks Ralph, challenging his pride by asking if he is too weak to defend the palace alone. Roused by the insult, Ralph roars with determination to prove himself, while Elaine smiles at their rivalry. Elaine hugs the giant wolf, telling him to be careful as she prepares to leave. Ralph sits stoically in front of the palace, wishing them a safe journey as the carriage pulls away. The scene shifts to the palace entrance where Nigel and Elaine stand before the assembled troops. Nigel addresses the soldiers, thanking them for gathering to assist at such short notice. He announces they are deploying to Belkium to subdue the demons before the threat reaches Lynchagam. Elaine whispers her concern to Nigel, worried that the limited number of men won't be enough. Nigel reassures her that the demon remnants are leaderless without Baldur and will struggle to maintain control. Adolf adds that with their stock of holy water, the undead army poses little threat to them. He smiles confidently, telling Nigel that he knows him too well to doubt his plan. Elaine marvels at the deep trust between them as Adolf pledges his life to the mission. The expedition sets off, traveling down the road to Belkium in a carriage convoy. Inside the carriage, Nigel suggests it is time for lunch as his stomach begins to rumble. Elaine agrees, noting that the soldiers in the other wagons already seem to be enjoying their meal. She opens a large bento box, revealing a delicious array of rice balls and side dishes. Nigel's eyes light up as he realizes Elaine helped the chefs prepare the food herself. She points out the rice balls she made with Cecily, declaring she is particularly proud of them. Nigel takes a bite of one, his expression curious as he tastes the filling. He notes the sour flavor, and Elaine explains it is umebashi, a pickled plum from the east. Nigel finds the taste refreshing and delicious, much to Elaine's delight. He devours the rice ball, savoring how the salty okaka and soy sauce complement the rice perfectly. Elaine offers him another, explaining she prepared a variety of fillings for him to try. Nigel bites into a salmon rice ball and exclaims in wonder at how good it is. Outside, the soldiers chatter happily, amazed that they get to eat food handmade by Lady Elaine. Elaine watches them from the window, smiling with relief that everyone is enjoying the meal. Nigel remarks that it is a pity Douglas isn't there to share the meal while Elaine holds a rice ball. Her expression softens into worry as she murmurs Douglas's name, hoping he is safe. Nigel smiles reassuringly, confident that their powerful dragon friend will be perfectly successful. Meanwhile, in the captured kingdom of Belkium, the nobles and royal family languish in the dark dungeon. Claude trembles in his cell, blaming himself for the invasion because he banished Elaine. Desperation twists his logic as he shifts the blame, shouting that it is actually her fault for leaving. Memories of his childhood surface, revealing a boy who studied endlessly yet never earned his father's notice. He recalls feeling perpetually alone, even his fiancée Elaine too busy with prayers to spare him time. A profound loneliness consumed him during those years, leaving him desperate for connection. He remembers the turning point when he met Letitia and felt himself falling in love. A flashback takes him to a winter day where he found Letitia waiting for him. She presented him with a clumsy, hand-knitted sweater, smiling brightly despite the loose threads. Claude admits he was initially put off but felt deeply moved by the genuine effort she made for him. Overcome with emotion, he remembers pulling her into a warm embrace without a second thought. Back in the cold dungeon, Claude calls out softly to the weeping woman beside him. Letitia sobs with her face hidden, asking if he is okay despite her own visible scars. She breaks down, crying that this disaster is all her fault while Claude tries to comfort her. He gazes at her ruined face, gently assuring her that she is not to blame for their misery. Claude insists the true culprit is Elaine for abandoning the kingdom, absolving Letitia of guilt. A demon guard cackles at the pathetic sight, mocking Claude for still loving such a disfigured woman. Claude bites his tongue, realizing that speaking up now would only bring more pain to them both. The demon notices Claude's glare and taunts him for being too weak to talk back. Ignoring the mockery, Claude promises Letitia he will do whatever it takes to restore her face. Letitia weeps, starting to explain that there is only one way to fix her condition. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the dungeon, interrupting her as the demons scream about a dragon. Claude stares in shock, instantly recognizing the terrifying beast from their previous encounter. He clutches Letitia in despair, believing the dragon has returned to finish off the ruined kingdom. Outside, the city burns as the dragon descends upon the panicked demon forces. Minions scatter in terror, screaming that the dragon has appeared directly above them. Douglas unleashes a torrent of fire, incinerating the enemy ranks in a blazing inferno. The demons panic, confused why the dragon has returned after supposedly leaving the country. Douglas scoffs at their reliance on Baldur, insulted that they think their leader could stop him. He flies effortlessly through the chaos, confident he can slaughter these underlings on his own. The narrative shifts back to the previous night, showing the pristine capital before the attack. In a strategy meeting, Douglas looks surprised to learn he is being sent to Belkium alone. Nigel explains the plan, stating they need Douglas to fly ahead to protect the citizens. Douglas calls their sentiment naive but agrees, unwilling to let innocent people die. Elaine admits it is wishful thinking but insists they must reach the survivors as fast as possible. She teases Douglas with a worried look, asking if he is afraid to face the army by himself. Douglas laughs fiercely, vowing to scorch every last demon before the humans even arrive. Nigel hands a vial to Douglas with a knowing smile, insisting that the dragon will find the item very useful. The scene shifts to the present battle where the chaos of war has already begun. Douglas realizes in a panic that the enemy lured him into a position where he would be forced to use it. Unleashing his dragon form, he blasts a torrent of energy toward the ground below. Civilians scream and scatter in terror as the battle rages dangerously close to their homes. Douglas hesitates, realizing that fighting with his full power risks harming the very humans he needs to protect. He decides to rely on Nigel's gift, activating the magic circles to deploy the contents of the vial. Taking to the sky, the dragon spreads the magical liquid across the battlefield like a shimmering mist. Droplets fall gently onto the confused enemy forces below. The demons look up in bewilderment, wondering why it is suddenly raining on a clear day. Screams of agony erupt as the holy water burns their skin like acid, revealing its true nature. Douglas marvels at the potency of Elaine's creation while watching the enemy crumble beneath him. A few days later, the group arrives at the outskirts of the Belkium capital to begin their mission. Walking through the streets, they notice that the city is eerily quiet with no demons in sight. Douglas reappears suddenly, asking where everyone went while Nigel praises his timing. The dragon reverts to his human form, complaining that he had grown tired of waiting for them. He arrogantly dismisses the enemy army as mere insects while Elaine fusses over his well-being. Douglas grins, admitting that possession of the holy water made his victory an absolute certainty. Nigel steers the conversation to business, stating they must speak to the king of Belkium immediately. Elaine explains the urgency, revealing that the demons plan to resurrect the demon king beneath the city. Douglas points out a soup kitchen nearby, noting that the damage to the city seems minimal so far. Elaine sighs in relief, watching the citizens receive food and realizing they are safe for now. The rhythmic sound of marching boots approaches, signaling the arrival of a military unit. A squad of Belkium knights calls out to the civilians, checking for any injuries among the populace. The knights freeze in shock as they spot the foreign group standing amidst the ruins. Panic spreads among the soldiers as they recognize the Lynchagam banners and fear an invasion. One knight steps forward in disbelief, recognizing the exiled saint standing before him. Elaine gasps as she identifies the man as Curtis, a familiar face from her past. A flashback reveals Curtis as the kind-hearted captain who supported her even during her banishment. Curtis kneels respectfully, expressing his profound relief and joy to see that she is alive and well. Tears well up in his eyes as he welcomes her back, declaring that her return brings him great happiness. Elaine looks at him with soft eyes, moved by the warmth of his reception. Nigel steps in to clarify that their intention is to save the kingdom, acknowledging it might sound hard to believe. He formally requests an audience with the king to coordinate their defense against the demons. Elaine hesitates, worrying that the disciplined captain might refuse such an irregular request. To her surprise, Curtis agrees instantly, stating simply that he believes her words. He offers to inform the others and invites them to proceed directly to the palace. Elaine is flustered by his quick acceptance, worried that he might be putting himself in a difficult position. Curtis glares with intense determination, vowing to force the king to see her even if he has to cut down objectors. Elaine panics and begs him not to do anything rash, desperate to keep the peace. Nigel makes a terrifying joke about cutting people down, sending a chill down Elaine's spine despite his serious expression. The group spots Curtis approaching, and Nigel quickly reassures Elaine that the man can be trusted. Curtis stares in bewilderment as Douglas greets him familiarly, calling him the strong one he met before. Douglas laughs and explains that Curtis wouldn't recognize him since their last meeting was when Douglas was in his dragon form. Scene shifts to a desolate landscape as Curtis absorbs the revelation about the dragon. Curtis confirms that the king, Claude, and every leading figure of the kingdom are imprisoned beneath the palace. He explains that although he suspected as much, the demons' control over the city made a rescue attempt impossible. With the demons gone, Curtis notes that they still haven't investigated the interior due to the uncertainty of the situation. He concludes that while he couldn't act earlier, the prisoner's safety seems assured for the moment. Elaine falls silent, realizing how incredibly frustrating this helplessness must have been for someone like Claude. Nigel notices her gloom and assures her no one blames her, but Elaine admits she just feels daunted by facing Claude again. She steels herself, acknowledging that meeting him was an inevitable part of saving Belkium. Nigel encourages her by pointing out that unlike before, she now holds the upper hand over the fallen prince. Douglas chimes in with a grin, reminding her that she is the savior of this entire kingdom. Both men declare they will crush anyone who hurts her, assuring Elaine she is in safe company. Elaine accepts their support with a quiet nod, her resolve strengthening. She smiles, realizing she no longer has to carry her burdens alone. A huge weight lifts from her chest as she acknowledges the wonderful friends she can rely on. The scene shifts to the dark, ominous corridors of the palace dungeon. Elaine marvels that she never knew such a place existed as Curtis leads them down the stairs. They arrive at a cell where Nigel notes they must free the other nobles later, but their focus is here. Claude looks up in shock, gasping Elaine's name as he recognizes the visitor. Elaine observes his ragged clothes and thinned frame, noting the demons treated him horribly. She remarks that he still talks big for a prisoner, while Claude snaps back, asking if she came to laugh at him. He glares at her, muttering that her way with words always rubbed him the wrong way. Nigel steps forward to intervene, but Elaine stops him, insisting on handling the conversation herself. She teases Claude coldly, stating that if she isn't welcome, she might as well just leave him there. Claude throws a childish tantrum, screaming that he is a prince and demanding respect. His defiance crumbles as he clenches his fist and whispers a desperate plea for help. Looking down, he begs Elaine to cure Letitia. He admits she probably has much to say to him, but insists she must heal the girl first. Elaine peers into the darkness of the cell, finally noticing the figure hidden in the shadows. She recalls how Letitia manipulated the royals and schemed her way to power. Memories surface of how Letitia tricked Albert with the cursed sword and pestered Elaine after her banishment. Elaine asks Claude to clarify exactly what he means by curing her. Claude explains that when the curse on Albert was broken, it rebounded onto Letitia. He reveals that Letitia's face is horribly scarred and believes only Elaine has the power to fix it. He adds that ordinary healers failed because the curse was a powerful one Letitia conjured herself. Elaine stares at him coldly, pointing out the audacity of banishing her and then begging for her help. Claude snaps that he is practically begging, while Elaine inwardly decides she will not cave so easily. Claude sits in his cell, head bowed in shame as he admits that asking for help now is unforgivable and selfish. He hesitates, struggling to find the words to justify his desperate plea. Desperation grips his voice as he declares that Elaine is the only person left he can possibly count on. He begs her to help for Letitia's sake, insisting that he does not care what happens to him as long as she is cured. Elaine stares in disbelief, shocked by the prince's sudden humility. She watches intently as Claude lowers himself completely to grovel on the dirty floor. Claude repeats his plea with frantic intensity, begging to trade his own well-being for Letitia's recovery. Elaine remains stunned, processing the sight of the proud Prince Claude prostrating himself. She recalls how he used to arrogantly blame everyone else, never admitting fault or bowing to anyone. Claude presses his forehead to the ground, his pride completely stripped away in the face of his desperation. A single word of pleading escapes his lips as he waits for her judgment. Tears form in his eyes as he looks up, reiterating that she is his last and only hope. He begs her once more, putting his entire heart into the request. Elaine lets out a heavy sigh, her resolve softening in the face of his sincerity. Claude gasps in hope as Elaine agrees to take a look at Letitia, though she remains stern. She approaches the bars, noting that they must first get the cell door open before she can help. Douglas steps forward with a confident grin, telling Elaine to leave the heavy lifting to him. With a grunt of exertion, Douglas grips the iron bars and forcibly bends them apart to create an opening. Claude watches in amazement as the dragon easily warps the metal, stammering his thanks. Elaine steps into the cell and gently calls out Letitia's name to the huddled figure. She advises the girl to keep her head down if she wishes to hide her face from view. Letitia accuses her of scheming, but Elaine calmly retorts that her only scheme is to provide healing. Elaine acknowledges that Letitia knows exactly what cruelty she inflicted upon them. Letitia trembles, asking why Elaine would help her despite knowing everything she did. Elaine admits with a distant look that even she isn't entirely sure why she is choosing to do this. She affirms that she has absolutely no obligation to help, especially since Letitia brought this on herself. A pause hangs in the air as Elaine considers her own motivations. She notes that Claude was never a good liar, and his desperate sorrow proves he has no ulterior motive. Elaine smiles gently, declaring that she isn't heartless enough to abandon them after seeing such genuine devotion. Letitia buries her face in her knees, muttering stubbornly that she will never apologize. Elaine giggles at the response, relieved that Letitia is acting like her usual wicked self instead of faking remorse. Elaine touches Letitia's chin to lift her face, while Letitia finds strange comfort in Elaine's consistent nature. A warm light engulfs them as Elaine activates her magic, the healing power flowing into Letitia. The light fades to reveal Letitia's restored face, leaving Claude gasping in pure shock. Claude stammers in disbelief, tears welling up as he sees her beautiful face free of scars. Overjoyed, Claude declares he never wants to see her cry again and thanks the heavens. He pulls Letitia into a tight embrace, sobbing with relief while Elaine watches with a satisfied smile. Letitia remains stunned by the act of kindness, while Elaine beams and calls the outcome wonderful. Letitia grits her teeth in confusion, unable to comprehend why her enemy would show such mercy. She questions internally what Elaine could possibly gain, unable to fathom the concept of selfless aid. Letitia posits that Elaine likely still harbors deep resentment toward Claude for his past actions. Claude accepts this reality, refusing to offer a hollow apology that cannot possibly make up for what he did. Smiling wryly, Letitia remarks that she and Claude are truly a perfect match for one another. Claude questions if Elaine simply does not care whether saving him benefits her or not. Flashbacks reveal Letitia's old philosophy of manipulating others and taking whatever she desired by force. She reflects on how she always weighed the pros and cons to choose the path that solely benefited herself. However, she realizes that Elaine's way of life is fundamentally different from her own selfish past. Letitia observes that the path Elaine walks is not desolate but abundant with love and companionship. She envisions Elaine walking down a warm path surrounded by beautiful flowers. Tears well up in her eyes as the realization of her own emptiness strikes her hard. Letitia finally admits to herself and the world that Elaine is a true saint. Claude notices her tears, and Letitia confesses that she feels a twinge of envy toward her rival. She buries her face in Claude's chest, quickly retracting her statement to deny the jealousy. Later, the king and his ministers are released from the dungeon to resume their duties. An official conference is convened in the throne room to address the kingdom's saviors. The king expresses his gratitude to the group for coming to Belkium's aid during the crisis. Nigel kneels respectfully, introducing himself as the representative of Lynchagam. He forgoes formal pleasantries, acknowledging the urgency of the situation despite the king's absence from the greeting. The king asks what Lynchagam desires in return, and Nigel states he has only one request. Nigel asks for permission for his group and their knights to remain within the kingdom for a short time. He points out that Belkium's military strength has been severely depleted by the demonic invasion. The king admits he cannot deny the truth of his kingdom's vulnerability. Nigel warns that the demons will inevitably launch another assault that Belkium cannot repel alone. Elaine worries the proud king will refuse, while Nigel presses for acceptance of his proposal. The king hesitates, paranoid that Nigel intends to use this opportunity to seize control of the kingdom. A heavy silence fills the room as the court awaits the monarch's decision. Suddenly, Claude steps forward and raises his hand to interrupt the tense standoff. Elaine and the king stare in surprise as the young prince asks to speak. The king glares at his son, demanding to know what he could possibly have to say. Claude gathers his courage, looking nervous but determined to voice his opinion. He stammers slightly, struggling to find the right words under his father's imposing gaze. Finally, he suggests that they should listen to what Nigel is proposing. The king shoots him a withering look of disbelief and anger at the interruption. Claude argues that they cannot ignore the fact that these people saved them and the kingdom is in ruins. Elaine watches in amazement, wondering if Claude is finally turning over a new leaf. The king explodes in rage, ordering Claude to keep his foolish thoughts to himself. Claude flinches at the rebuke, and Elaine fears he will back down again. To everyone's shock, Claude shouts back that the kingdom will be destroyed if they do nothing. He criticizes the king's ungrateful attitude toward their saviors, sparking a furious argument. Nigel and his companions watch awkwardly as a full-blown family feud erupts in the middle of the court. Nigel suggests they adjourn for the day, noting that while time is short, there is little more they can do at the moment. A voice suddenly calls out, "Hey," cutting through the diplomatic atmosphere. Douglas grabs the king by the collar, demanding to know why he insists on wasting their time. Elaine and Nigel gasp in horror as the dragon lifts the monarch into the air. Douglas threatens to lay waste to the kingdom instead, telling the king he has no choice in the matter. Guards rush in shouting for the brute to unhand their liege, but they are too slow to intervene. The king flinches in terror while Douglas glares at him with predatory intensity. Douglas claims he is merely trying to get a straight answer, causing Elaine to scold him for his roughness. Elaine desperately assures the court they did not come to wage war, trying to salvage the negotiation. The king coughs as he is released, while Douglas calls him naive for not understanding the danger. Douglas mocks the kingdom's weakness, pointing out they couldn't even repel a lone dragon like him. He warns that if elite demons arrive, the kingdom will stand no chance without help. The king falls silent, forced to acknowledge the grim reality of his situation. He concedes the point and agrees to consult his ministers, accepting their request in principle. Nigel smiles politely and thanks the king for his wise decision. Elaine notices Nigel's calm demeanor and realizes he made no effort to stop Douglas's outburst. She deduces that Nigel schemed to use Douglas's intimidation to force a quick resolution. Douglas laughs heartily, telling Elaine she is finally thinking rationally about the situation. He reveals he would have crushed her instantly if she had tried anything foolish. Elaine realizes Douglas wasn't scheming but was simply frustrated, while Nigel looks exasperated. Nigel states they can discuss the finer details later, bringing the meeting back to order. He adds that there is one critical piece of information they must inform the king about first. Nigel reveals the terrifying truth that the Demon King is currently within their land. The court murmurs in shock, realizing this explains why the demons spared the king. The king admits it is hard to believe but accepts their word given the gravity of the situation. Nigel agrees but notes that a head-on defense is impossible with their current forces. The king calls on Elaine, who bows and declares she is at his service. Elaine announces she will cast a barrier over the entire capital to prevent the demons from entering. The king is stunned, recalling her earlier mention of barriers and realizing she was speaking the truth. Shocked expressions fill the room as the magnitude of her proposal sinks in. Elaine clarifies that the barrier is temporary and will only last for about 2 weeks. A diagram explains the time limit, noting she needs time to recover her strength after such a feat. She considers prolonging the effect by removing Lynchigam's barrier to draw from its power. Nigel asks what happens after the 2 weeks, while the king agrees the plan is preferable. Elaine asserts that the barrier will buy them the time needed to deal with the Demon King. The king formally accepts the proposal, giving her permission to begin immediately. The group accepts the royal command, preparing to leave the throne room to execute the plan. Elaine asks for access to the top floor of the palace, which the king readily grants. Elaine sighs with relief that everything went smoothly, but Nigel suddenly interrupts. Nigel calls out to the king, asking if there isn't something he has forgotten to say. Nigel stands before the throne, declaring that he is well aware of how poorly Elaine was treated in this castle. He glares sharply at the king, insisting that an apology and words of appreciation for her service must come first. The king flinches under the intensity of Nigel's gaze, his composure cracking in the face of the demand. Nigel admits it doesn't sit right with him, but Elaine interjects gently, assuring him that she isn't worried about the past anymore. Elaine thinks about how rare it is to see Nigel so angry, then insists that she wants a direct apology to settle the matter. Internal thoughts reveal the tension as Nigel threatens to call off the deal, while Elaine worries that the proud king will never bow to her. To everyone's shock, the king silently stands up from his throne. He bows his head deeply before Elaine and Nigel, offering a humble apology for his past actions. Claude and the other onlookers gasp in disbelief, their eyes popping out at the sight of their monarch bowing. The king admits his words cannot earn forgiveness but expresses gratitude for her service to the kingdom over the years. With sweat on his brow, he swallows his pride and formally asks for her help to save his kingdom from destruction. Elaine and Nigel exchange a warm, knowing smile, their bond strengthened by the king's concession. Elaine beams brightly, instantly agreeing to help without a moment's hesitation. The group walks through the palace corridors, with Nigel noting they have reached the top floor. Nigel laughs sheepishly, scratching his head as he admits he got a little carried away, while Elaine thanks him for defending her. They look out the window together as Elaine confesses that his defense of her lifted a massive weight off her chest. Elaine reflects that while there are bad memories here, there are also undeniable good ones and people she cares about. She smiles with hope, believing that there are things in this kingdom that can gradually change for the better. With a determined look, Nigel declares that if his power can protect those people, he will gladly do it. The narrative pauses briefly, marking the transition from the tense negotiation to the hopeful resolve of the future. A breathtaking view of the capital city spreads out before them, bathed in the light of the sun. Nigel stares out at the landscape, captivated by the sheer scale and beauty of the kingdom they are sworn to protect. He gasps in awe, his eyes widening as he takes in the sprawling scenery below the palace. Elaine turns to him with a dazzling smile, urging him to help her figure out a plan in the 2 weeks they have left. Nigel blushes and smiles back, agreeing absolutely with her enthusiastic proposal. Claude stands awkwardly in the background while Elaine and Nigel share their moment, the distance between them palpable. The scene shifts ominously to a jagged, dark mountain range looming in the distance. Shadowy figures gather in the darkness, sensing that their comrade Baldur has fallen in battle. The mysterious entities mock their fallen ally, remarking that she was always far too hasty in her actions. One figure dismisses the loss callously, noting that Baldur was the weakest among them and of no real concern. A sinister voice announces that the preparations for the Demon King's return are nearly complete. The shadows prepare to strike, declaring that the time has finally come for them to make their move.